Today would be etched into the annals of the Jujutsu world, a day all sorcerers would remember. For the 6 eyes, the legendary eyes of the heavens, had manifested once more. Inside the sacred halls of the Gojo estate, one of the 3 great sorcerer families, silence gripped the air. All eyes were fixed on the 2 newborns resting side by side. Identical faces, identical births, identical powers. Gasps echoed as the first baby opened his eyes. 6 eyes, a murmur, then a collective realization. Those pale blue eyes, shimmering with mist and depth, were unmistakable. Eyes like the endless sky, rare beyond belief, seen only once in centuries. A gift from the heavens, a birthright of the Gojo lineage. 360-degree perception, sight that could pierce through the veil of reality, near or far. The Gojo clan stirred from its slumber. After decades of dormancy, a new heir of power had arrived, a destined prodigy to carry their legacy. But then, the second infant opened his eyes, and the world fell silent again. Identical, the same celestial gaze, the same divine trait. If one child was a miracle, then the second was a paradox. Twins, a taboo among Jujutsu lineages. A dark omen. 4 twins shared fate, intertwined destinies that often spelled mediocrity. They pulled on each other's potential like anchors. And yet here they were. Not just any twins, 6 eyes twins. The family elders froze. Their eyes turned toward the patriarch, silently waiting for judgment. As if sensing the tension in the room, the newborns turned their heads in unison, their bright eyes locking onto the old man at the center. His reflection shimmered in their irises. One gaze emotionless, detached from the world. The other, calm, grateful. Inside the second child, a soul stirred with awareness far beyond his age. I really transmigrated into Jujutsu Kaisen, and not just anyone. I'm Gojo Satoru's twin brother. Just surviving the pregnancy felt like dodging death itself. This boy was not ordinary. His name in his past life was Lu Ming, and he had been reborn in this world, an accidental variable in a tightly woven fate. A second bearer of the 6 eyes, in a timeline where only one was ever meant to exist. His very existence was unnatural. During their shared gestation, Gojo Satoru had unknowingly siphoned away his brother's cursed energy, nearly extinguishing Lu Ming's life before it had even begun. But at the brink of death, something awakened within him. Reaper fusion system activated. In that moment, Lu Ming's fate diverged. No longer a Jujutsu sorcerer, he became something else entirely, a Shinigami. He lived, but at a cost. His cursed energy, completely gone. His identity, a twin with 6 eyes, but no cursed power. A carrier of the heavenly restriction. To the world, he was defective, a failed miracle, a pseudo-prodigy. Where Gojo Satoru gleamed with overflowing potential, Lu Ming, now Gojo Ming, was labeled the cursed half. One elder could no longer hold back his voice. Patriarch, the birth of twins with 6 eyes is a curse. The second child has no cursed energy. He may contaminate the future of the true heir. Murmurs of agreement followed, but no one stepped forward. No one defended the second child. Everyone feared the consequences of allowing a flawed twin to live. Gojo Ming, still a baby, felt the killing intent directed at him. His heart knew danger, but he was powerless. A sword hung over his life, and all he could do was wait. Finally, the patriarch stepped forward. He looked at both boys, placing a weathered hand gently on each head. His voice was calm, firm. The bearer of the 6 eyes must hold absolute confidence. The Gojo clan does not fear curses, only cowardice. A smile broke across his stern face. He looked into the eyes of the older twin and said, "Your name will be Gojo Satoru. May your brilliance never dim." Then he turned to Lu Ming. "You are the younger. Though you were not blessed with cursed energy, the Gojo family will not cast you aside. But your strength, that is yours to forge. From now on, you shall be called Gojo Neru." The birth of Gojo's twin 6 eyes shook the entire Jujutsu world. Rumors spread like wildfire. Two divine pupils born to one house. But only those in the room knew the truth. Only one was a sorcerer, the other an anomaly. Inside, Gojo Nara let out a slow, subtle breath. At least I made it out alive. Satoru, being your twin is going to be hell. Thank God I've got a cheat code. Just then, a mechanical voice rang out in his mind. Host Gojo Naru has been successfully born. Shinigami, fusion system bound. Initial reward granted. Zanpakutō, curse tool, forging technique, inactive. Cradled in the arms of a nanny and carried away from the delivery room, the newly named Gojo Naru was already deep in conversation. Not with anyone around him, but with the system that had saved his life. He knew exactly where he stood. As a heavenly restriction carrier, Naru wouldn't be welcomed in the Gojo household. At best, he'd be ignored. At worst, disposed of. No one in this era understood the true might hidden behind that curse-sounding label. Not yet. The world would only begin to appreciate heavenly restriction once Zenin Toji, the monster without cursed energy, carved his legend into blood and fear. Until then, Naru was nothing more than a defective copy. A pseudo-six eyes baby. An anomaly. A liability. They would rejoice over Gojo Satoru, the shining hope of the family, and quietly resent Naru's survival. But none of that mattered to him. I survived. That's what counts. No cursed energy, no jujutsu, doesn't matter. I have a system. Besides, in this world, those with heavenly restriction weren't exactly saints. Gojo Naru mentally exhaled. If I'm Satoru's twin, I'm not going to let him get sliced in half again like in a manga. That future, this world, I'll change it. But first, time to figure out how this so-called death fusion system worked. System, can you give me overpowered skills since I can't use jujutsu? Cross mark request denied. Then how about items? A Zanpakutō from Bleach? Some ghost-type cursed weapons. Cross mark request denied. Can you at least give me quests to earn rewards? Something? Anything. Cross mark request denied. 3 questions. 3 slaps to the face. Gojo Naru, not even a full hour old, was already despairing over his busted cheat. What good are you then? White heavy check mark. The system's original purpose was to fuse the powers of a Shinigami with a Jujutsu sorcerer. But since the host cannot become a Jujutsu sorcerer, core functions are critically impaired. White heavy check mark. Remaining features. Zanpakutō, forging system. Zanjutsu and ghost walking skill integration, locked. Gojo Naru sighed, his tiny chest rising and falling. So it wasn't a complete dud. A forging system for his own Zanpakutō, and ghost walking sword techniques. I could have used a Hogyoku or a Bankai lottery ticket, but I'll take what I can get. Modern survivors needed one key skill. Self-PUA, positive unfortunate acceptance. It's fine. Just fine. How about heavenly restriction? I can't use cursed energy, but that makes me a natural with cursed tools. My Zanpakutō, it'll be my trump card. System, how do I forge my Zanpakutō? Function inactive. Please obtain a personal forging tool to proceed. You mean I can't just manifest it with my mind? Please obtain a forging tool. Gojo Naru facepalmed mentally. Then how do I unlock the core Shinigami techniques? Zanjutsu, Hakuda, Shunpakido, Crossmark. Host currently does not meet the conditions. Please explore independently. Seriously? No guidance. No tutorial. Just a broken system and 2 lock skills. He was a baby with a sword system that required a blacksmith's forge and combat experience. Was this really the start of his new life? An awkward silence filled his soul. My life's a joke. Meanwhile, outside the walls of the Gojo estate, chaos quietly brewed. Twin 6 eyes. The words alone were enough to send ripples through the jujutsu world. The Gojo family didn't publicize it, but their every move was monitored. Whispers had already reached the other 2 great clans. The Zenin and Kamo families quickly convened their elders upon hearing the news. 2 6 eyes? Are we sure this isn't a false report? Muttered the Zenin elder, his face sinking like a dying moon. The Gojo, Zenin, and Kamo families formed the 3 great houses, pillars of the jujutsu world. But with this revelation, the foundation had shifted. One 6 eyes user was already enough to tip the scales. But 2. The Zenin elder scowled. If they really are twins with 6 eyes, will they resonate or devour each other? Could this be a rare case of the twins' curse? He had ruled the Zenin clan for decades, building their strength through iron-fisted authority. But now, nearing the twilight of his life, he was powerless to stop this shift in destiny. Even if he wouldn't live to see Gojo Satoru and Nara grow up, the storm they heralded was already on the horizon. Across the land, the Kamo clan's patriarch sat in quiet despair. The Kamo had long trailed behind the Gojo and Zenin in influence. He had spent years trying to elevate their position. And now, 2 6 eyes born in the same generation. Did the Gojo family pray to Amaterasu herself? He muttered. All he could hope for now was that the Kamo descendants would awaken stronger blood techniques. Perhaps a genius with unmatched mastery of red blood manipulation would rise. Because if both Gojo twins lived and grew into their potential, no other clan would stand chance.
Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
6 years later. Ming, do you want to go out to play? A boy with white hair, white eyelashes, and a pair of blue eyes looked at his younger brother curiously, wondering what his younger brother was thinking about every day. Although many people in the family said that Gojo Ming would hinder their future and told them not to have contact with him. However, Gojo Satoru has his own ideas. He has unusual feelings for his twin brother, who is exactly the same as himself. Although this younger brother cannot use spells and has heavenly restriction, this does not prevent him from showing his care as an older brother. Satoru, are you sure the head of the family will let you go out to play? The 2 of us are on the dark web, but there's a very high reward. If you escape secretly and go out to play, you may cause trouble for the family. Gojo Ming glanced at his cheap brother. He was already used to Gojo Satoru's out-of-the-box character. Gojo Satoru, Gojo Ming, the 2 children of the Gojo family, have been posted with a reward of 100 million on the dark web. This kind of reward is too tempting, so it also attracts many jujutsu masters who overestimate their abilities. It is nonsense for 8B************* D jujutsu master to break through the Gojo family's protection. The truly powerful upper-class jujutsu masters know that these bounties are simply traps. The importance of 6 eyes to the Gojo family is self-evident. They represent the future of the Gojo family, so the Gojo family will do their best to protect the 6 eyes. There was no way they could have access to Gojo Satoru under these circumstances. Moreover, even if they really had a chance to kill 6 eyes of the Gojo family, they would not be able to escape alive due to the angry counterattack of the Gojo family. Therefore, as Gojo Satoru and Gojo Ming grow older, there are fewer and fewer attempted assassinations against them. Now, Gojo Satoru, who has a free-spirited personality, wants to get rid of the protection of his family and go out with Gojo Ming. After all, both of them have 6 eyes. Yes, both of them have 6 eyes. Although Gojo Naru's 6 eyes is not as comprehensive as Gojo Satoru's 6 eyes, it still has the basic function of a 360-degree viewing angle. With the 2 of them together, basically anyone who has murderous intentions towards them will appear in their sight without hiding. Satoru, I know that you have basically mastered the unlimited technique. So, you want to show off, ignore those killers at all, and even want to get in touch with those killers in person, right? Gojo Ming's expression was a little helpless. Although Gojo Satoru's talent is unprecedented, he is still just a child after all, and his personality is not very mature. After learning something new, I always want to show it off. He is an adult, but he has no idea of showing off. If showing off requires putting himself in danger, then this makes Gojo Ming want to refuse. But 5 minutes later, Gojo Satoru directly carried Gojo Naru over the wall and jumped out. Gojo Ming's loveless expression completely showed what he was thinking at this time. Gojo Satoru, you guy, do you have to squander your talents? There are things you will regret in the future. You are treating me like this. Be careful. I will not help you make up for your regrets in the future. I will let you end up being cut in half. Damn, Gojo Satoru, you're carrying me like this. I don't want to lose face, right? If I didn't have the power of magic, the power of heavenly restriction would not be fully developed, and you might be the one who is unable to fight back now. Gojo Ming's heart was filled with complaints about his own system. It has been 6 years, and he has not yet successfully activated his Zanpakutō ability. The so-called Zanpakutō ghost-walking function has been pretending to be dead within the system. If the system didn't respond to him every time, Gojo Ming would really feel like he got a fake system. As the body grows, the physical strengthening brought by heavenly restriction has begun to take effect, but the death fusion system still has no effect. If this broken system hadn't saved his life when he was born, Gojo Ming would have really wanted to give up. He is aware of the development of the entire Jujutsu Kaisen world. He has heavenly restriction and does not have any magic power, but he has the same talent as Future Sky and the Tyrant Zenin. As long as you concentrate on your practice, you might not be able to become another deity and tyrant. Maybe in the future, I still don't know who is stronger or weaker between myself and Gojo Satoru. Of course, all of this is just Gojo Ming's inner complaints. Anyway, at the moment, Gojo Satoru, who has mastered unlimited techniques, is completely beating Gojo Ming. When will I be able to build my Zanpakutō? When I have a Zanpakutō, I will use it to slash you first, Satori. Gojo Satoru, who was thrown directly to the ground by Gojo Satoru, had resentment in his eyes. He looked at Gojo Satoru, who was standing beside him, coolly, but he could only fall to the ground. Such a posture was not cool. In this way, the Gojo twins, 2 identical 6-eyes teenagers, left the Gojo family alone. Neru, it doesn't matter if you don't have magic power. I'll go back and help you find a way to become a jujutsu master. It's just magic power and techniques. Trust me, brother. Gojo Satoru didn't understand the situation of heavenly restriction at this time, so he always felt sorry for Gojo Ming. 6-eyes are not ordinary people. They are born with basic consciousness and super memory. Therefore, Gojo Satoru clearly remembers what he did to Gojo Ming in his mother's womb, and also knows the reason why Gojo Ming has no magic power in his body. Gojo Satoru knew that there was magic power in Gojo Ming's previous body. Moreover, the intensity of his spell is similar to his own. It is entirely because of thoughts that he could not control at the beginning that he forcibly absorbed Gojo Ming's spell power, causing Gojo Ming to end up with no spell power. In the entire Jujutsu world, almost everyone has the power of magic. It is very rare to be completely unaware of the existence of magic power after birth like Gojo Neru. Because there is no magic power, Gojo Ming does not have the unique talent of the Gojo family, such as unlimited spells like Gojo Satoru. If curse power is compared to electricity, then the magic that everyone is born with is an electrical appliance that can produce various effects by pouring electricity into it. To explain it in words that time travelers can understand better, the power of the spell is equivalent to the chakra in Naruto, and the techniques are equivalent to ninjutsu. But the techniques in Jujutsu Kaisen are basically innate abilities. Almost it cannot be understood through acquired practice or other means. So, it is also called the Shinigami technique. Because he knew that Gojo Ming could have the same future as him, Gojo Satoru always felt sorry for Gojo Ming. That's why he repeatedly emphasized to the family senior management not to have contact with Gojo Ming. Still, he went his own way and still didn't give up on Gojo Ming. Satoru, don't worry too much. It's fine without the curse. Gojo Neru smiled slightly. He was actually very happy in his heart. Fortunately, Gojo Satoru absorbed his own spell and became the owner of heavenly restriction. If this thing hadn't happened, there might have been replicas of Zenin Maki and Zenimai in the future. Both of their magical powers and physical talents may not be able to be used to their full potential. Gojo Ming stood up and patted the dust on his butt, ready to continue to comfort Gojo Satoru, but then a trace of amusement appeared on his face. Satoru, it seems that someone is really cooperating with you. It's your time to perform. Gojo Satoru and Gojo Ming glanced at each other, and they both understood that they had discovered the Jujutsu master hidden in the distance. Well, Ming, it seems you haven't given up on the development of Six Eyes. To each other. Realizing that an attack was about to occur, Gojo Satoru's character instantly jumped out even more. Today, he was going to show off the unlimited techniques he had mastered in front of Gojo Ming. We must use this exciting trick to arouse Gojo Ming's fighting spirit and stimulate Gojo Ming's idea of becoming a Jujutsu master, so as to prevent Gojo Ming from failing every day. Gojo Ming knew what Gojo Satoru was thinking, but he couldn't say it clearly. He could only stand beside him silently, waiting for his cheap brother's performance. In the distance, a middle-aged Jujutsu master stared sharply at Gojo Satoru and Gojo Ming. He did not expect to see his bounty target when he tentatively came near the Gojo family mansion. What made Arai Haruki even more excited was that the two Six Eyes from Gojo's family actually ran away without anyone following them. With the strength of a second-level Jujutsu master, he has confidence in his own strength. As long as he is given enough preparation time, he will definitely be able to kill Gojo Satoru and Gojo Neru. Haruki Arai is a new assassin who has gained a reputation throughout the dark web. He has successfully completed difficult assassination bounties many times, which has caused his heart to feel very swollen at this time. By assassinating two Six Eyes, I can directly obtain a bounty of 200 million. I will definitely be the ace killer of the dark web in the future. Saijing Yonghui maintained his inner emotions and took out a dark purple dagger from his arms. Yining, this is the first-level curse tool dagger he accidentally discovered. As long as the skin is slightly scratched by Yining, the injured person's blood will coagulate and die. This is the fundamental reason why he can complete many high-priced rewards. Curse tool, Yining paired with his own unique jujitsu. This is the fundamental reason why Arai Haruki is confident to complete the bounty. Breaking the Sky, the name of Arai Haruki's technique. As long as he is given enough time to prepare, he can break the space, probe the body parts into the void that no one can perceive, and appear at the other end of the broken space at the same time. In short, he can reach out into the sky and wave the cursed tool Night Condensation 500 meters away from Gojo's house. His arm will be separated from his body. Between Gojo Satoru and Gojo Ming appears from behind and attacks the target secretly. Countless powerful people died under the strange spell of Arai Yonghui without any intention. Arai Haruki stared intently at Gojo Satoru and Gojo Ming, and Breaking Sky had been opened. Curse tool, Yining and his arms have reached into the sky. I accepted the 200 million with a smile. Saijing Yonghui grinned widely and waved his right hand violently. The arm that appeared behind Gojo Satoru and Gojo Neru threw Breaking Sky, and the cursed tool Yining waved violently. However, the next second, Saijing Yonghui was shocked, because he found that Gojo Satoru and Gojo Ming, whom he had always regarded as prey, turned their heads to look in his direction at the same time, with expressions on their faces full of amusement. It was as if these two people had always known that they were here. Damn it, what happened? When death is imminent, you still show such an expression. Although he was shocked by the expressions of the Gojo brothers, Arai Haruki was still not ready to stop. In his opinion, this blow was inevitable. However, the moment Curse Tool Yining was about to stab the target, he suddenly felt a strong repulsive force on his right arm. No matter how hard he tried, Yining could not take a step forward. No lower limit defense open. Gojo Satoru, who had seen Haruki Arai's attack preparations at the first sight, had already prepared for unlimited defense. While blocking Cursed Tool Yining, Gojo Satoru also explained to Gojo Ming very thoughtfully. This is no lower limit defense. It is the basic application of Gojo's no lower limit technique. To put it simply, the closer all the techniques are to the initiator, the slower they will be, and finally achieve a static effect, making the attack permanent. The body of the person who initiated the spell cannot be touched. How about it, Ming? Isn't it cool? Do you want to learn? Gojo Ming twitched his lips and clapped perfunctorily. Wow, Satoru, it's really amazing. Don't I know how powerful the unlimited technique is? But it's a pity that I don't have magic power, Wu. Fortunately, I am a time traveler. I know the power of heavenly restriction, and I also know how to use it in the future. If I were really your aboriginal brother, I would definitely be so angry with you that I would become autistic. Hey, Satoru, if you can't find a solution, don't make any promises. Although you will be the strongest Jujutsu master in the future, you cannot change heavenly restriction. After complaining to Gojo Satoru in his heart, Gojo Neru reached out and patted Arai Haruki's right hand that protruded from breaking sky, and then easily took Cursed Tool Yi Ning out of his hand. Because he possesses the Zanpakutō, Cursed Tool, forging technique, Gojo Ming is still aware of the power of this Cursed Tool. Although the blacksmithing technique has not been activated yet, it does not prevent him from studying some knowledge related to Cursed Tool. In the distance, Arai Haruki stared at Gojo Satoru and Gojo Ming in shock, not knowing what was going on. The next second, a middle-aged man with a bare upper body, muscles like rocks, and a hammer appeared next to Arai Yonghui. The first time he saw this man, Arai Yonghui felt an extremely powerful sense of oppression. It was clear that the man in front of him was not more powerful than himself, but he had no intention of resisting in his heart. If you resist, you will die. This is the only thought in Saijing Yonghui's heart at the moment. Misunderstand. Saijing Yonghui still wanted to struggle, but the middle-aged man in front of him had a face full of disdain, and he slammed the hammer down, knocking Arai Yonghui unconscious to the ground. This new hot killer on the dark web was controlled outside Gojo's house. Wu, Ming, you two are just running around. The head of the family is very angry. If I hadn't felt the fluctuation of the spell, I wouldn't have known you were near me. The middle-aged man held the hammer in his right hand and dragged Arai Haruki to Gojo Satoru and Gojo Neru with his left hand. Ming, give me that curse tool, too. It's not something you should play with at your age. The middle-aged man glanced at Gojo Ming and distinguished the two people with one glance. Uncle Zhuyi, I am Ming, and the one holding the cursed tool is Satoru. Gojo Satoru deliberately imitated Gojo's voice, referring to his voice as enlightenment. He was very unconvinced why Gojo Zhuyi could easily distinguish them from each other every time. Besides, he is just an ordinary killer. Satoru can already use unlimited spells to protect me. Gojo Satoru seemed to be pretending to be addicted, and his tone sounded very certain. Gojo Takuyi touched his unshaven chin, his face full of playfulness, and his two thick arms stretched directly to the sides of Gojo Satoru and Gojo Ming, one on the left and the other on the right, and hugged the two children at once. You still say you are Neru? Satoru, your muscles are not as strong as Neru's. Although you are extremely talented in Jujutsu, you still have to exercise your body. After saying that, Gojo Zhuyi looked at Gojo Ming sitting on his left arm. Why did you sneak out with Satoru today? Gojo Takuyi's face was a little doting, and he obviously showed a different emotion than when he treated Gojo Satoru. Gojo Zhuyi is the cursed tool forger of the Gojo family. Many cursed tools used by the Gojo clan come from his hands. However, in the world of Jujutsu, the profession of cursed tool master is completely inferior to that of Jujutsu master. Generally, only those with weak spell power in the family and those without the talent of a Jujutsu master will switch to this profession. Therefore, Gojo Zhuyi has basically never seen anyone take the initiative to be interested in cursed tool forging. To his surprise, Gojo Ming took the initiative to follow him after he was able to move on his own, expressing his desire to learn cursed tool forging from him. Although everyone said that Gojo Neru's eyes were fake six eyes, after all, Gojo Neru was considered the legitimate son of the Gojo family, and it was quite unexpected that he was willing to get in touch with cursed tool forging. What Gojo Zhuyi naturally didn't know was that the fundamental reason why Gojo Ming contacted him was to obtain a forging tool. He must have a forging tool to activate the Zanpakutō forging function in the system. So, When he got his first hammer as a gift at the age of 3, he was extremely excited. However, what he didn't expect was that this Zanpakutō forging function would require him to slowly improve his forging skills. In this way, after following Gojo Juye for such a long time, Gojo Ming finally improved his forging skills to the critical level. As long as there is another opportunity, he should be able to reach the standard to activate the Zanpakutō forging function. Gojo Ming sat on Gojo Juye's arm, looked at the cursed tool master who had been teaching him, and responded politely. Master Juye, I didn't want to come out at all. Today I was dragged out by Wu. He has mastered the unlimited technique, so I can't beat him at all. After saying that, Gojo Ming jumped off Juye's arm and handed the cursed tool in his hand to Gojo Juye. Master, this cursed tool seems to be very special and of high quality. Juye took the cursed tool and nodded. The cursed tool, Yi Ning, was created by a cursed tool master. I never expected that it would fall into the hands of this person. Gojo Takuyi kicked Arai Haruki, who fainted on the ground, and continued to speak. Ming, you should also become a cursed tool master in the future. I have this confidence in you. You can also forge a cursed tool, like Yi Ning, in the future. However, this cursed tool cannot be given to you for the time being. Although it is your trophy, you are still too young now. Gojo Juye put the cursed tool, Yi Ning, into his own clothes. Then he put Gojo Satoru down, and just when he was about to speak, another jujutsu master from the Gojo family, Gojo, appeared in front of the three of them. Master Wu, are you okay? Gojo's expression turned displeased. Gojo Shinichi is Gojo Satoru's guard captain and has always been responsible for guarding Gojo Satoru's safety. This time, because he was called by the clan leader to explain some things, he temporarily left Gojo Satoru for a while, causing Gojo Satoru to find a gap to escape. After coming back, Shuni felt very nervous when he saw that Gojo Satoru was missing. Feeling the fluctuation of spell power outside the mansion, he came here immediately. Seeing Gojo Satoru with Gojo Ming and Gojo Takuyi, his expression was very dissatisfied. Because of his love for Gojo Satoru, he was very resistant to Gojo Satoru coming to find Gojo Ming. He is a firm believer in the Gemini curse theory. He feels that as long as Gojo Ming is close to Gojo Satoru, it will affect Gojo Satoru's growth. Master Wu, what happened here? Gojo Shuni frowned and moved directly to Gojo Satoru's side, separating Gojo Ming and Gojo Takuyi, his face full of vigilance. It's just an assassination. It's nothing, don't be nervous, Shuni. Gojo Satoru shrugged, pushed Gojo away instantly, and patted Gojo near his shoulder. Ming, it seems that our escape plan failed today. Not only was it discovered by Uncle Juye, but it was also found by Shuni. Gojo Satoru's tone was still frivolous, but he also knew that they would go back to the mansion next. Well, it looks like it failed. However, this is not my plan. It is your own plan, Satoru. I know my situation, and I will not just think about showing off my abilities like you. Please pay attention to your safety. Satoru, although your talents are outstanding, after all, you are not invincible yet. Gojo Neru thought of the scene where Gojo Satoru was cut in half by Sukuna in the future, and his expression suddenly became dark. I don't want this cheap brother to end up like that again in the future. Therefore, every time we meet, he will subtly influence Gojo Satoru's character, hoping that he can become more calm. However, what Gojo Neru didn't realize was that his preaching to Gojo Satoru was completely disrespectful to 6 eyes in Gojo Shuni's eyes. A mere fake 6 eyes, without any magical power. What qualifications does he have to educate the real 6 eyes? Master Wu, let's go back. The master of the family is looking for you. Gojo Shinichi respectfully conveyed the instructions of the head of the Gojo family to Gojo Satoru. Hey, I know. Ming, I'm going back first, and I'll come and play with you when I have the chance. Gojo Satoru shook his head helplessly and left with Gojo Shinichi. The moment Gojo Satoru turned around, Gojo's expression suddenly turned disdainful, and his eyes looking at Gojo Neru were full of ridicule. Even Gojo Juye on the side was completely ignored by Gojo Shuni. Leave the assassin to me. If you dare to assassinate near the Gojo family's residence, It seems that the pressure the Gojo family puts on the Darknet is still too light. As Gojo Shuni completely took over the assassination incident, Gojo Ming and Gojo Juye became completely outsiders. Looking at Gojo Shuni's leaving back and feeling Gojo Shuni's differential treatment, Gojo Juye clenched the hammer in his right hand with a trace of sadness in his eyes. As a member of the Gojo family, although he knew that it was not right to treat him differently, he could not change it. Gojo Juye touched Gojo Ming's white hair, stared into Gojo Ming's blue eyes, and said in a deep voice, "Naru, you know what? The entire Gojo family is like a big tree. Jujutsu masters are the trunk of this big tree, and those of us who don't have the talent of Jujutsu masters are the branches and leaves of the big tree. Only when everyone fulfills their duties can the big tree of the Gojo family flourish. The power of spells and spells are destiny destined by God. No one can change it. From the moment you are born, you cannot complain." Gojo Juye does not want Gojo Ming to have other unrealistic ideas. Although Gojo Ming has excellent forging talent, in this world dominated by Jujutsu masters, the influence of the cursed tool forger is not worth mentioning at all. Although Gojo Ming and Gojo Satoru are both legitimate sons and have the right to compete for the head of the family, in the future, the actual representative of the Gojo family can only be Gojo Satoru. Therefore, Gojo Juye must make Gojo Ming recognize the reality. The Gojo family protects many Gojo people, and at the same time, the Gojo people can only follow the rules specified by the Gojo family. I know, Master Juye. Gojo Ming knew that Gojo Juye cooked this bowl of chicken soup for his own good, and he had never thought about competing with Gojo Satoru for anything. However, it's really uncomfortable to be treated differently like this. Although I don't have the talent for magic, I can't say who will be stronger in the future. The death system in your body is not just for free. When he forges a Zanpakutō, masters the 4 skills of Zanpakutō, and becomes a qualified Shinigami, then Satoru, the strongest Jujutsu master, may not be his opponent. Oh, by the way, in a few days, someone from the Zenin family will come to visit the Gojo family. Gojo Juye seemed to suddenly remember something and said to Gojo Ming, "I heard before that the Zenin family also has a carrier of heavenly restriction. However, although he is your generation, he is older than you. It seems that the name is Zenin. I should also come to visit this time. After all, it is an exchange between peers. Ming, you can also communicate with this heavenly restriction carrier. I heard that although that person has no spell power, he is actually very strong and very talented. The Gojo family and the Zenin family are both famous families in the Jujutsu world. You should work hard. Heavenly restriction is not a curse. As long as you want to become stronger, nothing can stop you." Gojo Juye is still so good at making chicken soup, but the information he brought this time made Gojo Ming's expression change slightly. "What the hell? Zenin? He is the same generation as me, and you want me to compete with him?" "Oh, indeed. Although Zenin looks older, he is indeed as senior as himself. However, that is the tyrant of heaven and earth. Gojo Satoru almost died in his hands before he was fully awakened. The special level Jujutsu master is not a threat in front of Zenin. Although Gojo Ming is confident enough in his own system, he is also very sad when he hears Gojo Juye standing and talking without pain. However, since the master has spoken, he must work hard, at least not to disappoint the master. Okay, Master Juye, I will work hard." At this moment, Zenin sure should not have reached the level of being a tyrant in the future, and he has not yet left Zenin's house. He should still be able to communicate well. According to the original plot, apart from Zenin, there is no one in the Zenin family who can compete with the Gojo family. Among the younger generation, Gojo Ming has basically never heard of a few famous figures. As the carrier of heavenly restriction, Zenin didn't even receive much attention in the Zenin family. According to the original plot arrangement, Zenin should be the first character to become famous through heavenly restriction. Before him, there were many carriers of heavenly restriction. However, only Zenin is the most special one. Before Gojo Ming was born, Zenin was the only one who had no magic power. However, in the future, it is precisely because of heavenly restrictions, physical compensation, that Zenin will be able to become a true jujutsu master killer. However, on the other hand, although the Gojo family occupies a very large space in the entire story, in fact, except for the birth of Six Eyes, basically no other characters appear. The only genius, Gojo Satoru, has the aura of a natural protagonist, but later he ends up being cut in half, which completely makes Gojo Naru, the reader, very unhappy. But no matter what, now that he exists, everything will change. Wouldn't Gojo Satoru be cut in half? What if I gave him a powerful Zanpakutō? Well, Gojo Satoru, who possesses a top-notch curse tool like his Zanpakutō, and up like a clown? Moreover, he will also have a Zanpakutō and Zankinzuki in his hands in the future, plus he is familiar with the future. If he cannot become a strong man who affects the world, then he might as well be accidentally killed by Gojo Satoru in his mother's womb. Seeing Gojo Ming's expression slowly become firm, Gojo Jia seemed to see another pillar of Gojo's family, and a smile appeared on his face. Ming, you're also the holder of Six Eyes. You will definitely not be any worse than Wu in the future. Let's go to the forge, and let me see your recent growth. After saying that, Gojo Jia turned around and walked into the Gojo family mansion, heading towards the forge that he had been operating for these years. Gojo Ming was thinking about his recent breakthrough in forging level and the upcoming Zanpakutō forging function, and he just wanted to take this opportunity to see if he could achieve a breakthrough and directly start his curse tool forging career. Master Zhuyi, you have to watch carefully. Gojo Ming held the hammer that Gojo Zhuyi gave him when he was 3 years old, and made a gesture about to forge it. Brat. After all, I'm also the master who taught you forging. How could I be surprised by you? Gojo Jia thinks he knows Gojo Ming's forging skills very well. Although Gojo Ming is very talented in cursed tool forging, after all, he is only a 6-year-old kid now. Could it be said that a 6-year-old kid can forge cursed tool? This kind of thing is impossible even if you think about it, right? Forging cursed tool at the age of 6, it is impossible to think about it. Ding dong dong dong. Gojo shouted softly and slammed down the hammer in his hand. The powerful physical strength given to him by heavenly restriction allows him to forge freely with his 6-year-old body. The strength is good, but the rhythm is not good enough. Gojo Zhuyen nodded secretly. Although he said this verbally, he was very satisfied in his heart. Ming, we need to increase the speed here. Ming, you have to learn to control your strength. Ming, don't be impatient in forging. Gojo Zhuye kept pointing out Gojo Ming's current problems, but at the same time he became more and more surprised. What's the situation? How did Ming's forging level improve so quickly? Gojo Ming concentrated on forging, but he was also following Gojo Zhuye's suggestions and constantly improving. The proficiency of the forging skills increased unknowingly. Without Gojo Ming noticing, the smoothness of the forging skills had reached the requirement to activate the Zanpakutō forging function. The prerequisites for detecting the host are met, and the Zanpakutō curse tool forging function is enabled. Gojo Ming, who was focused on forging at this time, did not pay attention to the prompts given by the system. He devoted himself wholeheartedly to the forging process, and with the assistance of system functions, he continued to improve his forging skills. The little ghosts nowadays are really scary. We can't underestimate them. Facing Gojo Ming's skillful forging skills, Gojo Zhuye's expression became more and more solemn. He had a hunch that if Gojo Ming continued forging like this, perhaps Gojo Ming could really forge the #1 craftsman at the age of 6. Put the cursed tool. Suddenly, Gojo Zhuye's eyes narrowed slightly, staring directly at Gojo Ming's waving movements, because he saw that Gojo Ming's hammering technique was exactly the same as the one he used when forging the cursed tool. What's happening here? With Ming's current body and strength, it is impossible for him to be able to support this hammering technique. What's the reason, and what's going on with Ming's body and hammering proficiency? We can no longer let Ming continue to forge like this. His current body will be overdrawn if it continues like this. Gojo Satoru was about to take action to stop Gojo Ming's next move, but in the next second, his body froze, and he was unable to move under Gojo Ming's indomitable forging momentum. Ding! Ding dang! Ding dang ding dang dash! With the crisp hammering sound, Gojo Ming's hammering speed became faster and faster. Sweat had soaked his clothes, and steam enveloped Gojo Ming's whole body. What exactly happened? Gojo, who was in shock, was ready to burst out with rare magical power. He released gray-blue light from his hands, trying to stop it forcibly. However, what surprised him was that the magic power he was bound to win was like hitting cotton, unable to affect Gojo Ming at all. In fact, he couldn't even stop Gojo's movements. Under the sound of hammering, Gojo Ming subconsciously picked up the cursed tool Yining that Gojo Satoru had put aside before and put it directly into the embryo he forged. Ming, are you really planning to forge cursed tool? What kind of forging technique is this? Are you planning to borrow the existing cursed tool and directly fuse it and recreate it? After all, Gojo Satoru is also the forging master of cursed tool. Although he has never seen this forging method, he can roughly guess what Gojo Ming is thinking. However, when he actually saw Gojo Ming doing this, he still felt that his imagination was somewhat subverted. In front of the blazing furnace, Gojo Satoru could actually feel the slightest chill from this cursed tool. What happened? Why is there such a cold frost attribute? So that's it. Yining's attribute is ice. The ability to coagulate blood all over the body comes from the frost attribute in the body. Gojo Satoru suddenly realized that although he was also a forging master, he didn't know much about this weapon before studying Yining carefully. And Gojo Ming actually knew the properties of this weapon just after touching it. That's why you dare to put Yining into the weapon embryo so casually? Isn't this too scary? Could it be that I haven't fully discovered Gojo Ming's talent in cursed tool forging before? Gojo Satoru opened his mouth wide, but he did not dare to make a sound for fear of affecting Gojo Ming's cursed tool forging. He realized that in the next time, he might see a new cursed tool that subverts the entire cursed tool forging world. At the same time, Gojo Ming, who devoted himself wholeheartedly to the forging of cursed tool, frowned, and his childish face was covered with sweat, but he didn't know it. He has been completely immersed in cursed tool forging. In other words, at this moment, he has been possessed by Soul Society's sword god Nemiya Oyi. At this moment, he is the sword god who forges all Zanpakutō. The frost and cold air in Yining's body continued to merge with the embryo forged by Gojo Ming, and a brand new knife had begun to take shape. After an hour of clanging hammer blows, Gojo Ming finally forged the first Zanpakutō. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully forging the Zanpakutō Sodi Shiryuki and successfully activating the Zanpakutō Sodi Shiryuki function. Ju Fist and Walking Ghost Cut refers to the way of the sword. Fist refers to the white strike. Walk refers to the instant step. And Ghost refers to the ghost way. After the function of killing fists and walking away ghosts is turned on, the host is asked to improve accordingly in order. Every time the current skill reaches 100% proficiency, the next skill can be turned on. As of now, all functions of the system have been enabled. The subsequent functions have been damaged. Please repair them and then look for opening conditions. Listening to the notifications sound in his mind, Gojo Ming suddenly felt relaxed, and then he felt a sense of fatigue all over his body. With his current 6-year-old body, even with the strengthening of the body by heavenly restriction, such a long period of hard forging has consumed all his current energy. It turns out that the condition for turning on the Zanpakutō function is to successfully forge a Zanpakutō. It turns out that the damaged skills of the system can still be repaired. I don't know how to fix it, but it's good to have hope. Fortunately, the first Zanpakutō was successfully forged. Sure enough, it's exactly what I imagined. This Knight Ning can provide ice attribute power to the Zanpakutō, Sodi Shiryuki. Although he is not the strongest ice-attributed Zanpakutō Hyarinmaru in Soul Society, Sodi Shiryuki is already very good. I really want to see with my own eyes what this most beautiful Zanpakutō looks like. Although Gojo Neru wanted to see Sodi Shiryuki with his own eyes, the feeling of exhaustion had begun to invade his brain. He glanced at Gojo Juie beside him and wanted to speak, but the next second, he fell asleep. Ding dong! Gojo's hammer slipped from his hand, and the sound of gold and iron finally woke up Gojo Juie, who was completely shocked. Ming, be careful! Gojo Juie quickly ducked to catch Gojo Ming, who almost fell to the ground, and carefully place him on the bed beside him. Looking at his apprentice's pale face, Gojo Juie had a trace of distress on his face, and at the same time, he secretly made up his mind. Gojo Ming is too young, and he must not be allowed to overuse his energy to forge cursed tool like this. Although a 6-year-old cursed tool forger would definitely shock the entire jujutsu world, Gojo Takui still didn't want Gojo Ming to become famous because of this incident. In his opinion, Gojo Ming is also 6 eyes, and the profession of cursed tool master is never the right path. I don't know why, but the first sight of Gojo Ming, Gojo Takui felt that this little boy would definitely leave a mark in the entire jujutsu world in the future. After settling Gojo Ming, Gojo Juie once again returned his attention to the cursed tool forged by Gojo Ming. Seeing the appearance of this knife, Gojo Juie was stunned. What's happening here? Who changed the weapon? It was obviously not like this before. When the forging was successful, this cold knife was obviously pure white. Why does it look no different from an ordinary samurai sword now? Gojo Juie's heart is full of doubts. Although he is not very strong in spell power, he is still a jujutsu master after all, and it is impossible for anyone to silently replace the knife forged by Gojo Neru in front of him. Then, the only possibility is that this mediocre katana was forged by Gojo Ming before. Could it be that the white katana he just saw was just his illusion? It shouldn't be. I didn't eat anything wrong today, so how could I be dazzled? For a cursed tool blacksmith, a sharp eye is the most basic requirement. Therefore, if all this had not happened in front of Gojo Juie, he would not have believed that he had just seen it wrong. So, what kind of ability does this cursed tool have? Does it have the same frost attribute ability as Ning? Gojo Juie picked up Sodi Shiryuki, his eyes constantly moving on the blade, and handle. At the same time, he also tried to instill his scarce magic power into Sodi Shiryuki. However, it is a pity that Sodi Shiryuki did not give Gojo Takui any response. Did I misunderstand that what Ming forged was not the cursed tool, but just an ordinary weapon? But do ordinary weapons need to use one and cursed tool as materials? During the forging process, just now, I obviously felt that there is a lot of power hidden in this cursed tool. Gojo Juie shook his head in confusion. He feels that this weapon is definitely a cursed tool, but it may be that his current spell power cannot activate the effect of this cursed tool. It seems that the secret hidden in this cursed tool may need to be understood after Ming wakes up. Gojo Juie carefully prepared to put away Sodi Shiryuki, but the next second, the door of the forging house was suddenly pushed open. Gojo Shinichi, what are you doing here? Seeing the visitor, Gojo Juie frowned slightly, and his tone was not very good. Shuni's attitude towards Gojo Ming was obvious to the entire clan. At this moment, if he appears here, nothing good will happen. Oh, why? Master Juie doesn't seem to welcome me very much. Gojo Shuni didn't care about Gojo Juie's attitude. When he called Gojo Juie Master Juie, there was a hint of contempt in his tone. He is the second-level Jujutsu master of the Gojo family, and is also a Kendo master. His status is much higher than that of Cursed Tool Master Gojo Takui, so he doesn't care about Gojo Takui's thoughts at all. Gojo walked into the forging house without any care, and at the same time looked around at every corner of the house casually. When he saw Gojo sleeping beside him, a hint of disdain appeared on his face. Does the fake 6 eyes still want to compete with the real 6 eyes? There are people who are more talented than you and work harder than you. Why should you be on an equal footing with Master Wu? Master Wu is the hope for the future of the Gojo family. He is the real pupil of the sky. Your survival will only affect the future of the fifth master. Gojo Shinichi did not hide his dissatisfaction with Gojo Ming at all. Although they are two people with exactly the same appearance, Gojo Shuni's attitude towards them is so different. The root of all this is undoubtedly the amount of spell power the two people have. Shuni, what on earth do you want to do here? Gojo emphasized again, his whole face pulled down. This is his forging house after all. Even though Jujutsu masters have a very high status in the Gojo family, this is not the reason why Gojo Shuni disrespects him so much. After all, he is also the only blacksmith master in the entire Gojo family. After being nodded by Gojo Takuyi, Gojo Shuni's eyes also moved away from Gojo Ming. The next second, Gojo Shuni's eyes stayed on the Sodi Shiryuki in Gojo Takuyi's hand. I just finished interrogating the assassin, and I heard that he also had a first-level curse tool taken away by you. I'm here to take it away from him. That first-level cursed tool needs to be used as a murder weapon and is under the control of the Gojo family's treasury. Master Juya, please obediently hand over that first-level cursed tool. It turns out that coming to find Yi Ning is Gojo Shinichi's real purpose. After all, this is a first-level curse tool, which is very rare in the entire Jujutsu world. Before, Gojo Shinichi was very dissatisfied with this assassin, but after hearing that the assassin actually sent a first-level curse tool, his mood suddenly improved a lot. Where's the assassin here? It's obviously an angel who comes to send you warmth, okay? If so, please push harder. Invite more assassins and send more cursed tools. Level 1 cursed tool. Gojo Juya stiffened and subconsciously put Sodi Shiryuki behind him. Yi Ning has now disappeared from this world, and he does not have a first-level curse tool that he can give to Gojo Shuni. As for the Sodi Shiryuki currently in his hand, this is the cursed tool created by Gojo Ming for the first time. No matter what grade it will be confirmed to be in the future, he does not want this weapon to be taken away by Gojo Shinichi. However, how could Gojo Shinichi, second-level Jujutsu master, not notice something strange about Gojo Takuyi? The moment Gojo Takuyi put Baishua behind him, he had already flashed up behind Gojo Takuyi and snatched it directly from General Baishua. Is this the original one? No wonder you cherished it so much just now. However, it is somewhat unexpected that this first-level cursed tool is so simple and unpretentious. Gojo's expression looked a little regretful. This is not the first-level curse tool. Get it back to me. Gojo Juya felt his empty right hand, his expression full of anger. He didn't expect Gojo Shuni to be so disrespectful to him and snatch Sodi Shiryuki directly from him without his consent. Isn't this a cursed tool? Master Juyi is not kidding, right? I can still distinguish whether it is a cursed tool or not. Gojo raised his eyebrows for a moment, his heart filled with disdain. Sure enough, the first-level curse tool is something that even a blacksmith master really wants to occupy. Will it also make them greedy? No, this is not the Yi Ning. This weapon was just forged by Ming. It is different for what you think. Gojo Juya's words made Gojo's expression slightly stunned. The cursed tool forged by Gojo Ming. Gojo's eyes flashed with suspicion, and then he burst into laughter. Are you kidding? Gojo Ming is only 6 years old, and he can forge cursed tool. Are you kidding me? When did you curse tool master's entry threshold become so low? If that's the case, then let the other losers in the Gojo family learn from you. For being able to train a 6-year-old cursed tool blacksmith, I don't think I can call you Master Juya anymore. I should call you Grandmaster Juya, right? Isn't that right? Master Juya? Gojo's instant sarcasm made Gojo Juya's face turn blue and purple. Although Gojo Juya is the master of cursed tool forging, he is also famous in the entire cursed tool forging world for not having an apprentice. How many apprentices had studied with him, but none of them survived to the end? They all said that they could not learn anything, and then they chose a new teacher. Therefore, the word master is completely a worry for Gojo Juya. On the other side, Gojo Ming frowned and slowly opened his eyes. The mental fatigue still hadn't faded away, but Gojo Shuni's voice was too annoying and noisy, so he could only put his tiredness aside. For being able to train a 6-year-old cursed tool blacksmith, I don't think I can call you Master Zhuye anymore. I should call you Grandmaster Zhuye, right? Isn't that right? Master Zhuye. Hearing the strange aura in Gojo's words, a chill appeared on Gojo Ming's face. Among this family, he is closest to Gojo Zhuye. Without Gojo Takui's careful teaching, he would not have been able to improve his forging skills so quickly to meet the conditions for activating the Zanpakutō forging function. So, who is Gojo Shuni to dare to mock his master like this? Gojo Ming sat up silently, looking at everything that happened in front of him coldly, preparing to regain his position for his master. On the other side, Gojo Shuni continued to mock Gojo Zhuye. You said this curse tool was forged by Gojo Ming? It's ridiculous. How could someone with his talent be suitable to be a cursed tool master, let alone be able to forge a cursed tool at the age of 6? Absolutely impossible. Gojo Shuni shook his head while pouring the curse power in his body into the cursed tool. The best thing he currently has is only the level 2 curse tool, and he has never tried the power of the level 1 curse tool. Just take this opportunity to experience the special abilities of this curse tool named Yining. But as the magic power was instilled, Gojo's expression suddenly froze. He felt that his feelings should not be wrong. This weapon should be the cursed tool, but why couldn't his curse have any effect? This is not common sense at all. Under normal circumstances, as long as it is a cursed tool, it can produce corresponding effects under the influence of curses. Could it be said that the characteristic of this cursed tool is pure physical power? However, it shouldn't be. Such pure physical power is not like the fighting style of the killer jujutsu master named Haruki Arai. No way. Gojo's eyes widened subconsciously for a moment. Is it really my misunderstanding? This weapon is not the cursed tool, but just an ordinary toy forged by Gojo Ming? This must be the case. Gojo Zhuye must have looked at Gojo Ming's forging with colored glasses, so he thought it was a cursed tool. Damn it, you actually misled me. Where did Gojo Zhuye hide the first-level curse tool? This is really not cursed tool, it's really rubbish. You are worthy of being the enemy of master and craftsman. It is obviously just an ordinary toy, but you still try to call such a thing a cursed tool. Master Zhuye, I wonder if your colleagues would cry silently on the sidelines if they saw you degenerate like this? If you really don't have the talent to teach disciples, then you should do your own thing well, forge the cursed tool well, and continue to make your own contribution to the family instead of spending your energy on a waste. Gojo's voice suddenly disappeared. When he pointed at Gojo Ming and called him useless, he found that Gojo Ming beside him had already woken up and looked at him with an indifferent expression. Gojo's expression was a little embarrassed. Although he had always thought so in his heart, he still could not say such words directly in front of the rightful master. After all, Gojo Ming is a direct descendant of the Gojo family. As long as the head of the family does not abolish Gojo Ming's inheritance rights, this trash in front of him may become the representative of the Gojo family in the future. Huh? Why don't you say anything, Uncle Shun? Can't you remember what you called me? I'm a loser of the Gojo family. Gojo Ming resisted his tiredness and jumped out of bed and came to Gojo Zhuye's side. Gojo Shuni, have you forgotten that the curse tool you were using was forged by Master Zhuye? Without Master's curse tool, don't you know how many casualties you would have suffered during the mission? Haha, what makes you jujutsu masters so superior? What, could it be said that your parents were also born jujutsu masters? Can you guarantee that your child will be a jujutsu master in the future? The corners of Gojo Ming's mouth raised slightly. He was not a bully who would not fight back when bullied. That is to say, Master Zhuye has always been thinking about the kindness within the clan. Otherwise, where would he go without being respected by other jujutsu masters? What, do you really think of yourself as the big 3 sorcerer families in the jujutsu world? Do you really think that the Gojo family is invincible? Do you really think that the Gojo family will develop smoothly in the future if they have 6 eyes who understand this? Gojo Shinichi, you are an adult. Why are you still so naive? Gojo Ming shrugged, his young face full of mockery. If 6 eyes is everything, then why are there curses in this world? Why are there so many powerful curse spirits? Why is the king of curses Ryman Sukuna still there? If 6 Eyes is really invincible, then why didn't any of the 6 Eyes that came out of the Gojo family die a good death? I know you will place all your hopes on Satoru. However, I want to tell you that Satoru is not invincible. Even if he has the best talent in the world, even if he has 6 eyes and he masters unlimited techniques, such an enlightenment cannot be invincible. Your expectations for him will only make him go astray. Satoru, I will definitely become the strongest jujutsu master in the jujutsu world in the future, but please don't underestimate those curse users and curse spirits. In the future, Satoru and I still have a long way to go. Although Gojo Ming's voice was childish, it seemed very sonorous and powerful at this moment. Outside the forging house, 2 people, one large and one small, stood silently at the end of the corridor in the distance, their expressions very complex and motionless. Master, is Ming right? Is 6 Eyes really invincible? After listening to the boy's question, the old man sighed, touched Gojo Satoru's pure white hair, and shook his head. I didn't expect Neru to have such a comprehensive understanding of the world of jujutsu. It turns out that there are people in this world who are born to know it. It's a pity that Ming didn't realize your talent. Otherwise, his character might be able to better support the Gojo family in the future. Gojo Satoru looked up at the old man next to the god, his blue eyes full of curiosity. Master, even if Ming doesn't have magical powers, he will definitely become a unique being in the world of jujutsu. If Neru is willing to take over the Gojo family, I am willing to help Neru manage the Gojo family well. Gojo Satoru's tone was firm. He could feel his brother's love for him, and at the same time, the guilt in his heart for Gojo Ming made him willing to give up all the good things to Gojo Ming. The old man glanced at Gojo Satoru blankly, with a trace of kindness on his face. Woo! The position of the head of the family is not easy to take. If you really feel sorry for Ming, then you can take on the pressure yourself. Perhaps, when you truly come to this position, you can change Ming's attitude. Destiny. The old man sighed, full of regret for the existence of Gojo Ming. This time, he brought Gojo Satoru to the forge house, partly to meet Gojo Ming. After all, he hadn't seen him for a long time. On the other hand, he also hopes to see how well the first-level curse tool fits Gojo Satoru. If possible, he also hopes to equip Gojo Satoru with this first-level curse tool named Yining. However, what he didn't expect was that Gojo Shuni would appear here and show such dissatisfaction with Gojo Ming. I won't let Shuni serve as your bodyguard from now on. The old man made his decision. Listen to the master. Gojo Satoru's face showed the same indifferent expression as Gojo Neru's. If the head of the family didn't punish Gojo instantly, he might take it upon himself to save his brother. How could he, Gojo Satoru's younger brother, be a loser? In the forge house, Gojo Shuni was scolded by Gojo Ming, and his expression was very ugly. He wanted to refute, but couldn't find a reason to refute, so he could only shift the blame to Gojo Juya. Master Wu's future will naturally be decided by himself. But am I wrong? Does Gojo Juya really have the talent to teach apprentices? You just said that this weapon was the cursed tool forged by you. Haha, you can't even tell the difference between a cursed tool and an ordinary weapon? I think Gojo Juya must have lost his sight. Gojo Shuni directly started to attack Gojo Juya with words. All of this made Gojo Ming's expression become colder and colder. Who told you that this weapon does not belong to Cursed Tool? Gojo Ming laughed and said coldly, I discovered myself. This weapon doesn't have any magic power at all. How could it be a cursed tool? I can't feel the existence of any magic power or magic spells on this weapon. Gojo Shuichi retorted confidently. However, what surprised him was that his confidence did not impress Gojo Ming, but instead made Gojo Ming laugh directly. Then, he saw Gojo Ming shaking his head contemptuously, with an expression that said he had seen too little. After you have seen Zenin's special curse tool, come talk to me again. If you don't understand anything, dare to use your common sense to challenge my expertise. Gojo Ming stretched out his right hand. Give me the thing. Let's have a test. I remember that Uncle Shun, your cursed tool, is also a katana. Let's have a test to see if my weapon is actually a cursed tool. Gojo Ming's calm expression made Gojo instantly feel that something was wrong. He didn't know why Gojo Ming had such confidence. Could it be that the katana in his hand is really the cursed tool? However, what can Gojo Ming do even if he gets this cursed tool? Does Gojo Ming have a magic power to use the cursed tool? Gojo Shuni really wanted to follow Gojo Ming's words and teach Gojo Ming a lesson through the competition, but he still did not dare to take action against a direct descendant of the family like Gojo Ming. It's okay. Uncle Shun, let's make a bet. Let Master Zhuyi be the witness. If the cursed tool I forged is more powerful than yours, then you have to stand down and apologize to Master Zhuyi. The next time you see Master Zhuyi, you must stay away. As for me, if I lose, I will never take the initiative to contact Satoru in the future. How's it going? Aren't you always worried about the twins' curse? If I don't come into contact with Satoru, you should be able to relax a lot, right? The corners of Gojo Ming's mouth raised slightly, and a playful smile appeared on his face. Gojo Zhuyi's face changed when he heard such a bet. Although he had been giving Gojo Ming chicken soup to make him think about not competing with Gojo Satoru, he did not want Gojo Ming to alienate his relationship with Gojo Satoru. Moreover, the weight of these two bets is a bit too unequal, right? Gojo Zhuyi just wanted to stop him, but was interrupted by Gojo Ming's firm eyes. Master Zhuyi, you just need to be a good witness. How about it? Uncle Shun, are you scared? Gojo Ming raised his head and looked at Gojo Shuni, who was much taller than him. The contempt on his face made Gojo Shuni furious. For the Gojo family, for Master Wu to grow better. Today, even if I offend a direct descendant of the family, I am willing to accept the corresponding punishment. Okay, I promise you, Master Ming. Gojo immediately gritted his teeth and agreed to Gojo Ming's bet. He wanted Gojo Ming to see what a real curse tool is. He touched his old friend, Xian Ming, on his waist, feeling full of confidence in winning. Gojo Ming, how could a person with no magic power defeat him in the cursed tool competition? Outside the house, Gojo Satoru's expression changed when he heard the content of the bet, and he was about to rush in to stop it. However, his movement was directly blocked by the old man on the side. Satoru, wait a moment. My lord, I do not recognize this bet. Gojo Satoru's face was full of confusion. He didn't know why the old man wanted to stop him. If this bet was really established, according to Gojo Ming's character, he would really fulfill the bet. Don't be anxious. Satoru, many times your personality is still a little too impatient. The old man narrowed his eyes slightly and kept his gaze on Gojo Ming in the forge. You and Ming are indeed twins, with complementary personalities. Ming is too calm and steady about many things, while you're too out of the box and impatient. I'm afraid this is really destiny. Woo, don't worry. Do you think with a character like Ming's, he would propose a bet that is bound to lose? Although Zhuyi is very important to Gojo Ming. However, as the elder brother, you are equally important to Ming. Let's calm down and see how things develop. I'm very curious. A trace of expectation appeared on the old man's face. He was very curious about what kind of shocking things this descendant, who he had not paid attention to for a long time and had been focusing on forging the curse tool, could do. Is it true, as Gojo Zhuyi said, that Gojo Ming was able to create cursed tool at the age of 6? If this is really the case, Gojo Ming can even be said to have another kind of talent. Unlike many ordinary jujutsu masters, the old man, as the head of the Gojo family, often looks at people and things differently. Ordinary jujutsu masters think that curse tool is just an auxiliary to the jujutsu master, just the icing on the cake. However, he doesn't think so. In the eyes of the old man, jujutsu master plus cursed tool is the most complete and true jujutsu master. As there is a Huxia saying that goes well, a gentleman is born without being different, and he is good at pretending to be good at things. A qualified jujutsu master must learn to make good use of the cursed tool. This is the fundamental reason why the old man always values Gojo Juye. If the huge Gojo family does not have a cursed tool master as its support, then the sorcerer family's heritage will be completely lost. Now, seeing how disrespectful Gojo Shuni was to Gojo Takui, the old man also realized that many things had gone off the track without his attention. Perhaps I really should make some changes to the entire family. As for the future direction of the family, this kind of big change can only be left to Gojo Satoru and Gojo Neru. The two Six-Eyes children should have the courage to make the entire Gojo family stand up again. He is just a conservative dog now. He first helps Satoru and Ming repair the big ship named Gojo so that the ship can dock smoothly. As for whether Gojo Satoru and Gojo Neru will completely renovate the ship or destroy it and rebuild it, it has nothing to do with him. Compared with the old man's complex thoughts, Gojo Satoru's emotions were much simpler. If Ming really loses, then I will definitely interrupt this bet. Gojo Satoru's pair of blue eyes stared intently at everything happening in the forge, not daring to be careless in the slightest. Master Ming, tell me, how are you going to compete? Gojo looked at Gojo Ming seriously. In his opinion, he had the advantage in this competition. He possesses the strength of a second-level Jujutsu master, while Gojo Neru is just an ordinary person with no magical power. The cursed tool in his hand is a second-level curse tool, which is also the proud work of Gojo Juye. The forging master in front of him, and Gojo Ming's weapon cannot see the cursed tool at all. Even if Gojo Ming's weapon is a cursed tool, how can the apprentice's curse tool defeat the master's curse tool? Moreover, Gojo Juye also said that this curse tool was forged by Gojo Ming for the first time. With so many factors added up, he really couldn't imagine how he should lose. Even he himself felt that this bet was too unfair to Gojo Ming. Next, as long as Gojo Ming puts forward a reasonable bet request, he is ready to accept it. Of course, the premise is that it must be reasonable. As he spoke, Gojo Shinichi threw the Sodi Shiryuki in his hand back to Gojo Neru. Since it's a cursed tool competition, I can't bully you. During the whole process, I won't use any magic power. I will just use the magic power and spells in the cursed tool to compare with you. Gojo's request showed his arrogance. After all, he was about to face a 6-year-old child. It was psychologically difficult for him to bully a young child. When Gojo Ming heard this, he didn't particularly refuse. This kind of thing was beneficial to his bet, so it was naturally better for him. At this moment, he had no energy to pay attention to Gojo Shinichi. All his attention was drawn to the Zanpakutō in his hand. Previously, because the Zanpakutō was wrapped in a strip of cloth, Gojo Ming never saw Sodi Shiryuki's true appearance. After Sodi Shiryuki acquired it, Gojo Ming's face showed the same expression as Gojo Takui before. Is this Sodi no Shiryuki? Why does it look so ordinary? Isn't it said that it is said to be the most beautiful Zanpakutō in Soul Society? Gojo Ming's eyes widened instantly. This result was not what he expected. If this weapon was not Sodi Shiryuki, then I would have lost a lot of money on this bet. What appeared in front of Gojo Ming's eyes was an ordinary tachi with an octagonal blade and a nearly rectangular shape. There were flame-like patterns on both sides of the long side and magatama-like patterns on the short side. There are curved slits above and below the blade, and a series of curved reliefs on both sides of the blade. The handle of the knife is brownish red. It has a completely different appearance from the Sodi Shiryuki in Gojo Neru's memory. Just looking at it this way, it is completely impossible to tell that it is Sodi Shiryuki from the Shinigami world. In this cursed tool bet, he originally relied on Zanpakutō Sodi Shiryuki. If Sodi Shiryuki can't play his role, then his bet this time will definitely be lost. Gojo Ming focused his whole attention on the Zanpakutō's body, and at the same time, the system's voice finally sounded. Detect that the host has successfully bound the Zanpakutō Sodi Shiryuki in a shallow fighting state. Please follow the system prompts to explore the original and swastika versions of the Zanpakutō. Tip 1. The shape, state, and ability of the Zanpakutō are based on the soul of the god of death himself. The Shinigami gains power by knowing the name of the Zanpakutō given to him and by having spiritual conversations with it. Tip 2. Each knife has its own name. During battle, the god of death can call the name of his knife to liberate himself and release more powerful power to fight. Tip 3. If the Shinigami knows the true name of his Zanpakutō, he can call the true name to release the true form and power of the Zanpakutō. Tip 4. The swastika is the second stage of liberation of the Zanpakutō, which is the final liberation after the first stage of liberation of the Zanpakutō. The prerequisite for swastika is that the Zanpakutō's body can be materialized and surrendered. Through systematic explanations and explanations, Gojo Ming finally realized Sodi Shiryuki's current situation. Turns out this is just a shallow fight. It seems that every Zanpakutō forged in the future will enter a state of shallow attack at the beginning. Then, it will be initiated by knowing the true name of the Zanpakutō, and it will be swastika by surrendering to the Zanpakutō. Fortunately, I have understood the system of the Shinigami, and I know the corresponding information for each Zanpakutō of the Shinigami. Otherwise, I was temporarily asked to ask for the name of the Zanpakutō. After asking, Daylily will be confused. It's cold. Gojo Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Sodi Shiryuki, next, we need to fight the world together. Gojo Ming softly called the Zanpakutō's name and slowly pulled Sodi Shiryuki out of the cloth. His actions worried Gojo Takui on the side, made Gojo on the opposite side chuckle for a moment, and also made Gojo Satoru, who was watching from the outside, nervous. Satoru, are you nervous? The old man felt Gojo Satoru's emotions and asked with a smile. For him, this was the first time he saw Gojo Satoru being nervous. This was extremely rare for Gojo Satoru, who had an out-of-the-box personality. It turns out that Gojo Satoru is not incapable of being nervous, but only produces nervousness for specific people. The old man shook his head, reached out and touched Gojo Satoru's head again, and comforted him in a deep voice. Ming is having a conversation with his cursed tool. Relax, I can feel the difference in that cursed tool. Satoru, please keep your faith in Neru. If nothing else happens, the cursed tool in Neru's hand should be even more powerful. Gojo Satoru nodded slightly, still staring at Gojo Ming, and the decision he had made in his heart remained unchanged. If an accident occurs, he will also become the accident of this bet. Sodi Shiryuki? That's a really good name. Because he had watched the entire forging process of Sodi Shiryuki, Gojo was very satisfied with the name. Such an elegant and beautiful name fit perfectly with the pure white prop that appeared during the forging. The name Gojo Ming said also allowed Gojo Juye to confirm that the knife he saw before was not an illusion. Sodi Shiryuki? For an ordinary weapon, no matter how nice the name is, what can it do? Gojo Shinichi is very disdainful of this name. He has always regarded Cursed Tool as a prop. Why should he take the name of a prop so seriously? Whether it's Gojo Neru Sodi Shiryuki or the Minami in my own hand, it's just a nickname. Let's start. Uncle Shun, you can also take out your Cursed Tool. Gojo Naruto raised his hand to strike, and his 6-year-old body held an adult's katana, which looked so disharmonious. Master Ming, this is my Cursed Tool, Xing Ming. Gojo instantly drew out his katana Chime from his waist and raised his hand. Master Ming, you attack and I defend. I will let you see the true power of Su Ming's Cursed Tool. Chong Chong Chong. The two samurai swords collided continuously. Gojo Ming swung a shallow strike and repeatedly slashed at Gojo Shinichi. Gojo Shinichi, on the other hand, was holding his Ming Ming, constantly blocking Gojo Ming's attacks. The two people have completely different experiences in kendo skills. Although both of them hold samurai swords, Gojo Ming's skills in kendo are basically zero, while Gojo Shinichi is a kendo master who can be ranked among the entire Gojo family. It is precisely because of such a name that Gojo Shinichi has the confidence to ignore Gojo Ming. However, Gojo Shinichi did not use his kendo experience to bully Gojo Ming. After all, the person in front of me is still just a 6-year-old child. Although he was extremely disgusted with him in his heart, His status as a master of swordsmanship made him unwilling to take the initiative at all. However, the strength of the weapon in Gojo Neru's hand is really extraordinary. You can actually fight against my Ming without breaking the blade? Could it be that this weapon is really the cursed tool? Gojo Shuni had some doubts. If it were an ordinary weapon, the blade would have curled up long ago during this simple duel. This katana, named Sodi Shiryuki, has not changed at all. However, Gojo Shuni cannot feel the magic power from it, which is not very consistent with the characteristics of Cursed Tool. He frowned and observed Gojo Ming and Sodi Shiryuki, the doubts on his face getting heavier and heavier. On the other hand, Gojo Ming's heart was full of surprises. The host is receiving the teachings of the Kendo Master, Kendo Experience plus 10. The host is receiving the teachings of the Kendo Master, Kendo Experience plus 10. The host is receiving the teachings of the Kendo Master, Kendo Experience plus 10. With every swing and slash, Gojo Ming was able to gain corresponding Kendo experience from Gojo Shuni. This is an unexpected surprise for Gojo Ming. Unexpectedly, this annoying guy can actually bring him Kendo experience. Doesn't this mean that the longer he fights with him, the more Kendo he will gain from Gojo Shuni? Originally, Gojo Neru was planning to start the Kaikai as soon as possible, so that Gojo could see the true strength of Zanpakutō Sodi Shiryuki directly. Now, after discovering that what can be harvested, he has changed his mind. You must make the best use of everything, and you must squeeze Gojo to the extreme. Thinking of this, Gojo Ming not only continued to increase the speed of slashing, but also began to taunt. Uncle Shun, is this your curse tool? Can you slash me 100 times and make my Sodi Shiryuki curl up? So, don't you still admit that my Sodi Shiryuki is curse tool? Gojo Ming's childish voice deliberately created a kind of innocence, forcing Gojo Shuni to continue to resist his attacks. Curse tool? At most, it's just that the material you use for forging is relatively strong. This doesn't prove anything. Wait until you actually slash 100 swords before you speak. Gojo showed disdain for a moment. He still didn't believe Sodi Shiryuki was Curse Tool. Moreover, he didn't even think that Gojo Neru, as a 6-year-old child, could wield an adult katana up to 100 times. There's no way a child's physical strength can sustain it for such a long time. And all this was just as Gojo Shinichi expected. When Gojo Ming slashed 30 times, his strength had become much weaker. After all, not long ago, he used all his strength to forge this Sodi Shiryuki. Now, it is indeed very difficult for him to slash it 100 times. Even if he is a carrier of heavenly restriction, he cannot ignore the restrictions imposed on him by his age. 31 knives, 32 knives, 33 knives. Gojo Ming's hands were already sore, but every prompt from the system gave him great motivation. He also knows that this kind of opportunity is absolutely rare. When he wins this bet, Gojo Shinichi may not be so obedient as a sparring partner for him. 40 knives, 41 knives. In the last few minutes, Gojo Ming struck out with 43 strikes, receiving 43 prompts from the system, and gained a total of 430 Kendo experience points. Watching the experience value on the system panel increase from 0% to 1%, Gojo Ming's heart ached and felt happy. When his swordsmanship experience reaches the full level, he can open the promotion channel for free. Among the 4 basic skills of Jean Fist and Jean Gue, currently it seems that Baida is the most suitable for my body. Heavenly restriction will bring great strengthening to the body. When there is no curse tool around, the only thing Gojo Ming can use is this body, and hitting in vain is undoubtedly the best attack method. Therefore, for Gojo Ming, he must improve his Kendo experience as soon as possible and quickly learn the skills of fighting for nothing. At this moment, facing Gojo Ming's powerless attack, Gojo Shuni's patience has reached its limit. When Gojo Ming swung the 43rd sword, Gojo Shinichi had clearly felt that Gojo Ming was exhausted. After more than 40 sword fights, there was still no curl blade. Gojo Shuni was a little shocked in his heart. If this Sodi Shiryuki was really forged by Gojo Ming, then the level of forging is really a bit exaggerated. However, he still doesn't think Sodi Shiryuki is Curse Tool. Master Ming, you've had enough trouble. Next, I won't play this fencing game with you anymore. Let me show you what Curse Tool is. Gojo suddenly felt that he had enough respect for the identity of the direct descendants of the Gojo family, and he did not want to waste his time anymore. Gojo suddenly used his strength to deflect Gojo Ming's attack, and the curse power began to pour into the cursed tool in his hand. Xing Ming harassed the enemy. With the influx of spell power, countless cicada cries rang out of thin air throughout the forging house. Xiao means cicada. The chirping of cicadas is the chirping of cicadas. The function of Gojo Shinichi's curse tool is to interfere with the enemies through the instantaneous chirping sound, and at the same time, it can wield an air blade as thin as a cicada's wing. This is his cursed tool, the second-level curse tool, Xing Ming. Ming, be careful and concentrate. As the forger of Femming, Gojo Zhuya naturally knows the power of Femming very well. He knew that Gojo Shinichi would not hurt Gojo Ming with the air blade, but if his will was suddenly affected by the cicada's chirping, Gojo Ming would not feel well either. Gojo Zhuya has already noticed that Gojo Shuni is ready to directly use the cicada chirp to make Gojo Ming give up the fight. From his perspective, as a witness, everything seemed to be a foregone conclusion. He originally thought that Gojo Ming's Sodi Shiryuki could really bring Gojo Ming a trump card, but what he didn't expect was that Sodi Shiryuki only had no strength. Others may be shocked that Sodi Shiryuki can fight with Su Ming for more than 40 swords without curling the blade, but Gojo Zhuya does not find it unusual. After all, this Sodi Shiryuki has a first-level curse tool integrated into its interior. Could it be that Gojo Ming is really going to fail? Outside the house, Gojo Satoru's spell power is already flowing on his body, and he is ready to stop this gamble. Like Gojo Taki, he also believed that Gojo Ming was at a disadvantage at this time. The katana named Sodi Shiryuki could not help Gojo Ming withstand Gojo Shuni's cicada attack. However, just like before, Gojo Satoru was once again stopped by the old man beside him. "Sir, what are you planning to do?" Gojo Satoru's face was already full of dissatisfaction, and he even began to doubt the family owner's intentions. Did the family owner really want to see Gojo Ming fail, and then stop Gojo Ming from actively contacting him? Seeing that Gojo Satoru was so excited, the old man shook his head helplessly. Logically speaking, you and Zhuyi should be the people who know Ming best, right? Why are you feeling more impatient than an old man like me? Didn't you see Ming's expression? Do you think Ming with this expression was forced into a desperate situation? The old man pointed at Gojo Ming, who was holding Shiryuki in his sleeve with a playful smile on his face. Gojo Satoru frowned, looked at Gojo Ming's face, and froze. At this moment, there was no panic on Gojo Ming's face, but an extremely confident smile. What's happening here? Could it be that Ming has other trump cards in his hand at this time? Could it be that this sleeve by Shui has other functions? If this is really the case, why did Neru and Shun pair fight so many times? What's the point? There is no doubt that both Gojo Satoru and Gojo Taki were led astray by Gojo Ming's meaningless 43 swords. Without a system, they naturally don't know what kind of benefits Gojo Ming's previous 43 swords brought him. This time, Gojo Satoru chose to believe Gojo Ming. He also really wanted to know what the stage prepared by his younger brother was like. He hopes that Gojo Ming can show the ability to convince Gojo Shuni. He knew that his brother would not be useless. Feeling the magic power and magic flowing from Gojo Ming's blade, Gojo Ming felt a little regretful in his heart. It seems that the wool can only go so far. Gojo Ming shook his head, gathered his thoughts, raised his right hand to strike lightly, raised it to eye level, and shouted loudly, "Ling Wu, Xiu Bai Xua." As the Zanpakutō began to chant, the pattern of the shallow blow in Gojo Ming's hand began to change. The blade, guard, and handle all turned pure white in an instant. The blade also changed from square to oval, with 6 hollows appearing. A mysterious pattern appeared on the front end of the knife handle, and a white ribbon appeared out of thin air at the end connection. Everyone at the scene was shocked. What happened? I didn't blink. How could it be? Can the appearance of Cursed Tool still change? Why did the Cursed Tool change its form directly after Gojo Ming said those words? Seeing Sodi Shiryuki's true appearance revealed with his own eyes, how could Gojo Shinichi still be firm in his previous opinions? This is definitely not an ordinary samurai sword. This is really like what Gojo Juiet said. It is really a Cursed Tool. There is such a magical Cursed Tool. Unexpectedly, Neru's talent is actually reflected in Cursed Tool forging. Sodi Shiryuki? This kind of changing form of Cursed Tool will probably directly subvert the pattern of the Cursed Tool industry, right? The old man's eyes were shining brightly as he stared at the Zanpakutō in Gojo Ming's hand, feeling very excited. He seemed to have seen Gojo Ming's future and saw that Gojo Ming was walking a completely different path. So beautiful. The real appearance of this sleeved snow is so beautiful. It matches a Ming's appearance perfectly and perfectly fits a Ming's temperament. Is this the Cursed Tool forged by a Ming? Sure enough, a Ming will not let me down. Gojo Satoru's eyes flashed with joy. Regardless of the strength of Sodi Shiryuki, Gojo Ming's ability to forge the Cursed Tool at this age has completely exceeded the boundaries of ordinary people. He has the strongest jujutsu talent, and a Ming has the strongest blacksmithing talent. Gojo Satoru believes that the two brothers will become the strongest combination in the entire jujutsu world. Sodi Shiryuki's appearance matches well with Gojo Neru's. Of course, it also matches my appearance. As expected. Sure enough, this Cursed Tool really looks like this. I saw it correctly before. Gojo Juiet's face was full of excitement. Sure enough, it was because he used it the wrong way, so he couldn't transform the katana into such a pure white appearance. The temperament of this knife is too sharp. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, it would be hard to believe that this knife was made by a 6-year-old child. Is this powerful frost power curse? A Ming can actually use magic power? Could it be said that heavenly restriction has been lifted? Gojo Juiet's eyes were fixed on Gojo Ming's body, and he had realized that this Sodi Shiryuki was definitely not only strong enough. There is an unusual technique hidden in this knife. This is the judgment of a Cursed Tool master, and it is also the result of his close observation. Master Ming, so what if you can forge the Cursed Tool? Is your Sodi Shiryuki stronger than my Xingming? The water in Cursed Tool is very deep. Master Ming, feeling the energy revealed in Sodi Shiryuki, Gojo Shuni didn't know what it was, but he still classified it as a magical power. At this moment, he still had confidence. He felt that Gojo's chirping could not stop the interference of the cicada chirping. With the mental strength of Gojo Ming as a 6-year-old child, he would soon be unable to support himself in front of Xingming. Really, Uncle Shun, I think that as a Cursed Tool master, I should know more about the Cursed Tool industry than you. Gojo Ming raised his eyebrows slightly and waved Sodi Shiryuki with his right hand, placing it against his skin. The coldness of the frost instantly dispelled the sleepiness in his mind. At this moment, the noisy chirping of cicadas was completely isolated by the chill of Sodi Shiryuki. Xingming's Cursed Tool is very strong, but I'm sorry, my Sodi Shiryuki is even more powerful. Gojo Ming continued to chant, the first dance Webai. With a wave of Sodi Shiryuki in his hand, Gojo Ming drew a circle on the ground with the tip of Sodi Shiryuki. The next second, everyone at the scene felt a chill spreading on the ground. This is Gojo Satoru, who is extremely sensitive to the power of magic, changed his face slightly. He could feel that this power did not belong to the power of magic, but the way it circulated was exactly the same as magic power. Moreover, this move called First Dance Moon White is very similar to the technique. A Ming is unable to control the spells, so through forging, Cursed Tool has the unique spell power and spells of Cursed Tool. Gojo Satoru could only think of this explanation. At the same time, the expressions of Gojo Shuni and Gojo Juiet in the forge had completely changed. Being inside the house, Their experience of the dance of the first moon white was even more profound. Being in the circle drawn by the white moon, they felt the chill getting worse and worse, as if the blood in their bodies would be drained in the next second. Frozen. Is this a cursed tool used by a person without cursing power? Gojo Shinichi was completely shocked by Sodi Shiryuki's move. If a person without cursing power can release spells by using the curse tool, doesn't it mean that the gap between jujutsu masters and ordinary people will be greatly shortened? Gojo Ming, is he such a terrible person? Will such a person, forging such a cursed tool, change the entire jujutsu world? The scorpion in Gojo's hand has begun to tremble silently. Cicadas can only sing in summer. In the face of this overwhelming winter atmosphere, curse tool Xing Ming can only retreat into silence. Careful! Gojo Satoru and the old man outside the house rushed into the forging house at the same time and used unlimited spells to protect Gojo Shuni and Gojo Takui. The next second, a huge snowfall spewed out from the circle on the ground, directly lifting the entire roof off. The originally blazing stove was completely frozen by the power of the white frost. At this moment, the entire Gojo family was in shock. The expressions of all the jujutsu masters changed the moment they saw this towering snowfall appearing within the family. What happened? Why did such a powerful magic technique break out within the family? Could it be that someone attacked the Gojo family? All the jujutsu masters immediately put down their work and rushed towards the forge. In the entire Gojo family, the only person worthy of assassination by outsiders is Gojo Satoru, who possesses 6 eyes. The future of the family must not be harmed. Every jujutsu master of the Gojo family adheres to this idea and moves quickly within the family. At this moment, inside the forge house, Gojo Neru held Sodi Shiryuki in his hand and had a new understanding of the power of the Zanpakutō. 6 years after his birth, he finally had a trump card. So what if there are no spells and spells? He has a Zanpakutō, but now it is just a Sodi Shiryuki. When he later forges more Zanpakutō, he will forge Hanaten Kwangu, Pisces Ri, Kyokusujetsu, Ryukin Wako. Then he can use the abilities of multiple Zanpakutō at the same time. A Zanpakutō is equivalent to a jujutsu master in this world. Don't you think I'm useless and have no magic power? When I become an army by myself in the future, I may not necessarily need the support of the Gojo family. Gojo Neru chuckled lightly and raised Sodi Shiryuki in front of him. Sure enough, you are the most beautiful Zanpakutō. Sodi no Shiryuki. This time, in this world, there is no Rukia Kachiki as your master. In the future, please obey my orders and fight with me. Gojo Neru looked at the white-haired boy reflected in Sodi Shiryuki's blade, and a raging fire burned in his ordinary heart. In the future, I will not be a bystander. King of Curses, Ryman Sukuna. In the future, let me see the power that can cut the Gojo family in half. Within the no lower limit technique, Gojo Shuni and Gojo Takui fell into silence as they looked at Gojo Ming with snow on his sleeves. At this moment, Gojo Shuni has fully realized that he has really lost. The Sodi Shiryuki in Gojo Ming's hand completely surpassed his Ming Ming. This intensity of cursed tool has completely subverted his imagination. Master of the family. Master Wu, are you okay? Because of the appearance of Hatsumai Uebai, jujutsu masters appeared one after another around the forge house. Seeing Gojo Satoru unleashing the unlimited technique, they all showed vigilance, looking around for the enemy who unleashed such an attack. However, they could not see any enemies. They only saw Gojo Ming standing on the ground holding a white katana. What happened? All the subsequent jujutsu masters looked puzzled, and it seemed that there were no other traces of battle at the scene. Could it be that a killer attacked Gojo's house? As if he was aware that more and more jujutsu masters were gathering here, a trace of doubt flashed in the old man's eyes, and finally he said directly, "There was a problem just now when Masters Ryi forged the cursed tool. It's not a big deal. You can disperse. Don't let other people come here again. There was a change in the forging house just now, and you will be in corresponding danger when you come here." The old man's words were sonorous and powerful, but they were not very convincing. Everyone who arrived at the scene realized that the old man was hiding something. If it is really Gojo Satoru who is forging some cursed tool, why, at this moment, is Master Gojo Ming standing on the ground, but Master Gojo Satoru is protected by Master Wu? Did something happen to Mr. Gojo Ming? Could it be that Gojo Ming is not the good-for-nothing twin in the rumors? Could it be that he also possesses spells and spells? Such an idea appeared in everyone's mind, but then they lowered their heads and did not dare to think too much. In the Gojo family, the words of the head of the family and the deputy are unquestionable. Since the head of the family believes that this kind of thing cannot be spread casually, they can only keep everything they saw today in their hearts. Under the old man's order, the arriving jujutsu divisions began to evacuate the forge house one after another, and at the same time began to intercept the jujutsu divisions that continued to come. Within a few hundred meters of the entire forging house, only Gojo Ming and others were left. The old man and Gojo Satoru fell from the sky. Gojo Satoru unlocked the unlimited technique and released Gojo Shuni and Gojo Takui. Neru, is this Sodi Shiryuki the cursed tool forged by you? Gojo Satoru looked curious and came directly to Gojo Neru's side. He realized that although the two of them had been together for 6 years, he didn't seem to know his brother very well. He has always felt guilty for what he did to Gojo Ming when he was still in his mother's womb. And he wants to help Gojo Ming regain his magic power so that he can also become a jujutsu master. However, at this time, he was shocked to find that his younger brother's talent was not inferior to his own at all. Although he himself is not a jujutsu master, the cursed tool he forged is a jujutsu master. When Gojo Ming holds the Sodi Shiryuki in his hand, isn't it equivalent to a jujutsu master with the power of ice? Moreover, there is such a unique technique. Forget it. It was forged by a flash of inspiration, but instead of calling it cursed tool, I decided to call it Zanpakutō. Gojo Ming nodded slightly, and Sodi Shiryuki shook it slightly. During the swing, Sodi Shiryuki's white blade began to slowly fade and then turn into the previous shallow sword. Zanpakutō. Gojo Satoru could not understand the meaning of the name Gojo Neru, but he could clearly understand that Gojo Neru created a new genre in the world of cursed tool. It's really unimaginable. Since your Sodi Shiryuki can defeat Shuni's chiming, does this mean that Sodi Shiryuki is equivalent to the quality of a first-level curse tool? Gojo Satoru is constantly measuring Gojo Naruto's strength. He wants to know who is stronger between himself and Gojo Naruto, who is holding Sodi Shiryuki. Among them, one is the Jujutsu Master who possesses 6 eyes, and the other is the Cursed Tool Master who also possesses 6 eyes. Perhaps, in the eyes of others, Gojo Satoru is definitely better than Gojo Ming. However, in Gojo Satoru's own opinion, he who is not fully grown up at this time may not be able to take advantage of Sodi Shiryuki. I guess so. Gojo Ming couldn't give specific criteria for judging Zanpakutō. Sodi Shiryuki may not have any amazing achievements in Soul Society, but as the most beautiful one in Soul Society, it also has its own status. Such as Zanpakutō is equivalent to a first-level curse tool, which is not an exaggeration. In Gajinara's view, Sodi Shiryuki should be somewhere between a first-level curse tool and a special-level curse tool. After all, for Soul Society, the Zanpakutō is basically another life of the God of Death. Without the Zanpakutō, many people would not even be able to fight. Simply comparing Sodi no Shiryuki with level 1 curse tool is not fair to Sodi no Shiryuki. Thinking of this, the corners of Gojo Ming's mouth slightly raised, and he whispered to Gojo Satoru, "My Zanpakutō does not need to be classified according to the ratings of the Cursed Tool world. Every Zanpakutō I forge will be unique. Sodi Shiryuki is Sodi Shiryuki. Whether it is powerful or not depends entirely on the strength of its user." Gojo Neru patted Gojo Satoru's shoulder, inserted the sword in his hand into the sheath, and turned his attention to Gojo Shuni, who was aside. "Uncle Shun, I should be considered the winner of this bet, right?" Gojo's voice was calm, but it still attracted the attention of everyone else. As bystanders who had been there from the beginning, Both the old man and Gojo Satoru knew about Gojo Shinichi and Gojo Ming's bet. Facing Gojo Ming's inquiry, Gojo's expression turned ugly for a moment, but he did not deny it in any way. He looked at the funming in his hand, silently inserted it into his waist, and walked to Gojo Juye's side. Master Juye, I offended you today. Please forgive me for any inappropriateness. Gojo Shinichi knelt down directly on the cold ground, silently used the earth's seat, and apologized to Gojo Takui. From now on, whenever you are around, I will definitely stay away, as Master Ming said. The moment Gojo finished speaking, the ice and snow waterfall in the middle of the forge suddenly shattered, turned into streaks of frost power, and completely disappeared into the air. Gojo looked at Gojo for a moment, was silent for a moment, and shook his head. I don't need you to shy away from me. I just need you to show enough respect for Gojo Neru. He also has 6 eyes. He is Satoru's younger brother and a direct descendant of the Gojo family. This time, Gojo Juye completely exposed the Gemini Curse Party's views on Gojo Ming in front of the house owner. Before, if Gojo Ming was just an ordinary person without magic power, then he would make a bowl of chicken soup and let Gojo Ming live an honest life. After this incident, he has seen Gojo Ming's powerful talent. Under such circumstances, it would be truly unfair for Gojo Ming to just endure. Gojo Shuni also fell into silence, his eyes constantly wandering on Gojo Satoru and Gojo Ming. Under such comparison, he was shocked to find that the relationship between Gojo Ming and Gojo Satoru had always been very close, and the existence of curse had not affected the two brothers at all. Two identical children stand next to each other. If they were not deliberately distinguished, it would be impossible to tell who is Gojo Satoru and who is Gojo Ming. Do we take the wrong path from the beginning? Is our initial prejudice against Gojo Ming wrong? 6 Eyes is the savior of the Gojo family. Gojo Satoru is 6 Eyes. Gojo Ming is also 6 Eyes. How can mortals like them be qualified to judge whether 6 Eyes is true or false? At this moment, Gojo Shuichi had doubts about the theory of the twin curse faction. The twins of ordinary jujutsu master families are curse. But for the sacred 6 Eyes, will this still be curse? If it was really curse, why did 6 Eyes fall on 2 people? Gojo's eyes were fixed on Gojo Ming's body for a moment. It doesn't have a trace of curse power, but it is able to forge a magical cursed tool that is comparable to the strength of a jujutsu master. Perhaps, as Gojo Juye said, the future of the Gojo family not only lies with Satoru, but also with Gojo Ming. Gojo nodded in a flash, kneeled in front of Gojo Ming, sat down on the ground towards Gojo Ming, put his forehead on the ground, and said loudly, Master Ming, I was too arrogant. I once commented on the existence of 6 Eyes as a mortal, but I cared too much about the curse of Gemini. Now, I have seen your talent. You will definitely stand at the top of the jujutsu world with Master Wu in the future. I am willing to accept any punishment for my previous disrespect to you. Gojo Shuni has completed the transformation of consciousness. He once thought that after seeing Gojo Satoru's amazing jujutsu talent, he would no longer be surprised by anyone. No matter how talented that person is, there is no way he can match Gojo Satoru. But now, he realizes that he was wrong. In terms of jujutsu talent, Gojo Satoru is the most powerful, but in terms of other talents, Gojo Ming is equally amazing. Gojo Ming was very surprised to see Gojo's attitude change so completely in an instant. Originally, he thought that Gojo Shuni would be the first villain he would encounter in the Gojo family in the future, but he never thought that Gojo Shuni would choose to admit his mistakes so straightforwardly. This made Gojo Ming's previous ideas useless. And just when Gojo Ming was thinking about how to deal with Gojo Shinichi, Gojo Satoru beside him had already spoken. Shuni, your disrespect for Ming has seriously affected the entire family. I have decided to cancel your position as guard captain. Gojo Satoru's expression was very cold, showing no emotion at all to the captain who had been guarding him for several years. Gojo's expression froze for a moment, but he didn't make any objection. Let's do this, Shuni. I've seen everything that just happened. I think your character still needs to be tempered. In the future, you can guard the back door of Gojo's house. The old man on the side gave Gojo the final punishment in a flash. This is something he promised Gojo Satoru before, and it will definitely give Gojo Satoru a result. Yes, master. I am willing to accept this punishment. Gojo's mood suddenly became very low. In the eyes of others, letting a swordsman master serve as the guard of the Gojo family is too extravagant. This kind of person would not be supported by any family other than the big three sorcerer families. However, Gojo Shuni accepted the punishment decision of Gojo family head so directly without any complaints. Seeing this scene, Gojo Ming's expression changed. Master, I don't know if I can make a request. Listening to a voice that was much calmer than Gojo Satoru's, the old man turned his head to look at Gojo Ming. His eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the twins who had survived to this day because of his decision. Oh, Ming, what is your request? In the past 6 years, I have indeed neglected to pay attention to you, so that Shuni has been discriminating against you. Whatever you need, I can grant it to you. The old man's cloudy eyes were full of expectation. He wanted to know what kind of needs a child like Gojo Ming, who had basically never been met in his family, would put forward. From the moment Gojo Ming was born, he always had a feeling that Gojo Ming would be the one born to know. If this kind of thing happened in other families, Gojo Ming might be regarded as evil. However, it is not surprising that Gojo Ming was born in the Gojo family and possesses the sacred 6 eyes. He is a person who is born to know. Would you choose to observe the family's secret unlimited technique? Or will you choose a higher status in the family? The old man looked forward to Gojo Ming's needs. However, the next second, Gojo Ming's demand completely shocked the old man, and even Gojo Satoru and Gojo Takui opened their eyes subconsciously. Master, I want Uncle Shun to teach me the way of the sword. Huh? When Gojo heard these words, he subconsciously raised his head, his heart filled with shock. Doesn't Gojo Ming know his identity? He has said before that he is a member of the Gemini Curse faction. The old man also opened his mouth to clarify Gojo Shuni's identity. Ming, Shuni also represents another tribe that is hostile to you. Did you know? Gojo Ming nodded and shrugged. They are hostile to me. What does it have to do with me? The only thing I want is to learn the way of swordsmanship. As far as I know, Uncle Shun is the best in the family in swordsmanship. Is he enough to teach me? For Gojo Ming, it doesn't matter who teaches him, but the experience taught by a sword master like Gojo Shinichi will improve him even more. For him now, forging his Zanpakutō and improving his swordsmanship level are the 2 most important things of the moment. Zanpakutō, Gojo Narumarai's trump card when it comes to it. The level of Kendo involves unlocking the ability to follow up with White Fighter, Shunpa, and Kido, neither of which can be put down. Therefore, in the future, his energy and time will definitely be spent in the forging house. Instead of finding a teacher to teach you the art of swordsmanship, it would be better to just use a ready-made one. Anyway, the distance between the back gate of the family that Gojo is guarding and the forging house is very close, so he can gain experience in Kendo after being tired from forging. Why not? Gojo Neru's suggestion made both the old man and Gojo Satoru think deeply. After a moment, Gojo Satoru and the old man looked at each other and made a decision to agree. They don't know what Gojo Ming's true purpose is, but for a person who can forge the magical cursed tool at the age of 6, there is no need to reject such a small request. Moreover, in the eyes of the old man, he also thought that Gojo Ming forged Sodi Shiryuki, so he wanted to try to develop in Kendo. In this way, Gojo Shinichi, who was originally hostile to Gojo Ming, became Gojo Ming's nominal Kendo teacher and actual swordsmanship partner after going through this operation. After solving Gojo Shinichi's problem, the old man also revealed the reason why he brought Gojo Satoru here this time. Cursed tool, Yining. I hope this cursed tool can be used by Satoru. The old man made this request to Gojo Juya very straightforwardly. In his opinion, this cursed tool must be on Gojo Juya's body. However, what the old man did not expect was that after he made this request, Gojo Juya suddenly looked embarrassed. His eyes glanced at Gojo Ming from time to time, and the air suddenly fell into silence. After being glanced at by Gojo Juya 4 or 5 times, Gojo Ming finally couldn't bear it anymore. Master Zhuyi, isn't Yi Ning at your place? The master of the house has spoken, so he will give Yi Ning to him. Anyway, I will be able to forge other cursed tools in the future. Gojo Ming thought it was Gojo Zhuyi who was reluctant to part with his first-level curse tool, so he quickly urged him. The head of the Gojo family asked, how could a cursed tool master like Gojo Zhuyi refuse? Hearing Gojo Ming say this, Gojo Zhuyi's expression suddenly became more embarrassed. My lord, the Yi Ning is gone. What? No more? What do you mean, Zhuyi? The old man frowned, not understanding the meaning of Gojo Takuyi's words. Gojo Satoru, Gojo Ming, and Gojo Shuni also raised their heads at the same time and cast doubtful glances at Gojo Takuyi. Gojo Zhuyi found that Gojo Ming was so puzzled, and he also realized that Gojo Ming didn't even realize that Yi Ning was used when forging Sodi Shiryuki. He took a deep breath helplessly and described the process of Gojo Ming forging the cursed tool. Then, feeling everyone's eyes turning to him, Gojo Ming scratched his head in embarrassment. After working on it for a long time, it turned out that Yi Ning disappeared because of herself. After Gojo Zhuyi said this, Gojo Ming indeed recalled that when he was forging, he took out a cold material from the side. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be cursed tool Yi Ning. Using a first-level curse tool as a forging material is really a bit of a luxury for me. So, my lord, Yi Ning has transformed into Sodi Shiryuki at this time, so there is no way to leave it to Satoru. After listening to Gojo Zhuyi's explanation, the old man nodded helplessly. Although he was not able to help Gojo Satoru obtain a good weapon, the old man felt that it was a gain to understand the forging principle of Gojo Satoru's magical Zanpakutō. Next, he planned to let other curse tool masters try to see if they could forge a cursed tool like the Zanpakutō by using the finished curse tool as a material. Moreover, he also felt the brotherhood between Gojo Satoru and Gojo Ming, and he also believed that Gojo Ming would definitely prepare a cursed tool for Gojo Satoru that best suited him in the future. Children and grandchildren will have their own blessings. Let the younger generations handle these matters themselves. With the departure of the old man, Gojo Satoru's newly suppressed personality was suddenly released. Neru, I also want a Zanpakutō like this, understand? Gojo Satoru directly showed his dominance as an older brother. Although he also likes Sodi no Shiryuki's Zanpakutō. After all, this is the equipment that Gojo Ming relies on most for his current survival, and he cannot win over others' love no matter what. Upon hearing Gojo Satoru's request, Gojo Ming rolled his eyes. How can a Zanpakutō be so easy to forge? What the hell are you thinking about, Satoru? Gojo Satoru flashed to Gojo Neru's side in an instant, strangled Gojo Neru's neck with his right hand, and said reluctantly, I don't care if it's good or not, but I just want a Zanpakutō. Do you understand? I want a Zanpakutō with the same special abilities as your Sodi Shiryuki. Gojo Satoru, who was almost out of breath after being attacked by Gojo Satoru, quickly patted the arm holding his neck and begged loudly for mercy. Okay, I understand. I will forge it for you, but, Satoru, you must agree to one of my requirements. You can ask for it. Just say it quickly. Gojo Satoru let go of his arms and looked at Gojo Neru expectantly. Gojo took a long breath, twisted his neck, and said seriously, Satoru, I ask you to carry this Zanpakutō with you no matter how powerful you become in the future. Even if you become the strongest Jujutsu master in the future, you must carry it with you. Gojo Ming knew his brother's future. As the representative of the Gojo family, Gojo Satoru is definitely qualified to possess the special grade curse tool. However, in future battles, Gojo Satoru will basically fight the enemy with bare hands. There is no doubt that because he has become the strongest Jujutsu master in the world, many cursed tools are just a burden to Gojo Satoru. The enemies he needs to defeat using the curse tool probably don't exist yet. However, no one could have imagined that the most powerful Jujutsu master in the world would eventually be cut in half. In this life, he was reborn in this world and became Gojo Satoru's younger brother. Such a close blood relationship between the two makes it impossible for Gojo Ming to just sit back and watch Gojo Satoru go down the same old path. Therefore, he must correct Gojo Satoru's arrogance from an early age. He wants Gojo Satoru to never let go of his Zanpakutō, just like the god of death in Soul Society. Satoru, can you accept it? Seeing Gojo Neru's suddenly serious expression, the frivolous Gojo Satoru subconsciously stood up straight. He didn't know why Gojo Ming made such a strange request, but he could feel the deep concern from Gojo Ming's words. After thinking carefully for a moment, Gojo Satoru nodded. Ming, I can accept this request. However, I also have a precondition. If I am to carry this Zanpakutō all the time, then this sword must be cool enough and handsome enough. Gojo Satoru's request made Gojo Ming speechless. Sure enough, Gojo Satoru is still the same Gojo Satoru. No matter how old he is, he seems to be developing into the pretender in the future. Gojo let out a long sigh and nodded helplessly. Yes, I will definitely forge an extremely cool Zanpakutō for you. While agreeing to Gojo Satoru's request, Gojo Ming has already begun to think about which Zanpakutō is suitable for Gojo Satoru to use in Soul Society. When the world's strongest Jujutsu master possesses a powerful Zanpakutō, with such a combination, no matter how strong the future Raiman Sukuna is, they should be unable to defeat Gojo Satoru. Ming, you have to take care of yourself today. Gojo Jiryuki woke up Gojo Ming early in the morning, and then a team of servants came in and began to wash and dress Gojo Ming. What's going on? The sleepy Gojo Ming looked around in confusion, completely unaware of what day it was. Last night, he and Gojo Shuni stayed up late fencing and finally raised their proficiency in Kendo to 80%. Today, he was planning to raise his Kendo proficiency to the maximum level in one go and then start fighting for free. Why is it that someone is disturbing someone's dreams so early in the morning? I knew you had forgotten, didn't you? I reminded you a week ago that today is the day that the Zenin family and other sorcerer families come to visit. As direct descendants of the Gojo family, you and Satoru have to attend. You two are the real purpose of the Zenin family's visit this time. They just came to see the future of the Gojo family. Gojo Ming's little face was wiped with hot water by the servant, and he instantly came to his senses. Is today the day to meet Zenin? For this future Zenin who will be the enemy of Gojo Satoru, and at the same time, get the title of Sky and Tyrant, Gojo Ming has always had a little expectation in his heart. The carrier of heavenly restriction is an extremely lonely existence in this world. The two of them have never had a chance to meet each other. In this world, the only two losers without any magic power, today, in the Gojo family's mansion, they're finally going to meet. Zenin. Gojo Ming allowed himself to be manipulated by his servant, while thinking about how to connect with Zenin. Today I want to get to know this tyrant of heaven and earth, but I don't know if Zenin's mentality is normal at this time. It shouldn't be that twisted yet. After all, it will still be a long time before Zenin leaves the Zenin family. If possible, we still can't let Zenin and Satoru become rivals in the future. Although Satoru learned the reversal technique through the battle with Zenin Shirji, but the reversal method does not necessarily need to be killed by Zenin Shirji before he can understand it. If Zenin Jiji cut Satoru's throat, he had used Tenaboho, which could forcibly cancel the activation of the technique. Then Satoru might have really died in the hands of Zenin Jiji. Then, the world of Jujutsu Kaisen, I'm afraid the line will also change. Zenin will become a killer in the future, but at this time, the Zenin family and the Gojo family are not enemies yet. As long as both parties maintain a good relationship, Zenin may not be unable to become Satoru and his friend. The most important thing is that Zenin Shire has no sense of belonging to the Zenin family at all. If we can introduce a girl from the Gojo family to Zenin Shire might even become Gojo Shire in the future. Just like that, while thinking, Gojo Ming was taken out of the room by Gojo Jiryuki. Outside the forge house, Gojo Satoru was already waiting outside the door. Huh? Satoru, why didn't you go in? What are you waiting for outside? Gojo Ming looked confused. Looking at Gojo Satoru, who looked like a porcelain doll, he felt like, oh, they're only 6 years old now. Why should I go in? Should I go in and be manipulated by those women again? Gojo Satoru looked at Gojo Ming helplessly. Looking at Gojo Ming's blue kimono that was exactly the same as his own, a trace of sympathy flashed in his eyes. After Gojo Satoru said this, Gojo Ming suddenly recalled the fear of being controlled by those women just now. He is just a child, and he has to be manipulated, put on makeup, and groomed by these women. It was precisely because he could not resist at all that he emptied his mind and thought about so many things with Zenin. Satoru, your clothes are too cute. Gojo Ming calmed down and complained subconsciously. When Gojo Satoru heard this, he also directly retorted, "What do you think you are? We are exactly the same. Even our clothes are the same. If you say I'm pretending, aren't you the same way?" After saying this, the two people looked at each other and laughed. "Master Wu, Master Ming, we have to get there." Gojo Shuni came to Gojo Satoru and Gojo Naru holding an umbrella. Seeing the large black paper umbrella held by Gojo Shinichi, Gojo Ming realized that light snow was falling outside. On the other side, the main entrance of Gojo's house. A middle-aged man with a sinister face walked into Gojo's house with several people. The group of people were all wearing very formal kimonos with the same ethnic pattern embroidered on them. The visitors are all descendants of the Zenin family. Today, led by the family elder Zenin fan, they came specially to visit the Gojo family and greet the successor of Six Eyes. Seriously, I wonder if the two Six Eyes of Gojo's family are equally powerful. Two older young men followed Zenin fan casually. One of them had a scar on his face. He looked the oldest and had a somewhat ferocious appearance. The other person looked indifferent and showed no trace of spirit at all. "Junichi, so if you want to come here, you can just come by yourself, right? Why do you have to bring me with you? I'm not a jujutsu master. This time it should be an exchange between jujutsu master families. I'm just an ordinary person." Zenin really couldn't keep his spirits up. Although he was very curious about Gojo's Six Eyes, he was really not willing to come here to observe it. However, his own brother is also here, so running away like this is not a good idea. Behind Zenin Shure, another sinister-looking young man looked at Zenin Shure with eyes full of malice. Zenin Shinsuke, the most talented among the younger generation of the Zenin family, is currently only 8 years old and has become a third-level jujutsu master. This time, one of the purposes of Zenin fan leading the team to Gojo's house was to let the most talented person in the family see the Six Eyes of Gojo's house. However, this journey is destined to be unpleasant. Zenin Shinsuke is the staunchest, mantra-only believer in the Zenin family. For a peer like Zenin Jinji, who has no magic power, he feels from the bottom of his heart that Zenin Jinji is a scum that has tarnished the bloodline of the entire Zenin family. However, for Zenin Shure, Zenin Shinsuke's malice is not at all in his eyes. Regardless of Six Eyes or talent, for Zenin, it is just another life. At his current age, he has already felt the powerful physical body provided by heavenly restriction. If there really was a fight with Zenin Shinsuke, Zenin Shure was confident that he would be able to deal with this most talented person among the younger generation of the Zenin family within 10 minutes. Following the Gojo family's waiter into the main hall, Zenin found that a guest had already arrived before them. On one side of the main hall, a girl with a brown bun was sitting with no one around her, looking very lonely. However, this girl acted very calmly. She didn't care about other people's comments and just tasted the snacks on the table casually. On the other side of the girl, a young man was sitting alone behind table. He looked at the brown-haired girl from time to time, and then the two began to taste snacks at the same time. Strange character. After Zenin entered the main hall, he glanced at the strange duo on the side and ignored them. He went to find acquaintances from the Gojo family and began to learn about Six Eyes. Zenin, and Zenin Shinsuke each entered their own positions under the guidance of the waiter. The entire main hall was crowded with people. Rather than saying this was an exchange, it was more like a gathering between jujutsu master families. However, among the families present, the Zenin family and the Gojo family were the first, so to the outside world, it looked more like a meeting between the Gojo family and the Zenin family. The waiting time is unbearable, and Zenin felt very bored even 5 minutes after sitting down. After obtaining the waiter's consent, he temporarily left the hall to get some fresh air outside. I would like to ask, who are the young man and girl sitting across from us just now? It seems that they are also jujutsu masters, right? Zenin asked casually for information about other people in the hall. As a member of the Zenin family, you will also receive corresponding respect in the Gojo family. Moreover, because the information was not required to be kept confidential, the waiter followed Zenin's question and gave the answer. Today, Lord Yeri Inamitsu came to the mansion to perform a reversal technique treatment on the head of the family. This girl is the daughter of the Yeri family, named Yeri Shoko. The other young man is a distant relative of the Gojo family, Master Okatsu. I heard that he is currently traveling around Neon to improve his knowledge. This time, he also came here specifically to visit Gojo Satoru and Master Gojo Neru. Hearing the waiter's answer, Zenin nodded and lit a cigarette aside. Yeri and Okatsu. Zenin said that he didn't know much about these two families. He had heard of the Yeri family a little bit, and heard that they were famous for their inversion therapy. As for the Okatsu family, he had never heard of it. What did the Gojo family have this distant relative? Zenin thought for a while, then put these two names aside. At least, in his current view, everything about the Jujutsu Master has nothing to do with him. If he hadn't been dragged here by his own eldest brother, he really wouldn't want to attend this party. In this way, Zenin walked casually and slowly moved away from the main hall. Fine snow kept falling on Zenin's hair, and he didn't care at all. He looked very relaxed and lazy. The cigarette in his mouth has accumulated a lot of ash, but he has no intention of cleaning it. Just when Zenin was about to turn around and go back, he suddenly saw three figures appearing on another path. A tall middle-aged man was holding an umbrella, and under the umbrella were two identical white-haired children. These should be the two six eyes of Gojo's family. It's the first time I've seen them in person. They're still very young indeed. Zenin looked at the backs of Gojo Satoru and Gojo Ming, held the cigarette in his right hand, took a deep puff, and blew out a smoke ring. However, the next second, the two teenagers under the umbrella in the distance turned around at the same time, and two pairs of blue eyes looked at him at the same time. The cold taste in those eyes made Zenin's heart palpitate. Is this the eye of heaven? Even though I was standing behind them, they could easily spot me. Gojo's six eyes should not be underestimated. On the other side, Gojo Satoru and Gojo Ming saw Zenin in the distance, and their expressions changed slightly. Master Wu, Master Ming, what's wrong? Gojo stopped when he saw the two of them, and asked with confusion. He just followed the sight of the two people and looked into the distance, but didn't find anything strange. That person just made me feel a little threatened. Gojo Satoru frowned slightly. He could clearly feel that there was no magic flowing on the young man just now, but why could he feel threatened? Ever since he mastered the unlimited technique, he rarely had that threatening premonition. The person just now was not from the Gojo family. Looking at the decorations on the kimono, he came from the Zenin family. Is there such a powerful person in the Zenin family? Gojo Satoru had some doubts in his heart. Next to him, Gojo Ming, who was holding Sodi Shiryuki, shook his head helplessly. Unexpectedly, I was involved in the famous scene where Gojo Satoru and Zenin met for the first time. This feeling that was suddenly discovered by Gojo Satoru and himself will definitely be remembered by Zenin. The sight of the eye of the sky is indeed too buggy. In battle, it inherently has a huge advantage. Don't worry, Satoru. Maybe that person will become our friend in the future. I think there will be many opportunities for us to deal with this person in the future. Gojo Ming smiled and joked. This tyrant of heaven and earth is a major enemy of Gojo Satoru, and many people even think that Riko Tanuchi, one of Gojo Satoru's most likely CPs, died in the hands of Zenin. Zenin even had a grudge against Gojo Satoru for killing his wife. Of course, these are just some viewers' imaginations, but it has to be said that Zenin sure played an important role in Gojo Satoru's life. It can even be said that Gojo Satoru's future changes, Xia Yojia's final change, and the two's final parting ways all started from the astral assassination mission carried out by Zenin Shurer. Really? It seems that Ming, you have a good impression of that person. From the looks of it, you should also be attending this party. If there's a chance, let's go and get to know each other. Because of Gojo Neru's words, Gojo Satoru's original entanglement suddenly disappeared. Next, the two of them have to face the situation they least like to deal with. Family gathering. Seeing Gojo Shuni entering with Gojo Satoru and Gojo Ming, everyone shut their mouths and stopped talking. This party was so big that the Gojo family even sent out 2 Six Eyes for this event, which also showed that the Gojo family attached great importance to this party. Gojo Ming doesn't mind being the center of everyone's attention. However, at this time, the young Gojo Satoru is not yet the future king of pressure, and he will still be somewhat uncomfortable with this environment. Gojo Neru walked forward silently, shielding Gojo Satoru from other people's eyes. At the same time, his pair of pseudo Six Eyes were also searching the main hall for any familiar faces. Zenin Shuri. Oh, sitting there. Gojo Ming immediately found the location of the tyrant of heaven and earth. Obviously, this tyrant of heaven and earth currently does not have a very good relationship with other members of the family, even his brother Zenin. The two of them have nothing to say. Zenin fan. Oh, I didn't expect that the elder of the Zenin family leading the team this time would be the father of future Zenin Maki and Zenin Mai. This guy is not a good person. They're also twins. The experience between him and Satoru is much better than that of the Mai Maki sisters. Gojo Ming looked at the middle-aged man who was chatting happily with Gojo's twin curse faction, and his expression looked a little gloomy. It really made him feel that there seemed to be no normal people in this Zenin family, except Fushiguro Megumi. Well, why does this little girl look familiar? Does it look like Yeri Shoko from the future? Let me go. Shoko can even wear buns. This style is very different from his future appearance. If Shoko's current appearance is photographed and shown to her in the future, will it make her feel socially dead? For Shoko, who has always been relatively calm, Gojo Ming has always had some bad taste in his heart, always wanted to see how Yeri Shoko will look panicked in the future. Originally, Gojo Ming thought that Yeri Shoko and Gojo Satoru had known each other since they were in high school at least. Unexpectedly, Yeri Shoko appeared at this party. It seemed that the elders of the Yeri family were treating the head of the family this time, so little Shoko was left alone. If you have a chance later, take Satoru with you to get acquainted with Shoko. Shoko's talent in reversal techniques can be regarded as unique in the entire Jujutsu Kaisen world. If you establish a relationship in advance, if you really encounter any crisis in the future, you might be able to use Shoko's healing techniques. Hey, who is this young man next to Shoko? Why does it look familiar, but I can't remember who it is? It shouldn't be. If there are characters who appear in the main plot, I should be able to remember almost all of them. Gojo Ming's eyes kept focusing on this young man, and at the same time he kept searching for the pictures in his memory, but he couldn't find the place where this young man appeared. So, why do you think it looks familiar? Since he appears here, he must be someone related to the Jujutsu Master family, right? The Kamo family members among the big 3 sorcerer families? Probably not. The only person I'm familiar with from the Kamo family is the one who is good at red blood exercises. It's not the Kamo family. Is it someone related to Kyoto High School? It didn't seem to be the case. Portraits of Jujutsu masters appeared in Gojo Ming's mind. Finally, when he flipped through the pictures of the 4 special Jujutsu masters, he paused. The 4 great special Jujutsu masters, Okatsuyuta. Yes, the young man in front of him looks very similar to the future god of war, of pure love, Okatsuyuta. In fact, he is even the grown-up version of Okatsuyuta. In the current timeline, Okatsuyuta has not yet been born, so the identity of the person in front of him can be made clear. This man is Okatsuyuta's father. Gojo Neru raised his eyebrows slightly, his attention completely focused on Okatsuyuta's cheap dad. Today's party is really a crouching tiger, hidden dragon. The strongest 6 eyes Jujutsu master in the future, Gojo Satoru. The most physically powerful Jujutsu master killer in the future, the tyrant of heaven and earth, Zenin Shuri. Yeri Shoko, the future reversal technique master and the strongest nanny. And the future super Jujutsu master with the most powerful magic power, the father of Okatsuyuta. I should be able to stand on the same level as these people in the future, right? After all, this system is not just for free. While Gojo Ming was lost in thought, Gojo Satoru also followed Gojo Ming's gaze and swept over Zenin, Yuri Shoko, and Okatsu Yujito. He knew that his younger brother was definitely not an ordinary person, someone who could attract his attention, so naturally he had to pay more attention to him. One man and two women? This tall man seems to have been the one who peeped at us in the garden before. The other man has not been seen before, but the spell in his body seems to be very strong. This girl, looks quite cute. Is she the type A Ming likes? Gojo Satoru and Gojo Naruto are the protagonists of the entire party, and their every move will naturally attract the attention of those who come. If Gojo Naru's observation actions were ignored before, then Gojo Satoru's actions were noticed by the Gojo family's twin curse faction. Originally, this time, they were very dissatisfied with letting Gojo Ming attend this party. In their opinion, Gojo Satoru is 6 eyes and the true successor of the Eyes of the Sky, while Gojo Ming is just a pseudo 6 eyes and has no qualifications as a jujutsu master at all. However, what happened before caused Gojo of the Gemini Curse faction to change his stance instantly, which forced Gojo Xiongyan, the veteran of the Curse faction, to think more carefully. Therefore, at this gathering, the Curse faction did not prevent Gojo Ming from appearing. However, they will still try their best to eliminate Gojo Ming's influence on other jujutsu master families. Before, they were worried about how to distinguish Gojo Satoru and Gojo Naru at the party. Now, seeing Gojo Naru holding a katana in his hand, they were able to distinguish them accurately. Satoru, you look in good spirits today. Gojo Xiongyan, as the representative of the Gojo family at this gathering, was also responsible for organizing the entire gathering. His opening directly focused everyone's attention on Gojo Satoru. Gojo Satoru glanced at Gojo Xiongyan. He knew that there were curse faction and veteran faction within the family. For him, both factions were actually his supporters. The only difference between the two factions is that the curse faction is hostile to Gojo Ming and always believes that the twins are curse. The elders, on the other hand, completely followed the family leader's ideas. They were not hostile to Gojo Ming, but they did not pay attention to Gojo Ming either. What showed was a kind of indifference. However, because of the Zanpakutō incident that occurred a week ago, many members of the Elder Clan learned about the family leader's thoughts, and their attitude towards Gojo Ming changed. At the same time, during this period of time, they learned that the forge house exploded 4 times, and each time they thought the owner would severely punish Gojo Ming. The head of the house just said a word and repaired the forging house as quickly as possible. This kind of thing completely made them realize how much Gojo Ming valued the house owner at this time. Moreover, Gojo Shinichi, the mainstay of the Curse faction, has begun personally tutoring Gojo Ming Kendo. This kind of thing has subverted the imagination of many veteran factions. Therefore, from a week ago, many veterans already knew that Gojo was special. If Gojo Satoru and Gojo Naru are really talented, then there is no need to worry about the future of the Gojo family. This is the thinking of the veterans of the scene. However, they now have no say in this gathering and can only watch how Gojo Xiongyan prepares to host this Jujutsu Master family gathering. Because of Gojo Xiongyan's loud voice like a bear, Gojo Ming came out of his daze. He saw everyone's eyes focused on him and Gojo Satoru, and knew that the entire party was about to officially begin. Holding Sodi Shiryuki in his hand, he stepped back and gave the stage to Gojo Satoru. At this party, everyone came to see Gojo Satoru. As for himself, the pseudo 6 eyes, he was often just an addition. Under the introduction of Gojo Xiongyan, Gojo Satoru knew the names of the 3 people Gojo Ming was paying attention to. Yuri Shoko, Okatsu Traveler, Zenin. Gojo Satoru didn't know much about Yuri and Okatsu, but he still heard about the Zenin family, which is as famous as the Gojo family. The magic power escaping from the bodies of Yuri Shoko and Okatsu allowed Gojo Satoru to clearly feel their potential. It's not surprising that these 2 people will be noticed by Gojo Ming. But why is Zenin sure also attracted by Gojo Ming? Obviously, this Zenin is an ordinary person. Gojo Satoru didn't feel the slightest bit of spell power from Zenin. It's really strange. What do those words Ming said before mean? Why does Ming think he can become friends with Zenin? Just as Gojo Ming expected, Gojo Yin only introduced Gojo Satoru emphatically and just mentioned himself in one word. However, this has no impact on Gojo Ming. His ultimate purpose here is to get to know Zenin, Yuri Shoko, and Okatsu Yujito, which is a surprise. Therefore, after the party was free to move around, he immediately approached Zenin. Sure, Gojo Ming's name shocked Zenin. Gojo Six Eyes Kid. Zenin never expected that Gojo Ming would directly call him by his name, and he also distinguished Gojo Ming's identity from the katana held in Gojo Ming's hand. You kid, you actually know my name? Gojo, right? What's the problem? Zenin raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at Gojo Ming. Around Zenin, other members of the Zenin family also gathered around. They did not have the same senses as Zenin, so they did not remember the characteristics of Gojo's cry. After seeing Gojo Naruto appear, they mistakenly mistake Gojo Naruto for Gojo Satoru. Master Gojo, I suggest you not to have contact with this person. He is the carrier of heavenly restriction. He is a waste. He has no magic power at all. He is not worthy of being associated with a big man like you. Zenin Shinsuke on the side suddenly spoke and intervened in the conversation between Gojo Ming and Zenin Shirji. Gojo Ming frowned slightly at such an impolite move, a little curious about this person's identity. Moreover, why Zenin didn't even have the slightest intention to refute. Who are you? Why are you interrupting? Gojo Ming did not save any face for Zenin Shinsuke. The only one he cared about in the entire Zenin family was Zenin Shinji, and he ignored everyone else. Seeing that Gojo Ming didn't know who he was, Zenin Shinsuke's expression froze. In his opinion, as the most talented person among the younger generation of the Zenin family, how could Gojo Satoru not recognize him? Moreover, Gojo Yin also introduced himself just now. Why can the six eyes in front of him remember Zenin, but cannot remember his own name? A trace of anger appeared on Zenin Shinsuke's face. Master Gojo, I am Zenin Shinsuke, and I am the representative of the Zenin family this time. Out of family etiquette, Zenin kept his emotions calm and introduced himself again. Gojo Ming listened to the name and searched in his memory. Well, I really haven't heard of this name. In the original storyline, it didn't even have any sense of existence. This means that this person will either become mediocre in the future, or he may die young. Zenin Shinsuke, right? I really don't know him. Gojo Ming nodded to Zenin Shinsuke and turned his attention to Zenin Shiryu again. His time is also very limited, and he has no time to waste on irrelevant people. As the words fell, Gojo Ming stretched out his immature right hand towards Zenin. Zenin, I think you're very good. Make friends. Gojo Ming's disregard and differential treatment suddenly ignited Zenin Shinsuke's emotions. Zenin looked at Gojo Ming's little hand and felt a little overwhelmed. What's the situation? A 6-year-old child actually wants to be friends with me? Zenin touched his face, full of doubts in his heart. Is he very popular with children like this? Although he is not as ugly as she, his expression should be intimidating to strangers, right? This kind of thing was completely beyond his expectation. However, from Gojo Ming's point of view, he was going to hold hands with Zenin Shiryu first. As for the life of this tyrant of heaven and earth, it will be better for him to get involved this morning. As long as you become friends with Zenin, then there will be a topic for all subsequent exchanges. However, when Zenin was hesitant about how to respond to Gojo Ming, Zenin Shinsuke, who was ignored by Gojo Ming, once again interrupted Gojo Ming's friendship process. Master Gojo, Zenin is a waste. A person without magic power is not worthy of your acquaintance. As the 6 eyes of the Gojo family, people with heavenly restriction are not qualified to be your friends. Zenin Shinsuke's face showed strong dissatisfaction. He didn't understand why 6 eyes from the Gojo family cared so much about Zenin. It's obvious that Zenin is a waste with no magic power at all. On the other side, Gojo Ming's expression was full of displeasure when he was interrupted again by Zenin Shinsuke. Gojo Shinichi, who had been guarding Gojo Ming's side, now looked bad. Although Zenin Shinsuke had been saying that Zenin was a waste, in his opinion, this also implied that Gojo Ming was also a waste. Doesn't this person know that he is facing someone who also possesses heavenly restriction and has no spell power at all? Gojo Shuni was about to take action, but Gojo Ming stopped him. He first needs to get Zenin's approval. He didn't know why Zenin was so indifferent and allowed Zenin Shinsuke to slander him like this. But at the moment, this person had not directly offended him. As a member of the Gojo family, he could not express his opinion casually. However, his silence was completely misunderstood by Zenin Shinsuke. Master Gojo, you must have the same idea as me, right? A person without magical power has no meaning in the world of Jujutsu. The world of Jujutsu is the world of Jujutsu masters. We all belong to the three major families. You must be able to understand the peak power of Jujutsu masters, right? Gojo Ming's silence was taken as acquiescence by Zenin Shinsuke. Zenin Shinsuke's expression became more and more outrageous, and his slander against Zenin Shura became even more brazen. And until he said that sentence, in the world of Jujutsu, heavenly restriction only entangles trash. Suddenly, a powerful spell appeared between Gojo Ming and Zenin Shinsuke. Heavenly restriction is trash. Gojo Satoru's face was full of indifference, and his pair of blue eyes stared at Zenin Shinsuke. What qualifications do you have to make such a comment? Gojo Satoru's loud voice, coupled with his special status as Six Eyes, immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the venue. Yerishoko, Okatsu Traveler, Zenin Fan, Gojo Bear Flame. Many people subconsciously turned to look at Gojo Satoru. The venue suddenly fell into silence. People from the other families didn't know why Gojo Satoru was so angry, but the people from the Gojo family understood that this sentence completely touched Gojo Satoru's backscale. Gojo Ming is the carrier of heavenly restriction. Zenin Shinsuke's words were undoubtedly insulting to Gojo Ming. No, I'm not. No, you are Gojo Satoru. Under the pressure of Gojo Satoru's momentum, Zenin Shinsuke subconsciously took 2 steps back, his face full of shock. He had always known how powerful Gojo's 6 eyes were, but he did not expect that as a third-level Jujutsu master, he would be overwhelmed by the aura of a 6-year-old child. I actually misidentified the person. The child from before was not Gojo Satoru. He was Gojo Neru. Zenin Shinsuke seemed to understand something. He understood why Gojo Ming took the initiative to befriend Zenin. He understood why Gojo Satoru appeared very angry after he said these words. He understood why Gojo Xiong Yin didn't introduce 6 Eyes Gojo Ming at all, and he felt like he wanted to ignore it. I see. Gojo Ming, you are also the carrier of heavenly restriction. Zenin Shinsuke's speculation caused an uproar in the entire venue. Yerishoko, Okatsu Yujin, and Zenin Fan all focused their attention on Gojo Neru. Heavenly restriction. Another 6 Eyes of the Gojo family turned out to be the carrier of heavenly restriction. This sounds very unreasonable, but all this unreasonableness seems natural under the different treatment of the Gojo family. The moment Zenin heard the words heavenly restriction, he finally understood why he recognized Gojo Ming so much. It turns out that the two of them are suffering from the same problem. Born in the same 3 major families, people in the same family attach great importance to the Jujutsu master with magical power, and they're also discriminated against by the entire family. I see. So, did the 6-year-old boy in front of him find out that he was just like him? So he took the initiative to look for it? A smile appeared on Zenin's indifferent face. He looked at Gojo Ming quietly, looking forward to how Gojo Ming would resolve this matter. He was looking forward to this special being who possessed both 6 eyes and heavenly restriction to teach him, the leader of his generation, a lesson. Gojo Neru, if it's you, you should be able to do it, Zenin whispered in a voice that only he could hear. Sorry, your name is Zenin Shinsuke, right? You must have recognized me wrong just now. Is it true that you recognized me as wrong? Gojo Ming looked at Zenin Shinsuke with a smile, and his tone was full of ridicule. Yes, I am Gojo Neru. I am not a genius jujutsu master like Satoru. I have no spell power. I am the carrier of heavenly restriction. I'm the trash you call me. Hearing Gojo Naruto belittle himself in this way, Gojo Satoru and Gojo Shinichi were filled with emotions and did not agree with this point of view. However, Gojo Ming did not reach out to stop their movements at this time. I saw Gojo Neru holding Sodi Shiryuki in his hand and making a gesture of drawing a sword towards Zenin Shinsuke. Zenin Shinsuke, do you think you could defeat me without the power of a curse? You don't really think that you can represent the younger generation of the Zenin family, do you? What you just said was a provocation to me. The dignity of the Gojo family cannot be trampled on, not even by the Zenin family. Let me, this waste, subvert your shallow understanding. Zenin Shinsuke, I challenge you to a 3-goal duel. The 3-royal duel is a custom that has been passed down from ancient times to the present day among the 3 major families. In order to avoid losing the high-end combat power in the Jujutsu world, when members of the 3 major families have conflicts, they can apply for a 3-goal duel. The 3-royal duel represents the testimony of both sides of the conflict between the 2 families. No matter what the final outcome is, as long as the duel between the 3 emperors is over, the 2 families will return to normal relations, and the cooperation between them will not be affected. Now Gojo Neru seizes this opportunity. If I can defeat Zenin Shinsuke in the 3-goal duel, it means helping Zenin Shinji take revenge. Although Zenin did not express his disgust towards Zenin Shinsuke, in this situation, anyone would probably feel unhappy, right? Just think of it as a way to clear your name for the heavenly restriction. 3 royal duels. Zenin Shinsuke never expected that he would hear such an unfamiliar word from Gojo Neru's mouth. Although this kind of duel has not happened for a long time, the core members of the 3 major families have always understood this custom, and Zenin Shinsuke is no exception. What he couldn't understand was that Gojo Ming actually challenged him to a duel because of such a thing. He admitted that Gojo Satoru was very strong, and his speed and spell strength had surpassed him in all aspects. However, it was not Gojo Satoru who initiated the 3-go duel, but Gojo Neru. How could a 6-year-old boy with the same heavenly restriction as Zenin and the inability to use spells defeat a 3rd-level jujutsu master like him? Zenin Shinsuke's face was full of anger. He felt that he was looked down upon by Gojo Ming. You have no magic power. If I fight you, I'm just bullying you. Zenin Shinsuke also has the unique pride of the Zenin family. Although he hates Zenin Shiryuki, who has heavenly restriction, he has never bullied Zenin Shiryuki. At this moment, although he was dissatisfied, he was still unwilling to use his 3rd-level jujutsu master's strength to bully Gojo Ming. I reject. Zenin Shinsuke's refusal is reasonable. However, Gojo Satoru on the side was not willing to let Zenin Shinsuke escape so easily. You have just insulted my brother. This has met the prerequisites for the 3-royal duel. Therefore, the duel has been established, and your refusal is not allowed. Gojo Satoru has been very confident in Gojo Neru's strength since he saw Sodi Shiryuki's strength last time. Although Zenin Shinsuke is also very strong, a 3rd-level jujutsu master should not be afraid of Sodi Shiryuki. Originally, if Gojo Neru himself did not propose this duel, Gojo Satoru would personally take action to teach this rude guy a lesson. However, now that Gojo Ming is ready to take action himself, he is naturally willing to give up the stage. Under the pressure of Gojo Satoru, Zenin Shinsuke finally had no choice but to agree to this duel. Master Gojo, please don't blame me for bullying the small this time. I don't know what cards you have, but in front of jujutsu masters, people without magic power are simply ants. Zenin Shinsuke's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. As the most talented member of the younger generation of the Zenin family, he has never been afraid of jujutsu fighting. Rather, he may not be very good at other aspects, but when it comes to jujutsu fighting, he can be said to be very proficient. Zenin Shinsuke's heart was completely unmoved by the 3-goal duel announced by Gojo Ming. Since Six Eyes of the Gojo family wants to be embarrassed, he doesn't care too much about the Gojo family's face. Finally, in front of Zenin Shan, Gojo Xiongyin, and Yuri Inamitsu, who was inexplicably pulled as a witness just after appearing, the 3-royal duel was officially concluded. Shoko, what happened? Why did the 3-go duel happen? Yuri Inamitsu is still in the dark. This time, he only brought Shoko to heal the head of the Gojo family. He never thought that he would be involved in the 3 sorcerer duels of the big 3 sorcerer families. Isn't this just an ordinary Jujutsu master family gathering? Why did it eventually lead to a duel between 3 emperors? Facing his father's doubts, Yuri Shoko explained in a low voice what had just happened. When he learned that Gojo Ming was the owner of Heavenly Restriction, a hint of shock appeared on Yuri Inamitsu's face. He finally understood what the previous words of Gojo's head during treatment meant. You actually want Gojo Neru and Shoko to make an engagement? Yuri Inamitsu's face was filled with uncertainty. He also realized that the Gojo family should know about Shoko's talent in reversal techniques, so they hoped to use a 6 Eyes for marriage. If the person who entered into a marriage contract with Shoko was Gojo Satoru, the true 6 Eyes, then he would definitely agree with both hands and feet. However, tell him now that although Gojo Neru possesses 6 Eyes, he still has Heavenly Restriction and will not be able to become a Jujutsu master in the future. This kind of thing is absolutely unacceptable to the Yuri family. He didn't want his daughter to marry an ordinary person who couldn't use spells. What's more, this ordinary person seems to be a little ignorant, and he actually wants to fight against a 3rd-level Jujutsu master with the power of a mortal. And he completely ignored the age gap between the 2 people. At this moment, in Yuri Inamitsu's heart, Gojo Ming has been labeled as arrogant. However, unlike his father, Yuri Shoko seemed to be able to sense what was special about Gojo Ming. Although there was no magic power, Shoko's eyes always stayed on Gojo's sword. Is Gojo Ming someone familiar with kendo? Although I can feel the extraordinary power of this sword, can this kendo really compare to Jujutsu? Yuri Shoko didn't quite understand, but she was looking forward to Gojo Ming's performance in the future. The idea that the power of magic is king is not so correct in Shoko's mind. On the other side, Zenin Fan and Gojo Xiongyin didn't feel embarrassed at all because Gojo Ming and Zenin Shinsuke were facing each other. Both people have their own goals and core demands. Gojo Ming was not originally Gojo Xiongyan's favorite character, so he didn't really care whether he lost or won. As long as Gojo Satoru can grow up smoothly, Gojo Ming's fallen prestige will one day rise again. For Zenin Fan, Zenin Shinsuke is just a junior with some qualifications. His eyes have not been on his juniors. He is thinking more about how to increase his influence through this matter. His goal has always been to become the future head of the Zenin family. On the Gojo family school grounds, Gojo Neru and Zenin Shinsuke faced each other. Zenin watched everything with great interest. He rarely showed his strength in front of others, but he knew that Zenin Shinsuke was no match for him. However, he is also looking forward to what kind of fighting style the Heavenly Restriction Bearer of the Gojo family will have. Is it like myself, who can directly crush it with strong physical strength? That shouldn't be the case, right? Gojo Neru is only 6 years old and should not be able to exert the full power of her body. So in that case, what kind of trump card does Gojo Ming have? Other members of the Gojo family also gathered around to watch, but like Yuri Shoko, their eyes were all fixed on the Sodi Shiryuki in Gojo Neru's hand. A week ago, they heard that Gojo Ming forged a cursed tool called Zanpakutō. This cursed tool can release powerful spells and unique jujitsu, which will set off a new wave of cursed tool in the future. During this week, they also expected Gojo Ming to forge a similar curse tool so that they could feast their eyes on it. However, to their surprise, Gojo Ming blew up the forging house 5 times this week and failed to forge a new curse tool again. So, this time, they finally have a chance. They want to see Cursed Tool, which the owner calls epic-making significance. Everyone at the scene has different purposes, but everyone knows that this duel is likely to affect the pattern of the big three sorcerer families. Ling Wu, Xiao Baishiwa. At the beginning of the duel, Gojo Neru had already completed Sodi Shiryuki's first solution. In his plan, he was preparing to use Sodi Shiryuki's power to instantly kill Zenin Shinsuke. Although he is not very afraid of Jujutsu with heavenly restriction, he still hopes for a quick victory. After all, the ultimate goal of getting rid of Zenin Shinsuke is just to establish friendship with Zenin Shinji. The snow seems to be getting heavier. Okatsu looked up at the sky and said this subconsciously. Later, when the amount of flying snow in the sky suddenly increased, the audience realized the true power of Sodi Shiryuki. Zenin Shinsuke, standing opposite Gojo Neru, is the person most directly affected by Sodi Shiryuki. As he continued to release Jujutsu that belonged exclusively to the Zenin family, Zenin Shinsuke realized that under the influence of Sodi Shiryuki, he had already fallen into Gojo Ming's trap. The first dance Uebai. With Gojo's low shout, a snowfall soaring into the sky appeared out of thin air, completely freezing Zenin Shinsuke. Originally, what everyone thought was a crushing battle ended unexpectedly like this. The whole process was indeed a crushing one, but everyone guessed wrong about the side being crushed. Zenin Shilin was unable to fight back under Gojo Ming's curse tool. As a witness, Zenin fan's expression was a little ugly, Gojo's expression was a little playful, and Yeri's expression was full of shock. Although Zenin Shan didn't care about Zenin Shinsuke, he still recognized Zenin Shinsuke's strength. He could accept that Zenin Shinsuke lost to Gojo's 6 eyes, but he never thought that Zenin Shinsuke would lose to a fake 6 eyes without any magical power. Gojo Xiongyan had already heard about Gojo's Zanpakuto's abilities before, so he always had confidence in his heart and wanted to truly experience the cursed tool of this so-called Zanpakuto. Now that I really saw it, I began to covet the Zampudo in my heart. The shock on Jia Iniguang's face was undisguised. He was really shocked by the curse tool in Gojo Ming's hand. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that the biggest reason Gojo Ming was able to defeat Zenin Shinsuke so easily was because of the curse tool in his hand. Yeri was shocked by the power of this cursed tool. At the same time, he was very curious as to why the cursed tool in Gojo Ming's hand could release such a powerful spell. As witnesses, the three of them cannot express their emotions casually. However, those watching the duel on the sidelines were completely stunned by the Sodi Shiryuki in Gojo Neru's hand. This cursed tool is really beautiful. Why have I never heard of such a cursed tool before? How did Gojo Ming turn this weapon into pure white just now? Gojo Ming called out the name of this cursed tool just now, right? It seems to be something Sodi Shiryuki. Well, not only are the weapons beautiful, but even the names are beautiful. Yeri Shoko looked at Gojo Neru blankly, her mind completely attracted by the Sodi Shiryuki in Gojo Neru's hand. Girls are always irresistible to beautiful things. If possible, she would also like a cursed tool as beautiful as Sodi Shiryuki. As expected, there is no magic power at all, and the heavenly restriction on Gojo Ming does exist. I originally thought that Gojo Neru possesses 6 eyes and can break the shackles of heavenly restriction. Unexpectedly, this Zenin Shinsuke only forced out Gojo Narumi's cursed tool. However, this also proves the background of the Gojo family. Okatsuyugi clearly felt the power of Gojo's empty spell in his body, and his heart was filled with shock. It was hard for him to imagine that a person without cursing power could use such a powerful spell just by relying on the cursed tool. Since there is no curse, this means that the ice and snow spell just released comes entirely from this cursed tool. The Gojo family truly deserves to be the family that gave birth to 6 eyes, and 6 eyes deserves to be a mythical existence. Is it because of having 6 eyes that Gojo Ming has such a powerful ability to control the cursed tool? Okatsu visitors can only have various speculations in their minds, but the only thing that has not changed is that Gojo's 6 eyes are really strong. Sure enough, the head of the family's decision was correct. If he had trusted the Gemini curse back then, the Gojo family would have definitely suffered huge losses. Since the head of the family has now included Gojo Ming in the assessment of heir, we should also show our sincerity. The elders of the Gojo family were completely satisfied. They had been shocked by the rumored snow waterfall before, but now they finally saw the existence of this snow waterfall for real. Knowing that this cursed tool is closely related to Gojo Ming, they feel that Gojo Ming's future is limitless. This cursed tool only appears in the hands of an ordinary person who cannot use magic power, but it already has such great power. What if this cursed tool appears in the hands of a jujutsu master? Isn't this equivalent to two jujutsu divisions fighting together? I hope Gojo Ming can forge other cursed tools again. If this is the only Sodi Shiryuki, it would be a pity for the entire jujutsu world. It turns out that it was this cursed tool that made us lose Shuni. However, this cursed tool is really strong. It's hard to imagine that it was actually a cursed tool forged by a 6-year-old boy. Shuni's defeat was not unjust. Now Shuni seems to have completely accepted Gojo Ming. This is really a betrayal to us. No matter how strong the cursed tool forged by Gojo Ming is, it cannot change that he is Master Satoru's twin curse. If the Gojo family wants to develop better, we must clear the road in front of Master Wu. The members of Gojo's curse faction made no secret of their desire for Sodi Shiryuki. In their opinion, Gojo Neru was just lucky enough to defeat Zenin Shinsuke with this special curse tool. This special curse tool is too much of a waste on Gojo Ming. Such a cursed tool should be given to Gojo Satoru to use. Such a pure white sword and beautiful posture perfectly fit Master Gojo Satoru. However, for these people who already had prejudices in their hearts, they simply ignored Gojo Neru's face that was exactly the same as Gojo Satoru. I didn't expect Gojo Neru, you actually used the cursed tool to get rid of Shinsuke. This is a bit beyond my expectations. As the owner of Heavenly Restriction, are you developing the power of your body now? I have to say that the path you chose is very correct. Curse tool is a good thing. It seems that I should collect some cursed tool in the future. Zenin narrowed his eyes and looked at Gojo Ming in the school grounds. Through the battle just now, everyone knows that the cursed tool in Gojo Ming's hand is very powerful, but only he knows that Gojo Ming's body is definitely also very powerful. Even if Gojo Neru didn't use this curse tool to instantly kill Zenin Shinsuke, the 6-year-old Gojo Neru would have been able to defeat Zenin Shinsuke, who underestimated his opponent with just his physical strength. Do you want to be my friend? Gojo Ming, I recognize you. Zenin turned around with a smile and left, feeling a twisted sense of evil in his heart about his new friend. Perhaps having this special curse tool in your hands is the most suitable one. The onlookers each had their own emotions in their hearts, but in the end, everyone's emotions converged into the same one. With 2 6 eyes at the same time, in the future, the jujutsu world may be respected by the Gojo family. Kirinur, the younger generation of the Zenin family, lost to Gojo Ming of the Pseudo 6 Eyes. This meant that the Zenin family had already lost one person before Gojo Satoru took action. Obviously, in terms of future potential, the Zenin family can no longer compete with the Gojo family, which has 2 6 Eyes. As for the Kumo family, another one of the big 3 sorcerer families, it was very difficult for them to even give birth to a magician who could master the red blood magic. If such a family continues to develop like this, it is possible that it will disappear completely in a few generations. Sure enough, if you want better development in the future, it is most realistic to embrace the Gojo family. The Gojo family with 2 6 Eyes should no longer be on par with the Zenin family and the Kumo family at this time. The Gojo family should be the most powerful sorcerer family in the entire jujutsu world. Moreover, the Gojo family also controls the mysterious curse tool in Gojo Ming's hand. We must get the source of this mysterious curse tool from the Gojo family. If this mysterious curse tool only belongs to the Gojo family, then the Gojo family may be able to directly and completely rule the jujutsu world. When people with evil intentions began to investigate the forger of the cursed tool, They all got a fact that they couldn't believe at all. The forger of this cursed tool turned out to be Gojo Ming. How could it be possible? Gojo Ming was only 6 years old at this time, but he was already able to forge cursed tool. Moreover, the most terrifying thing is that the cursed tool forged by Gojo Ming actually has such a mysterious ability to change forms. At the same time, there is such a weird and strange mysterious magic power inside this cursed tool, as well as a unique technique that has never appeared in the entire Jujutsu world. The first dance web-eye. Everyone can clearly remember the name of this technique. This unique frost technique will definitely be engraved in the history of the Jujutsu world. At this moment, everyone wants to snatch people like Gojo Ming home. An existence like Gojo Satoru cannot be copied at all. With 6 eyes and the incredible talent of a Jujutsu master, he is destined to become the strongest Jujutsu master in the future. However, existences like Gojo Ming are replicable. As long as Gojo Neru continues to forge cursed tools like Sodi Shiryuki, then he can quickly increase the strength of some families in a short period of time. Gojo Satoru, Gojo Hoot, this pair of 6 eyes twins is so terrifying. The party held at Gojo's house came to an end. After confirming that Zenin Shinsuke lost his combat effectiveness due to the freeze of Hatsu no Mai Sekisho, Zenin fan announced that this time the duel was won by Gojo Ming, and at the same time, he took action to rescue Zenin Shinsuke. Afterwards, the Zenin family, who felt very humiliated, did not stay at Gojo's house and quickly left the Gojo's house. When Gojo Ming came to his senses, he could no longer find Zenin's existence. Alas, the most important goal was not achieved this time. I don't know if Zenin has accepted my friendship with Satoru. Forget it, Jenner may have left. Let's take Satoru to make friends with future teammates first. Gojo Ming and Gojo Satoru found Yuri Shoko and Okatsu Yurito. At Shoko's request, can you touch Sodi Shiryuki? The 4 successfully exchanged friendship. These are all connections. The future number 1 wet nurse and the future father of a top-level Jujutsu master are currently involved in Gojo Neru's network. No matter what, this gathering was a fruitful one for Gojo Ming. Ming, this event is really boring. Gojo Satoru and Gojo Neru were walking on the path back, and Gojo Satoru, who had been making soy sauce throughout the entire event, complained out of boredom. He felt that this time Gojo Ming was so popular that he should also show off. At this moment, he regretted giving up Zenin Shinsuke as his opponent to Gojo Neru. This kind of activity wouldn't be much fun, but fortunately we made a few new friends, right? Okatsu Yujito and Yuri Shoko, Satoru, you have to cherish these friends. Gojo Ming keeps hinting at Gojo Satoru, and he doesn't want Gojo Satoru to become a lone ranger in the future. Things like partners may not sometimes improve people's strength, but many times they can bring psychological comfort to people. In the future, Gojo Satoru will meet Sia will meet Yuri Shoko again, and will meet the very upright teacher Yaga Mazamichi. These partners will be an indispensable part of Gojo Satoru's growth path. Perhaps Gojo Satoru can learn to cooperate with his companions soon instead of relying solely on his own strength. Then, many tragic things may be changed, right? Okay, I get it. Ming, you are really nagging now. Gojo Satoru shrugged, glanced at Gojo Ming, raised his eyebrows slightly, and said teasingly, however, I remember that your real goal this time is not to get acquainted with Shoko and Yujito, right? I remember that your real goal is the heavenly restriction carrier of the Zenin family, right? What? You actively wanted to be the other person's friend, and then you were rejected. Gojo Satoru's teasing made Gojo Ming feel a little unhappy. Gojo let out a long sigh. This time, it seems that I haven't been able to create enough bonds with the sky and the tyrant. Although he defeated Zenin Shinsuke, it was a relief for Zenin Shura, but no one could tell whether Zenin Shura would recognize him because of this incident. It's okay, Satoru. Believe me, this Zenin will definitely be one of the strong men in the future. Satoru, if you are not careful enough in the future, even if you become the strongest Jujutsu master, you may not be able to defeat Zenin. In order to increase the attention of Gojo Satoru, Gojo Neru even started to spoil the future affairs between Gojo Satoru and Zenin Shirji. However, it is a pity that the frivolous Gojo Satoru did not take Gojo Ming's words to heart and seemed to just think that he was joking. Hey, I understand, don't worry. As long as you can make friends with him, a Ming, I will definitely be able to become his friend. Gojo Satoru stretched out and hooked his right hand around Gojo Neru's neck. Shoko has touched your Sodi Shiryuki, so there shouldn't be anything wrong with showing it to me, right? Gojo Satoru still likes Sodi Shiryuki's Zanpakutō in his heart. He feels that if he can match Sodi Shiryuki when releasing unlimited techniques, he will definitely become the most handsome boy in the Jujutsu world. Seeing that Gojo Satoru has always been obsessed with Sodi Shiryuki in his hand, Gojo Ming was also very helpless. Okay, take it and take a look. Really? Didn't I say that I would help you forge one again in the future? Are you so urgent now? Gojo Neru threw the Sodi Shiryuki in his hand to Gojo Satoru, preparing to satisfy Gojo Satoru's current needs. However, the moment Sodi Shiryuki left his right hand, Gojo Ming felt a strong sense of crisis. A black shadow suddenly appeared in front of Gojo Naruto and Gojo Satoru, and a strong arm stretched directly towards Sodi Shiryuki. Obviously, this person's goal is not to assassinate, but to snatch Sho Shiryuki. Seeing this scene, Gojo Ming was very shocked. At the same time, the next second, Gojo Ming noticed the strong physical quality of the opponent. Zenin, it's you. Why are you still here? Gojo Ming asked loudly. After asking, Gojo Ming felt that what he asked was nonsense. Zenin's goal is already so clear. Why do you still ask? The goal of this tyrant is Sodi Shiryuki. Although Gojo Ming and Zenin Shirji are not enemies, and Zenin Shirji does not have much ill will, Gojo Ming still cannot let Zenin Shirei take Sodi Shiryuki here. Therefore, the moment Zenin suddenly appeared, Gojo Neru immediately reached out to grab Sodi Shiryuki. Fly! Sodi Shiryuki. While grabbing Sodi Shiryuki, Gojo shouted out the Hajime language. In an instant, Sodi Shiryuki's appearance changed, and a white cloth band appeared on the handle of the knife. It was precisely because of this change that Gojo Ming was able to reach out and grab the cloth strap and pull Sodi Shiryuki back. At the same time, Gojo Satoru used unlimited techniques to block Zenin. Ming, is this the friend you call? After blocking Zenin, Gojo Satoru's expression suddenly became confused. This is still the Gojo family's mansion. Why does the Zenin in front of him dare to attack the Gojo family directly? Moreover, the most important thing is that the man in front of him does not have any reaction of magic power. Why can he have such a powerful power? Young master, I really like your curse tool. Don't you want to be friends with me? Let's use this curse tool as proof of our friendship. The smile on Zenin's face was very strange. After his first miss, he jumped a few steps back and looked at Gojo Satoru and Gojo Ming. You guy, this is Ming's cursed tool. How could I get it to you? A trace of displeasure appeared on Gojo Satoru's face. However, the expression of Gojo Neru, who was holding Sodi Shiryuki, had returned to calmness. He could feel that Zenin was not as eager for Sodi Shiryuki as he said in his words. Everything Zenin said seems to be testing him and Gojo Satoru. Obviously, the future tyrant of heaven and earth wants to test his and Gojo Satoru's strength. Zenin even has the pride of the Zenin family. After all, even if Zenin Shinsuke is not as good as Gojo, it still represents the face of the Zenin family. Being killed instantly by Gojo Ming with the help of Sodi Shiryuki, Zenin felt that he had to prove his strength in front of Gojo Ming. After all, dragons don't live with snakes. If the strengths of both parties are not equal enough, then such a friendship cannot last long. Moreover, Gojo Ming's use of Cursed Tool made Zenin think of a brand new path. Since Gojo Ming, who is the carrier of heavenly restriction, can use this special curse tool, can he also use it himself? Zenin, who is more than 10 years older than Gojo Ming and Gojo Satoru, is at the peak of his physical condition at this time. Even though the two teenagers in front of him were both 6 eyes from the Gojo family, He still had the confidence in his heart to win the final victory. However, being in Gojo's house, since the first attack failed, it means that the follow-up will attract the attention of many people. Zenin felt a little regretful. He felt that the rest of the Gojo family would not give him a chance to fight the two Six Eyes. Everything was just as Zenin expected. In just a few seconds, the burst of Gojo Satoru's magic power had attracted many jujutsu masters from the Gojo family. Gojo Shinichi immediately came to Gojo Satoru and Gojo Ming's side, taking a defensive posture. At the same time, Yuri Shoko and Okatsuyuri were also attracted by the fluctuation of Six Eyes' spell power and came nearby. Master Ming, Master Wu, are you okay? Gojo Shuni's expression was a little nervous. Although he had lost his duty to protect Gojo Satoru before, he was still paying attention to the safety of Six Eyes. However, instead of only paying attention to Gojo Satoru before, he now also paid attention to Gojo, Naruto, and Gojo Satoru. Fine. Gojo shook his head and stared at Zenin. At this time, he also felt that the heavenly restriction in his body was about to move. The heavenly tyrant in front of him was the template for his future, and his heart longed for the confrontation with Zenin. Uncle Shun, next I want you to help me calm down the surroundings. Zenin is not even an enemy, but my friend. He wants to discuss everything with me and Satoru, so don't worry too much. Gojo's voice reached Shuni's ears, causing him to pause slightly. He had previously wondered whether it was the man in front of him who had no magic power that caused Gojo Satoru to burst out with unlimited spells. Now that it was proven from Gojo Ming's mouth, Gojo Shuni's heart was filled with shock. It shouldn't be. Gojo is just an ordinary person, a carrier of heavenly restriction. He doesn't have such a special curse tool in Master Ming's hand. How could he force Master Wu to use the unlimited technique? What about the blocking ones? An ordinary person without magic power can actually make Master Wu feel threatened? Gojo Shuni's heart was in shock, but his face remained calm, and he nodded slightly to Gojo Ming. After experiencing a bet with Gojo Ming before, Gojo immediately realized that Gojo Ming's logic in thinking about problems was very special, and he was also very mature in his behavior. Now that Gojo Ming has made this decision, then the Zenin in front of him should really be as Gojo Ming said, and there is no hostility. Maybe it's really just a fight between two friends? After all, the Zenin family and the Gojo family are both one of the three major families. There is no way the Zenin family would use direct descendants of their own family to attack the Gojo family's Six Eyes. But are Master Gojo Ming and Zenin even friends? This word is really too abrupt when applied to a teenager and an adult. But thinking about Gojo Naru's mature character, Gojo Shuni felt that it was not impossible. Satoru, let me communicate with our new friends next. Gojo Naruto held Sodi Shiryuki in his hand and patted Gojo Satoru's shoulder. This is a battle between two heavenly restrictions, and Gojo Satoru, the proud star of the Jujutsu world, has no need to be involved. Are you sure? Ming, don't underestimate him. Although he doesn't have any magic power, this person is really strong. Gojo Satoru looked suspicious. Although he also did not feel Zenin's hostility towards the two of them, it still seemed a bit too impolite to attack them suddenly like this. And Gojo Ming chose to take the initiative to deal with Zenin Shirji, and he didn't care much in his heart. He also believed that Gojo Ming, who had Sodi Shiryuki, would not lose to Zenin Shirji. Yes, Satoru, this is a new friend testing my strength. It would be rude if I didn't respond. Gojo smiled and nodded. Besides, please help me suppress the situation around me. Maybe in the future, you may have to rely on Zenin for forging materials for your Zanpakutō. In the original world, Zenin had a lot of cursed tools. Perhaps he had some special ways to obtain cursed tools. Gojo Naru's low words instantly made Gojo Satoru's face light up. Although he didn't understand why Gojo Naru said this, since it was related to his future Zanpakutō, everything could be compromised. Gojo Satoru took a deep look at Zenin and stepped aside. While helping Gojo Ming suppress the scene, he also drove away some unimportant people who came to watch the excitement. Facing Gojo Ming's actions, Zenin narrowed his eyes and felt a little surprised. He didn't expect that Gojo Ming would make such a decision. What gave him the confidence to think that he could defeat himself? The corners of Zenin's mouth raised slightly. He felt that the child in front of him was really interesting. Even though Gojo Ming was already developing heavenly restriction to strengthen the body at this time, the age gap between the two people was irreparable. He has lived so many years longer than Gojo Naru, and his body has matured long ago. The human in front of him, who is still in his infancy, cannot be his opponent at all. As for the mysterious cursed tool Sodi Shiryuki that Gojo Ming relies on, in Zenin's view, he has completely seen through this. As long as he escapes the technique in Sodi Shiryuki, Gojo Ming will be a fish on the sword. Now that Gojo Ming has made this choice, let's use Gojo Ming's fiasco to prove that he has the strength to become his friend. The smile on Zenin's face began to turn cold, and the Sodi Shiryuki in Gojo Naru's hand also began to exude a chill. Shoko, remember to stand back. The next battle will definitely be extraordinary. Okatsu Yujito on the side pulled Yeri Shoko behind him with concern. With so much magic power, he could feel how unusual the next battle between Gojo Ming and Zenin sure would be. This is a battle in the world of Jujutsu, but the protagonist of this battle is not a Jujutsu master, but two owners of heavenly restriction who also have no magic power. Okatsu Yugi had a hunch in his heart that the next battle may affect the future pattern of the Jujutsu world. Yurito, I think Gojo Ming is in danger. The Zenin family member opposite is very strong. Gojo Ming may not be a match for him. A worried expression appeared on Yeri Shoko's face. She didn't want the friend she had just made to experience a disastrous failure. Yes, Zenin is a great threat, but Shoko, please also believe in Master Gojo Ming. I think Master Gojo Ming also has his own trump card. The previous Zenin Shinsuke did not force out Master Gojo Ming's trump cards. I believe that this time Zenin Jiner should be much better than that Zenin Shinsuke. He may be able to force out more of Gojo Ming's trump cards. Okatsu looked at the two not far away with great excitement, fearing that the world would not be in chaos and looking forward to the battle between the two. Is that really the case? Yeri Shoko's expression is still very solemn, but at this time, she can only silently follow the trend of this battle here. On the other side, Gojo Satoru and Gojo Shinichi were squatting on the ground in the same posture, waiting for the next development of the entire incident. As the cold wind blew by, everyone felt that the winter snow around them stagnated for a moment. The next second, a huge snowfall erupted from Zenin's place. Obviously, Gojo Ming took the lead, and it was an unexpected battle. If Zenin was hit by the snowfall, this battle might be over. The first dance Uebai. This time, Gojo Ming did not shout these words, but already released the corresponding move through Sodi Shiryuki. This chant-free fighting method proves that Gojo Ming's control over Sodi Shiryuki has been improved again. It's useless, Gojo Ming. As the carrier of heavenly restriction, you should know that my current speed is simply not something that your ice and snow can catch up with. Zenin's words were heard from all directions, which shocked the hearts of the people watching. They were shocked by Zenin's speed, and, at the same time, they were shocked by why Zenin kept mentioning heavenly restriction. Isn't heavenly restriction a curse for Jujutsu masters? Why does it seem to be a special ability in the eyes of the two owners of heavenly restriction? Why should Gojo Ming know Zenin's speed? The surrounding onlookers were confused, but in the center of the battle, Zenin and Gojo knew the meaning of each other's words. Gojo Naru, you lose. As Zenin's voice reappeared, everyone's eyes were focused on Gojo Ming's back. At this moment, Zenin's figure has appeared behind Gojo Ming. No one will think that Zenin is talking nonsense. At such a speed that was completely impossible to detect with the naked eye, they had no idea how Gojo Ming would dodge Zenin's next attack. Even the Jujutsu masters at the scene were bringing themselves into Gojo Ming's position, thinking if they were suddenly approached by such an assassin, would they have a chance to survive? The answer is no. Even Okatsu Yurito, who has extremely powerful spell power, feels that he cannot take advantage of Zenin. The expression of Gojo Satoru on the side is also a bit solemn. He has unlimited magic skills and is confident that he can block Zenin's next attack. However, Gojo Ming does not have any magic power and cannot use unlimited magic skills. At this moment, his younger brother could only rely on Sodi Shiryuki. It looks like it is about to fail. Gojo Satoru didn't want to see his brother's tragic defeat, so he stood up straight in an instant, ready to intervene to assist Gojo Ming. However, the moment Gojo Satoru stood up, he saw the corners of Gojo Ming's mouth raise slightly. This scene was very similar to the previous bet between Gojo Ming and Gojo Shinichi. It also made Gojo Satoru hesitate and did not take action immediately. At this moment, the change had already occurred. At the moment when everyone thought that Gojo Ming would be subdued, only Gojo Satoru discovered that the Zanpakutō Sodi Shiryuki in his brother's hand had already been inserted into the ground. The moment Zenin appeared, 4 swords appeared around Sodi Shiryuki and were inserted directly into the ground at the same time. The cold air suddenly overflowed. Zenin's expression changed drastically. This was an ability that Gojo Ming had never shown before. Sure enough, this mysterious cursed tool did not only possess the same technique as before. Second dance by Lien. As Gojo let out a low groan, the overflowing cold air condensed into a solid substance, turning into a huge avalanche that ejected from Sodi Shiryuki's blade, directly covering Zenin. If Zenin doesn't give up the attack, he will definitely be attacked by Lien. Gojo Ming had already observed Zenin's movement before. However, 6 eyes could observe it, but it didn't mean that his body could keep up with the reaction at this time. Therefore, Gojo Ming can only wait for work and use Sodi Shiryuki's ability to defend and counterattack. The premise of all this is based on 6 Eyes' advanced observation of Zenin's moving direction. If he makes a slight mistake, Sodi Shiryuki may not be able to keep up with Zenin's movements. However, as Gojo Ming expected, although Zenin was extremely fast, he was still within the observation range of 6 eyes. As huge avalanches continued to appear, the entire Gojo family mansion was once again covered in ice and snow, and the snowflakes seemed to become bigger at this moment. Everyone at the scene subconsciously took a step back. They had no idea that this white curse tool actually contained such a terrifying technique. The first dance Yuebai. Second dance, Lien. The large-scale attack of this frost spell will not give those who are good at close combat any chance of survival. If you get close, you'll either be frozen or submerged by an avalanche. Such an attack completely subverts the daily jujutsu battle. The onlookers around looked at the remnants of the avalanche, their eyes constantly searching. They also wanted to know whether Zenin had also been submerged by this avalanche. Caught off guard by the attack, no one could believe that Zenin was able to dodge easily. However, everything once again exceeded the expectations of the onlookers. Under CI Zerwubalyan's offensive, Zenin successfully escaped by relying on his strong body and speed. In this way, Zenin stood aside, looking at Gojo Ming with his back leaning against the snow, his eyes full of excitement. "Is this your curse tool?" "Gojo Ming, I'm very happy." "Is this what you made with your own hands?" "I'm very interested." Zenin shook his head and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. "Gojo Ming, I approve of you. Originally, I wanted to measure the degree of awakening of your heavenly restriction, but now I feel it is not necessary. If there is no difference between life and death, the fight between us is meaningless. I look forward to your future development. I will leave this cursed tool in your hands for the time being. Next time, I will come and see you again. At that time, I will decide who owns this Sodi Shiryuki." Zenin laughed loudly and disappeared from everyone's sight in an instant. Everyone was left staring blankly at Gojo Ming, looking at the pure, white Zanpakutō in his hand. "Ming, this time you are in the limelight again." Unexpectedly, this Sodi Shiryuki not only has the first dance technique, but also the second dance. Will there be a third technique? Gojo Satoru touched his chin and looked at Sodi Shiryuki with eyes filled with anticipation. He believed Gojo Ming's words very much. Since Gojo Ming agreed to forge a brand new Zanpakutō for himself, it seemed that he could look forward to it. In Shoko and Okatsu Yujito's shock at Sodi Shiryuki has been completely engraved in their hearts. This cursed tool has completely subverted their understanding of Curse Tool. Gojo Ming, who can forge this cursed tool, such a person is probably more important to the Jujutsu world than Gojo Satoru, right? Although Shoko is young, some basic knowledge has already been formed. As a genius of reversal techniques, her understanding of Curse Tool is far beyond that of ordinary Jujutsu masters. There is only one Gojo Satoru, which can increase the peak combat power of the entire Jujutsu world, but Gojo Ming's Curse Tool is more than just one. If a Cursed Tool is equivalent to a first-level Jujutsu master, doesn't that mean that having Gojo Ming is equivalent to having a team of first-level Jujutsu masters? Everyone says that the holders of Heavenly Restriction are useless. Now, the appearance of Zenin and Gojo should break this conclusion, right? Heavenly Restriction? Is this definitely a curse and not a blessing? Okatsu's eyes were shining, and he felt that this time he came to Gojo's house. This is greater than what he gained from traveling around Neon. 6 Eyes Twins, Heavenly Restriction, Mysterious Cursed Tool. This foundation of the Gojo family is probably extremely deep in the entire Jujutsu world. If they can fully control these 3 things, the Gojo family's dominance in the Jujutsu world may never be broken by any other family. However, thinking of this, Okatsu couldn't help but laugh. How can things like 6 Eyes and Heavenly Restriction be something you can just get if you want to? This kind of thing is purely dependent on God's gift, and there's absolutely no possibility of duplication. Then, the only thing that can be copied seems to be Gojo Neru's mysterious curse tool with many powerful techniques. Gemini. This kind of name, which is called curse in the ordinary Jujutsu master family, has such a powerful power in the Gojo family. As expected, things like curse are nothing more than human beings' own delusions. Perhaps Gemini is the one who truly receives the blessing of the world's will. An idea came to Okatsu Yujito's mind that he would also give birth to twins in the future, and also give birth to babies as talented as Gojo Satoru and Gojo Ming. With the departure of Zenin, the lives of Gojo Satoru and Gojo Ming finally calmed down. The shock caused by Sodi Shiryuki has caused many tribesmen who originally did not support Gojo Ming to have other ideas. At this time, they finally realized why the family leader was willing to support Gojo Ming's research on curse tool forging. If Sodi Shiryuki can really copy, no one could have imagined that Gojo Neru, a family outcast, could become a being that shocked the entire Jujutsu world. And not with 6 eyes and the power of the curse, just with the mysterious curse tool forged by it. Gojo's Forge. Gojo Ming sent Gojo Satoru away and began to devote his energy to the forging of Curse Tool again. Ever since he forged Sodi Shiryuki, he had been unable to successfully forge the next Zanpakutō. Gojo Ming didn't know whether it was because there was a cool-down period for forging his Zanpakutō or because he was missing something necessary. The second Zanpakutō never appeared, which made Gojo Ming very distressed. However, before he could figure out the forging process, Gojo Ming could only keep trying. Even in Gojo Ming's opinion, even if he can only forge a handful of Sodi Shiryuki, it would be a huge improvement for him at present. And, at least, I have the 4 skills of slaying fists and walking ghosts. With these 4 skills practiced to the extreme, combined with Sodi Shiryuki and Heavenly Restriction, I should be able to be considered the top in this world, right? Gojo calmed down his mind, stopped worrying about the Zanpakutō, and focused on the new friends he met today. The biggest gain today is probably the friendship gained from Zenin, right? Unexpectedly, at this time, Zenin was already a little abnormal. At this age, Zenin sure already possesses such strong strength. If he waits until his body becomes stronger again, then no Jujutsu master may be able to stop Zenin. It seems that this guy is really interested in my Sodi Shiryuki. Originally, I was thinking about whether I could use a Zanpakutō to win him over. If the Zanpakutō cannot be forged in the future, This guy won't really come to steal his Sodi Shiryuki, right? This time, I was forced out of the second dance by Zenin, but fortunately, Sodi Shiryuki's ability was strong enough. The third dance that comes later is not just a boast, and besides, Sodi Shiryuki's ability is even stronger. Even Zenin, the tyrant of heaven and earth, shouldn't be able to withstand the punishment of Baisha after the swastika is solved, right? While Gojo Ming was forging, he was thinking about the impact on the future after this intersection with Zenin. Now Zenin has already recognized himself, which means that Gojo Satoru and Zenin may not have much conflict of interest in the future. At least they have themselves as a bridge in the middle. Judging from this situation, as long as Zenin does not take action, then the future astral body Riko Tanuchi should not die in the hands of Zenin. The concepts of Gojo Satoru and Shiryuki should not be so strongly impacted, nor will it cause the two so-called strongest jujutsu masters to part ways. The changes in the future may be great, but for Gojo Ming, changing the future of Gojo Satoru and Shiryuki is also something worth doing. Gojo Ming also knows that as long as Gojo Satoru and Shiryuki continue to exorcise the cursed spirit in the future, their ideals will always be impacted accordingly. However, Gojo Ming still doesn't want the two of them to develop like the original work. If the future jujutsu world really needs change, then let him, an outsider, change the world. Gojo Ming has his own plan in mind. 1 month later, Forge House. Failed again. Well, it seems it failed again. That seems to be the case. 3 male voices sounded in the forge. Gojo's forehead was throbbing with veins, and his expression was very unkind. In this month, Gojo Ming has forged Cursed Tool countless times. Not only has the Zanpakutō not been forged, but other ordinary curse tools have not been shipped. This really made him wonder if there was something wrong with his system. On the side, Gojo Satoru, Zenin, and Gojo Taki, the conversation between the 3 of them made Gojo lose all power. Otherwise, just give me your Sodi Shiryuki. Anyway, you promised to forge a Zanpakutō for me before. If you really can't make it again, then you can just use Sodi Shiryuki to make up for it. Zenin stretched out his body and touched Gojo Satoru's head out of boredom. He looked very lazy. Since the last party, Zenin had relied on Gojo Ming. After much hard work, Gojo Ming finally agreed to build an exclusive Zanpakutō for him. At the same time, in exchange, he will become a member of the stores established by Gojo Ming in the future. Before, Gojo Ming thought this deal was a good deal. He plans to set up a everything house like Sakata Jintoki, specializing in bounties in the jujutsu world. At the same time, he will exorcise the cursed spirit and observe the operating rules of the entire jujutsu world. However, Gojo Ming did not expect that he would not forge a Zanpakutō for a month. This made the transaction between himself and Zenin very embarrassing. Sure, I don't want you to be my clerk in the future. Cancel the transaction between us. Gojo Ming has been a little tired of Zenin recently, and his image of this future tyrant has been completely overturned. He had never thought that Zenin could be so rude. Obviously, in the anime, he is an uncle who doesn't like to talk very much. Cancel the transaction? I don't agree with that. Zenin grinned, widened his eyes, and laughed. I declare, Gojo Ming, that you have unilaterally breached the contract, and I want to collect liquidated damages. Well, let's use Sodi Shiryuki to pay off the debt. This is pretty good. Not only do I not have to pay anything, but I can also get a piece of Baishui for free, which is great. Zenin gave Gojo Ming a thumbs up, which instantly made Gojo Ming feel a little autistic. On the other side, Gojo Satoru looked at the waist in Gojo Ming's hand, and his blue eyes were also full of smiles. Naruto, Sodi Shiryuki can only belong to me. You promised to forge a Zanpakutō for me first, okay? This kind of thing has to be done on a first-come, first-served basis. I will be at least a week ahead of you. Gojo Satoru's tone was full of ridicule. He actually didn't have that much need for Zanpakutō, but he never wanted Gojo Ming to give up his research on forging methods. In Gojo Satoru's view, since Gojo Ming can forge a Sodi Shiryuki, more Zanpakutō will definitely be forged in the future. However, Gojo Ming's confidence is not that full at this time. In this month, he has tried many times. Before, he had doubted whether he had not joined the curse tool, so he specially applied for the cursed tool from the owner of the family as a test. Among this batch of curse tools, there is even a first-level curse tool. Even though many cursed tools were damaged, Gojo Ming still failed to forge a new Zanpakutō, which made the entire family doubt Gojo Ming's forging ability. The loss of this amount of cursed tool was a bit overwhelming for the Gojo family. As time went by, the already wavering neutral faction began to waver again. Previously, because of Sodi Shiryuki, they sided with Gojo Ming, believing that Gojo Ming could help the Gojo family achieve a class leap. However, now, after this month, they have seen Gojo Ming's many failures, and their original support for Gojo Ming has been quietly withdrawn. Gojo Ming is just a flash in the pan. Sodi Shiryuki is just an accidental creation. If Curse Tool cannot be copied, then the support of the family owner will be meaningless, and we will not be able to invest resources in Gojo Ming. The appearance of Sodi no Shiryuki allowed the Curse faction, whose voice had weakened, to gain the upper hand again. After Xiongyan, the leader of the Curse faction, Gojo, heard the news, he first felt very sorry and felt that the Gojo family still lacked some luck. But then, he once again announced the theory of the Curse faction, believing that Gojo Ming will indeed affect Gojo Satoru. Because of Sodi Shiryuki's appearance, Gojo Satoru had slacked off in the practice of spells during this period, and spent the whole month wasting time with Zenin in Gojo Ming's forge. This is very detrimental to the future of the Gojo family. And after hearing the news that Gojo Ming's continuous forging failed, Zenin Shinsuke, who was instantly killed by Gojo Ming, was also very happy. A month ago, in full public view, I was instantly killed by the mysterious curse tool Sodi Shiryuki in the hands of Gojo Neru. This made him a disgrace not only to the Zenin family, but to the entire Jujutsu world. Although some people later spoke up for him, saying that Sodi Shiryuki's ability was too shameless, but a loss was a loss. He, a formal Jujutsu master, lost to a person without magical power. Although his roots lie in Zanpakutō, Sodi Shiryuki, he has also become a stepping stone for Gojo Ming. A useless person without curse power can use this cursed tool to defeat himself. Doesn't it also mean that an ordinary person can also do such a thing? Zenin Shinsuke originally had no special feelings about Gojo's 6 eyes, but after experiencing the previous incident, Gojo Neru has completely become the object of Zenin Shinsuke's most dislike. At the same time, he also heard that Zenin, whom he hated the most at Zenin's house, had actually become friends with Gojo Ming, and he felt even more angry. Birds of a feather flock together. Trash is trash. 2 people without cursing power are just wasting their lives holding the cursed tool forged by chance. Zenin Shinsuke's expression was cold, and he put more energy into jujitsu training. In Zenin Shinsuke's view, the previous failure was because he was not strong enough. If I had been a second-level jujitsu master, or even a first-level jujitsu master, no matter how powerful Sodi Shiryuki's technique was, I should have been able to dodge it. Jujutsu World, Blacksmiths Association. I heard that the fake 6 eyes of Gojo's family seem to have failed in forging again. Curse Tool Masters Hirai and Yosuke Gata looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief. Ever since the Gojo family heard about the mysterious Zanpakutō curse tool, it has had a huge impact on the entire curse tool forging world. Everyone is waiting for the follow-up results, waiting for the 6-year-old pseudo-6 eyes boy Gojo Ming to be able to forge a second Zanpakutō. For the Cursed Tool Blacksmith Association, they very much hope that Gojo Ming will not forge this special curse tool that can subvert the future of the Cursed Tool world. Originally, Gojo Ming's master Gojo Jia was not a master accepted by the mainstream curse tool forging world. Now, a brand new heresy has appeared in the Gojo family, and the entire curse tool forging world is even more unwilling to accept such a result. Whether it fails or succeeds, we cannot allow the Gojo family to break the rules of the cursed tool world. An old voice sounded behind Hirai and Yosuke Gata. Grandmaster Kumo. The person who came was the only remaining master in the world of cursed tool forging, the forger of many special-grade cursed tools. Kumo Makoto from the big three sorcerer family's Kumo family currently serves as the president of the entire Cursed Tool Forging Association. Kumo is really white-haired and energetic, and his figure looks like that of a middle-aged man. Long-term forging work has made his physical fitness far beyond his current age. If it weren't for the age in his voice that couldn't be concealed, everyone would probably think that he was just a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s. As a member of the Kumo family, Kumo really knows the embarrassing position of the Kumo family in the entire Jujutsu world. As the Grand Master of Cursed Tool, no matter how lofty his status is in the world of Cursed Tool, it cannot change the current shortcomings of the entire Kumo family in the level of Jujutsu masters. Especially the Kumo family's exclusive Jujutsu technique, the Red Blood technique. Currently, the entire Kumo family can't find a few Jujutsu masters who can use the Red Blood technique. If this continues, the entire Jujutsu world may no longer need the big three sorcerer families, and the Gojo family and the Zenin family will just be the two most powerful families. Therefore, for the future of the Kumo family and its dominance in the Cursed Tool forging world, Kumo must never let it be shaken. In particular, it is the people of the Gojo family who will shake the foundation of the Cursed Tool world in the future. This person is also a twin brother of 6 eyes of the Gojo family. If Gojo Ming has the support of the entire Gojo family, he can successfully and continuously forge that mysterious and weird Cursed Tool. The reputation of the Kumo family in the Cursed Tool world may be taken away by the Gojo family. In Kumo's opinion, this kind of thing is absolutely not allowed to happen. He is the only remaining Cursed Tool forging master and the absolute authority in the entire Cursed Tool world. He has extremely high connections and can use a lot of power. He would not let Gojo Ming spread his influence so unscrupulously. In the forge, Gojo looked at Gojo Satoru, Gojo Ming, and Zenin with uneasiness on his face. Master Wu, Master Ming, Mr. Sure, what do you want to do? 5 minutes later, Gojo turned pale as he watched his Xing Ming being taken away. Master Ming couldn't find Cursed Tool as material, so he directly focused on his own Cursed Tool. Although Gojo Shinichi was very shocked by Sodi Shiryuki's existence, he still didn't want to take risks with his Xian Ming. Don't worry. Uncle Shun, I have found a pattern, and I will definitely succeed this time. Listening to Gojo Ming's reassuring words, Gojo's face suddenly became even more bitter. He had been hearing this reassurance for almost a month, but he really couldn't rest assured. After all, the entire forge is already filled with the remains of many cursed tools. Among them is a first-level cursed tool that he has never used. In this way, Gojo instantly watched Gojo Ming enter the forging state, integrating Xian Ming into the embryo. The sound of ding ding dang continued to sound, and the sound of Gojo's hammer seemed to be hit in the moment of Gojo's instantaneous heart. Coming. The feeling is coming. A trace of seriousness appeared on Gojo Ming's face, and he felt that he had entered the state of forging Sodi Shiryuki before. At this moment, the sword god possessed him again. It's done. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully forging the Zanpakutō Kayamizu. Hearing the system notification sound in his mind, Gojo's strings that had been tense for a month finally relaxed. Gojo Ming closed his eyes, holding the Zanpakutō that looked like a shallow sword in his hand, and took a deep breath. It seems that there is no problem with the system, and there is not only one Zanpakutō that can be forged. All this shows that when I forged the Zanpakutō, I must have lacked some suitable qualities. Other materials seem to have no impact. The most critical thing should be the cursed tool used as the material. I thought before that the higher the quality of the cursed tool, the easier it might be to create a Zanpakutō. Now that I think about it, I was wrong. The second-level cursed tool, Xing Ming, was eventually forged into Yuta Kwang and Tozen Kanami's Zanpakutō Chingchong. Obviously, there is some special connection between the two. Gojo Ming closed his eyes and fell into deep thought. He was thinking about the relationship between his Zanpakutō, Sodi Shiryuki, and Yining, and also thinking about the relationship between Zanpakutō Kaimeiji and Fengming. The birth of Sodi Shiryuki is related to the frost quality in Yining's body. The birth of Qingchong should be related to the function of Xingming. Gojo Ming feels that he seems to have grasped some elements, but he still needs to continue to explore. Seeing Gojo Ming standing silently with his eyes closed, Gojo suddenly felt flustered. He felt that his old friend might have fallen into scrap, like the previous curse tools. Gojo Satoru and Zenin also had traces of disappointment on their faces. If they continued like this, they really couldn't support Gojo Ming's forging experiment. Failed again? Well, it seems it failed again. That seems to be the case. The familiar conversation between Zenin and Gojo Satoru appeared again, but this time, a smile appeared on Gojo Ming's face. Who said it failed this time? There was no discernment at all. Gojo's voice echoed in the forge. For a moment, the entire forging room fell into silence, and then Gojo Satoru and Zenin looked at each other, their eyes full of surprise. Gojo Shinichi, who looked ecstatic, rushed to Gojo Ming's side and looked directly at the shallow sword in Gojo Ming's hand. It's really a success. It's exactly the same as Sodi Shiryuki's appearance at the beginning. They all look like this. Because he had personally touched Sodi Shiryuki in a lightly beaten state, Gojo Shinichi still had an impression of what a shallow beater looked like. The battle sword in front of me was really successfully forged. Master Ming, what is the name of this Zanpakutō? Gojo Shuni's eyes were full of excitement. He wanted to know, is the name of this Zanpakutō still Xian Ming? Gojo Ming paused and said in a deep voice, the name of the Zanpakutō is King Mushi, and it is a Zanpakutō forged with the help of Xing Ming's characteristics. While saying this, Gojo Ming threw the light attack directly to Gojo Shinichi. The moment Gojo came into contact with a clear insect, the system prompt sounded in Gojo's mind. It is detected that the host is lending the Zanpakutō to others. Activate the borrowing sword function. Borrowing sword function 1. The Zanpakutō forged by the host belongs only to the host himself. When other people use the Zanpakutō, they all borrow the sword from the host. When the host chooses to take back the Zanpakutō, the corresponding Zanpakutō will return to a shallow state for recovery by the host. Sword borrowing function 2. When the borrower uses the Zanpakutō, the corresponding experience will be provided to the host as the rental fee for the borrowed sword. Borrowing sword function 3. The borrower needs to get the response from the Zanpakutō in person before he can use Kaikai. When the borrower successfully achieves the swastika, the system will randomly draw a skill from the borrower and give it to the host. Each Zanpakutō can only get one chance to draw from the borrower for the first time. Borrowing sword function 4. The host can observe the outside world through the perspective of the Zanpakutō and can temporarily talk to the borrower through the spirit of the sword. Gojo Ming was startled by the system's beep. Originally, he thought that because the system had collapsed, the only remaining functions were Zanpakutō, forging, and Zankinzuki. Unexpectedly, after giving the clear insect to Gojo Shuni, he could actually awaken the system's sword borrowing function. Although he only glanced at this function, he could feel the power of the borrowing sword function. If the two functions of forging and slaying fists and demons are constantly laying the foundation for oneself, then the function of borrowing sword is completely raising one's upper limit. The borrowing sword function clarifies the ownership of a Zanpakutō, which means that even if I build a powerful Zanpakutō for Zenin, if Zenin becomes my enemy in the future, I can still pass it. The borrowed sword function disables Zenin's Zanpakutō. At the same time, he can also absorb the combat experience of different sword borrowers through the sword borrowing function. The most frightening thing is that if the borrower can get the Zanpakutō's recognition, put the Zanpakutō into a state of submission, and succeed in swastika, he can also randomly select a skill from them. Gojo Ming still doesn't know what this skill will look like. It is also full of randomness, but this is a blind box with no upper limit or lower limit. If I can extract the domain infinite space from Gojo Satoru, Doesn't this mean that I can enter the same state as Gojo Satoru? The only regret is that a Zanpakutō can only extract the skill once. This also means that Gojo Ming cannot lend Zanpakutō swords to others in batches. After harvesting the skills of one group of people, he can then recycle them and distribute them to the next group of people. This restriction also made Gojo Ming realize that the system was telling him that every sword borrower needs to be carefully screened. If a Zanpakutō is lent to an ordinary person, Gojo Ming will most likely only be able to obtain some sparse and ordinary skills. However, for the current Gojo Neru, the most powerful or most unreasonable function is that he can share the vision of a Zanpakutō, and at the same time, he can talk to the person who borrows the sword through the Zanpakutō. This means that even if you don't leave home, you can feel different battles, and you can even directly turn your Zanpakutō into a remote phone to directly contact the person who borrowed the sword. Gojo Ming frowned slightly. He had just hastily understood the basic functions of each function. When you become familiar with it later, I am afraid these functions can also play other different functions. Then, Gojo Ming opened his system panel. He saw two Zanpakutō appearing in his Zanpakutō showroom section. Zanpakutō, Sodi Shiryuki, Possessor, Gojo Neru, Borrower, Un. Zanpakutō, King Mushi, Possessor, Gojo Ming, Borrower, Gojo Shinichi. Gojo Ming immediately regretted it, but once the person who borrowed the sword for the first time was determined, he could no longer change it. If you change the person who borrowed the sword, even if the second person successfully puts Ching Chong into the state of swastika, you will also lose an opportunity to extract skills. Gojo Ming looked at Gojo Shuni waving a clear insect, and his heart was filled with pain. Gojo Shinichi is currently only a second-level Jujutsu master. Even if King Mushi can complete the swastika, the quality of the skills he provides will definitely not be higher than Zenin Jinji or Gojo Satoru. So, this time he was at a bit of a loss. Gojo Ming's expression was a little helpless, but thinking of this, he still shook his head. After all, this is the first time to use this function, so let Gojo try it out and be a guinea pig. King Mushi is also the Zanpakutō that best suits Gojo Shinichi. If such a Zanpakutō is used by Gojo Satoru or Zenin, it will not fit their fighting styles very well. At least, after getting the Zanpakutō Kayamizu that he borrowed, Gojo Shinichi will basically not betray him again in the future. Just think of it as exchanging a Zanpakutō for the loyalty of a second-level Jujutsu master. Although he still felt a loss, Gojo Ming quickly calmed down the random thoughts in his mind. Ming, is the forging really successful? An excited smile appeared on Gojo Satoru's face. He had been worried that Gojo Ming would lose confidence due to the failure of forging. Now that he saw the birth of Ching Chong, he could finally relax. The birth of King Mushi not only means that Gojo Shuni possesses a mysterious curse tool, it also means that Gojo Ming can truly forge a curse tool, such as the Zanpakutō. Such cursed tool is destined to subvert the entire curse tool world. Zanpakutō, Sleeve Shiryuki, Zanpakutō Saimai. In the future, there will be other Zanpakutō and more mysterious techniques will appear in the future. The entire Jujutsu world will be affected by the Zanpakutō, and Gojo Ming will become the founder of Zanpakutō and a popular presence in the entire Jujutsu world. There is no jealousy in Gojo Satoru's heart. This is his younger brother, another 6 eyes of the Gojo family. Although he does not have the power of magic, he still has strong strength and can still stand at the top of the Jujutsu world. Zenin was also surprised by this result. In his opinion, spending half a year and a year researching how to forge a special Zanpakutō like this should be very worthwhile. If he were the head of the Gojo family, he would definitely invest all his resources into Gojo Ming. It has only been a month now, but many people in the Gojo family have already wavered in their support for Gojo Ming. This makes Zenin very disappointed with the Gojo family. Big 3 sorcerer families. Big 3 sorcerer families. Sure enough, even the Gojo family who gave birth to 6 eyes would still have this kind of unreasonable impetuousness. However, Gojo Ming was able to complete the forging of the second Zanpakutō within a month, which was not at all part of Zenin's plan. He believed in Gojo Ming and was even ready to fight a protracted battle with Gojo Ming. But no one expected that Gojo Ming would realize this. Is it a cleansing insect? Zenin whispered the name. Although he knew that the Zanpakutō was very cherished, he still did not covet it. Perhaps the art of clearing insects is also very powerful, but Zenin feels that this Zanpakutō is not very suitable for him. He believed that since Gojo Ming could forge a second Zanpakutō, his own Zanpakutō shouldn't be around for too long. Master Ming, what is the power of this handful of insects? Gojo suddenly waved the Zanpakutō in his hand with joy, feeling a little excited inside. After seeing the power of Sodi Shiryuki, he was also full of expectations for the clear insect in his hand, looking forward to whether his own clear insect could be as powerful as Sodi Shiryuki. In Gojo Shinichi's opinion, as the forger of Ching-Chong, Gojo Ming should be very familiar with Ching-Chong's abilities. And this is indeed the case. However, Gojo Ming did not tell the information about Ching-Chong. Gojo Ming remembered the system prompts. If the borrower wants to use the Zanpakutō's ability, he must get a response from the Zanpakutō. Even if he told Gojo Shuni about the beginning of clearing insects at this time, Gojo Shuni would not be able to successfully clear the insects. After all, Gojo Shuni had just taken Ching-Chong into his hands. How could he be familiar with Ching-Chong so quickly? Uncle Shun, you need to explore the ability of King Mushi yourself. Each Zanpakutō has its own soul. When King Mushi responds to you, you will naturally know the ability of this Zanpakutō. Gojo Ming's words were somewhat incomprehensible, but Gojo Satoru and Zenin were shocked. They finally realized why Gojo Neru Sodi Shiryuki was so powerful and why he could use so many techniques. If this Sodi Shiryuki is a living creature and has its own soul, then all this seems to be explained clearly. Cursed tool with a soul. Gojo Juye, who had been silent when Gojo Ming forged the cursed tool, suddenly spoke. Neru, don't tell anyone else the secrets about the Zanpakutō, especially the fact that the Zanpakutō has a soul. Gojo Juye's expression was very solemn, and his tone was also extremely serious. This made everyone at the scene stunned for a moment, wondering why Gojo Juye said this. However, everyone knows that Gojo Juye will not act without aim. He must have his own deep meaning, and they are all waiting for Gojo Juye's subsequent explanation. Seeing everyone's eyes focused on him, Gojo Juye took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Why do you think there are cursed tool users among Jujutsu masters? What do you think is the difference between cursed tool and cursed object?" Gojo Juye's question caused the scene to fall into silence for a while. They had never thought about such a topic before. Once a Jujutsu master is proficient in using a cursed tool, they could be called a cursed tool user, and this is the definition known to them. But what exactly is the difference between cursed tool and cursed object? Gojo Satoru can't explain clearly. Zenin can't explain clearly. Gojo Shuni can't explain. Gojo Ming understood the hidden meaning that Master Juye wanted to express. Is it because the cursed tool is just a tool, so Jujutsu masters can use it without any scruples? And cursed object has a soul, so? Gojo Ming's response shocked the three people present. Gojo Juye nodded slightly and explained. The cursed tool can be said to be a weapon containing curse, so it can help us exorcise the cursed spirit. And cursed objects are items that condense curse. Inside every cursed object, there is an uncontrolled soul hidden. Gojo Takuyi's words reminded Gojo Ming of Sukuna's finger that Itadori swallowed in the future. Yes, Sukuna has been dead for so long, and the fingers left behind can still possess such powerful power. This should be the power of the soul. Therefore, can the Zanpakutō that he forged by himself be defined as a cursed object in the eyes of the outside world? Gojo Ming realized Gojo Juye's warning to him. His current strength is still not strong enough. If the secret of Zanpakutō is known to others, this will most likely become the reason for others to criticize him. After all, things like cursed object are very evil in the eyes of the Jujutsu world. Several people at the scene nodded silently. They know that the Zanpakutō forged by Gojo Ming, is not a cursed object, but a genuine cursed tool. However, in this era, half a step from Superman is a genius, and one step from Superman is a lunatic. Gojo Ming's technology has achieved a dimensionality reduction blow to other cursed tool blacksmiths, and he will definitely be regarded as a thorn in the side of cursed tool blacksmiths. In this case, if someone catches something like this, although it will not affect the Gojo family, it will always make people feel disgusting, right? Shuni, please protect the secrets about Ching-Chong. You should know that this kind of Zanpakutō has absolute special characteristics. According to your current strength and level, you should not be able to possess a Zanpakutō. Gojo Jui started singing blackface for Gojo. You are able to possess a Zanpakutō that no one else has, simply because of your special relationship with Satoru and Neru. I know that you have had contact with the cursed sect before, but from today on, I hope you can really realize whether Neru and Satoru can lead the Gojo family forward, or can the cursed sect lead it? Gojo was shocked for a moment, and after a moment of silence, he nodded firmly. For a moment, Gojo will follow Gojo Satoru and Gojo's lead from now on. After Gojo made his position clear in an instant, the atmosphere in the entire forge room relaxed again. Afterwards, Gojo Ming began to let Gojo Shinichi get used to it first, to see if he could communicate with Ching-Chong and master some Zanpakutō abilities. On the side, Gojo Satoru and Zenin were also curiously surrounding Gojo Shinichi, looking forward to what kind of performance King Mushi would do next. After diverting the three people's attention, Gojo Ming put all his energy into the system. King Mushi has successfully borrowed the sword at this time and belongs to Gojo Shinichi. Therefore, the option King Mushi Perspective appears in the Zanpakutō showroom in Gojo Ming's system panel. Gojo Ming clicked Ching-Chong Perspective, and the next second, he felt the world spinning. When he came back to his senses again, he saw the faces of Gojo Satoru, Zenin Jinji, and Gojo Shinichi around him, and his body was shaking with Gojo Shuni's swing of the sword. Is it like this? This kind of vision is quite adaptable. I should be able to see everything Uncle Shun sees in the future. As for the conversation function, don't try it today. It will be difficult to explain if you scare others. Try it again later when Uncle Shun is acting alone. Gojo Ming felt the power of the system and switched his vision back to his own body. At the same time, he felt a little regretful. It's a pity that many functions of the system are missing. If the system were complete, wouldn't I be able to do it every second? After sighing in his heart, Gojo Ming's perspective turned back to his body and looked at Gojo Satoru and Zenin. After getting used to it, switching from the clear insect perspective to the main perspective is equivalent to changing the TV station, and there is basically no delay. Gojo Neru stared at the two and thought, what kind of Zanpakutō should he forge for Gojo Satoru and Zenin? There are many kinds of Zanpakutō in the Shinigami world. If he finds the corresponding materials, he can forge a Zanpakutō at will and give it to Gojo Satoru and Zenin. They don't know the strength of these Zanpakutō. However, this means nothing to Gojo Neru. The Zanpakutō he borrowed must be powerful enough. Only in this way will the borrower think about how to resonate with the Zanpakutō and develop the functions of Hakake and Swastika, and will he have the opportunity to acquire the skills of the borrower. Therefore, there are not many choices for Gojo Neru. Regarding Gojo Satoru, Gojo Ming already had a choice in mind. Gojo Satoru hopes that his Zanpakutō will be very cool and match his out-of-the-box personality. Gojo Ming believes that Gojo Satoru will definitely be very satisfied when he sees the Zanpakutō of his choice. As for Zenin, the Zanpakutō that suits him makes Gojo Ming a lot confused. For the purest physical power, in fact, every Zanpakutō can be regarded as a supplement to Zenin's strength. However, in terms of strength, he cannot prepare an ordinary Zanpakutō for Zenin. At least, it should be a Zanpakutō used by a captain-level figure to be consistent with the identity of the tyrant of heaven and earth. And Zanpakutō suitable for use by Zenin? A name came to Gojo Satoru's mind. Well, it seems pretty good. These two captain-level Zanpakutōs are very suitable for Gojo Satoru and Zenin. However, next you should look for a cursed tool suitable for forging the corresponding Zanpakutō. This time, you have to carefully choose the corresponding cursed tool. If the connection between the cursed tool and the Zanpakutō is not close enough, I am afraid it will continue to fail. Gojo Ming made up his mind and quietly pulled Zenin aside. What's wrong, Master Gojo Ming? Zenin's tone is a bit yin and yang. When alone, he always likes to call Gojo Ming young master. It seems that this yin and yang will make him very comfortable. Listening to this irreplaceable title, Gojo gave Zenin a helpless look and whispered, "Sure, you should also know something about cursed tool. Can you help me see if the Zenin family has these two cursed tools? This is related to the Zanpakutō I am going to forge next." Gojo Ming mentioned his request again. Originally, he wanted to collect the corresponding curse tool directly through Gojo's house. However, after this month of squandering, he felt that the head of the family would not throw more cursed tools at him. After all, Wudu had already applied in person before, but was not able to apply. Before Gojo Shuni liberated King Mushi, no one would think that their forging was successful. After all, seeing is believing and hearing is believing. Gojo Ming also felt that it was a bit unreliable to get the approval of the family owner with just a shallow blow. So now, it seems that it is more convenient to rely on the capital of the Zenin family to find the cursed tool with corresponding attributes. Of course, he will not give up and continue to apply. After all, he has now found the corresponding path, and there's a high probability that he will not cause such a high cursed tool loss like this month. Do you want a cursed tool like this? I haven't paid attention to it before, but I can help you find it. Zenin nodded, then looked directly at Gojo Ming and said with a sneer, "If I'm not wrong, you should prepare this next Zanpakutō for Gojo Satoru, right? Zenin has a look on your face that I have seen through." In this regard, Gojo Ming did not comment. One of the cursed tools was indeed prepared for Gojo Satoru, but the other cursed tool was considered specially for Zenin. However, his energy is limited and he cannot forge two Zanpakutō at the same time. If Zeninji really can find a cursed tool that meets his requirements, then after forging Gojo Satoru's Zanpakutō, he can directly give Zeninji a huge surprise. Thinking of this, a strange smile appeared on Gojo Ming's face. You want to know how the head of the Zenin family would feel when he found out that Zenin, a man without any magical power, had such a special Zanpakutō in his hands. The more he thought about it, the more Gojo Ming felt that the Zanpakutō he had prepared for Zenin was really suitable for his status. "Master, why are you still here? Go to the dojo quickly. Have you forgotten what you have planned for today?" Suddenly, a young man broke into the forge house. Gojo Shinichi, who was testing the knife, and Gojo Satoru, who was watching from the sidelines, subconsciously turned their heads. "Kotetsu, why are you here?" Gojo retracted the insect in an instant, his eyes full of doubts. "The young man in front of me is called Gojo Kotetsu, a Kirigiri from the Gojo family sword dojo, and his favorite disciple. In the current Neon, the general swordsmanship schools will divide the disciples into several types, such as paper cutting, directory, all-in-one, etc. If I insist on describing it, paper cutting is equivalent to a disciple who has just started. During the inspection period, he only needs to practice the basic skills, and the catalog is listed on the door wall. He has begun to learn the art formally and can already acquire certain techniques within the school. Kaiden means that the skills within the school have been fully acquired, and they are also allowed to submit their own school name in external competitions. Take Gojo Kotetsu, for example. Before competing with others, he did not dare to sign up directly and say that he was Gojo's Gojo Kiryu. He could only dare to say that he practiced Gojo Kyokushin's technique when asked by others. Just because I don't have the title of Chuan, I am not qualified to say it at all. The last one, teaching without permission, refers to the ability to teach the skills of this school to outsiders without getting permission, which means that one can become a master and has the qualifications to open a dojo and accept disciples. Gojo Shinichi himself is the master of Gojo Kiryu. Not only can he teach in the Gojo family's dojo, but even if he leaves the Gojo family, he can also open his own dojo outside and recruit disciples to teach. Looking at his apprentice, Gojo looked confused for a moment. During this period of time, he had been wandering around the forge, Gojo Naruto and Gojo Satoru, and couldn't remember that he had any special arrangements. Moreover, this time, it was the disciples of the dojo who came to find him. Does it have anything to do with the dojo? Master, don't you know? Didn't Lord Xiongyan inform you? Gojo's eyes widened and his face turned pale. He thought that Gojo Shuni just didn't remember the time, but he didn't expect that his master didn't know about it all. A month ago, Master Zenin of Yagyu Shininryu issued a kendo challenge to you, and we agreed to have a fight at the Gojo family dojo today. This battle will determine whether you can enter the ranks of the 4 great masters of swordsmanship. You won't always be unprepared, right? Gojo Kotetsu noticed that Shinichi was confused, and he was also very worried. Sword masters are very cautious in duels. If one of them is slightly unprepared, they may lose in the battle. He remembered that every time before, his master would prepare for a long time in advance when facing the master's challenge. This time, Master Yagyu Zenin of Yagyu Shininryu had already arrived at the dojo, but the master was still playing here, which was really beyond his imagination. This guy Yagyu Zenin challenged my ranking? When did it happen? Gojo frowned slightly. He had no impression of this agreement at all. However, recalling what Gojo Kotetsu said just now, he seemed to remember that before he argued with Gojo Xiongyan and had a conflict, Gojo Xiongyan seemed to have raised the challenge of Yagyu Shininryu. Originally, Gojo Shinichi himself did not accept it. It was supposed to be the result of an unhappy breakup, but I never thought that this guy Yagyu Zenin would come directly to the door. From what his disciple said, it was probably Gojo Xiongyan who agreed to the offer on his behalf. Thinking of this, Gojo's face turned dark for a moment. Now that his dojo has been attacked, no matter how ill-prepared he is, he can't hide aside and not show up. However, Gojo was a little confused about this. He seemed to have had a premonition of his failure this time, knowingly or unintentionally. After all, Yagyu Zenin's strength was almost the same as his own. Now, the other party is well prepared, but I am not prepared enough. The probability of winning this battle is very small. Master Wu, Master Ming, I have to accept the challenge of Yagyu Shininryu first, and I may not be able to stay with you too for the time being. Gojo hesitated for a moment and was about to hand the clear insect in his hand to Gojo Ming. He hasn't finished exploring this Zanpakutō yet, so it would be best to hand it over to the forger for management first. However, what surprised him was that Gojo Ming shook his head. The Qing Chong already belongs to you, and it is your partner. Every battle you fight may be recognized by it. For this kendo challenge, use this Qing Chong to try it. Gojo Ming naturally would not take over Qing Chong. Gojo Shinichi is a sword borrower, and he can only gain his combat experience when he uses Qing Ming. If Qing Chong is left here, he will end up eating ashes in the warehouse. After all, I still have the more convenient Sodi Shiryuki to use, right? Therefore, make the best use of everything and let Gojo Shuni start clearing the insects as soon as possible. In this case, maybe he can start the beginning solution as soon as possible, achieve the swastika solution as soon as possible, and provide help for himself. This kind of result is what Gojo Ming wants to see. Seeing Gojo Neru's decisiveness, Gojo Shinichi did not refuse and nodded firmly. Yagyu Zenin and him are not only kendo masters, but also jujutsu masters. His Xing Ming has disappeared. If he temporarily changes to a cursed tool, he may use it even more awkwardly. Although Qing Chong was not similar in shape to the previous Xing Ming, he could feel an incomparable sense of familiarity when holding it. At least, when it comes to weapons, I don't have to worry about being too unfamiliar. Gear, let's go and watch. We will all have Zanpakutō before and in the future. Maybe we should also learn about kendo. A hint of curiosity appeared in Gojo Satoru's pair of blue eyes. He had always known that Gojo Shinichi's level of swordsmanship was very high, but he didn't quite understand how high it was. Now, the master of Yagyu Shininryu comes to challenge. This is also a rare opportunity for a master showdown. Zenin was originally not interested in this kind of thing, but when he heard Gojo Satoru talk about kendo learning, his heart moved. Okay, I've never seen a real duel between sword masters. Zenin and Gojo Satoru hit it off immediately, and then both of them looked at Gojo Ming at the same time, wanting to know Gojo Ming's decision. Gojo Ming thought for 5 seconds and finally shook his head. I just finished forging the Qing worm, and I feel a little bad mentally. You go ahead. Just remember to tell me the results when you come back. Gojo Ming yawned and sent Gojo and others out of the forging house. After that, he said hello to Gojo Jia and lay down on the bed to close his eyes and rest. Gojo Ming did not go to the dojo together this time. Part of the reason was due to lack of energy. At the same time, he also wanted to do an experiment to see if the distance between Qing Chong and himself would have any impact. After all, the distance between the kendo dojo and the forging house is still very far. If, in this state, I can still clearly see everything happening around me through the clear insects, then it is equivalent to myself being a bystander. When he arrived at the venue, a sturdy middle-aged man was waiting impatiently. The man was wearing a black kimono, and his whole temperament was like a sharp sword, waiting to be unsheathed at any time. This person is the master of Yagyu Shininryu, Yagyu Zenin. I've seen Gojo's extremely elegant hospitality, but I didn't expect the Gojo family to be so arrogant now. Yagyu Zenin's face was full of dissatisfaction. Although it would have been rude for him to come to challenge someone, but since Gojo has accepted the challenge, etiquette should be observed in everything. This time, Gojo Xiongyin and Yagyu Yusuke served as witnesses respectively and were already in place. If he hadn't known that Gojo Shuni had his own arrogance, Yagyu Zenin might have suspected that Gojo Shuni had escaped. Zenin, be patient. We are guests. After hearing what Yagyu Zenin said, the old man sitting next to Gojo Xiongyin spoke to stop him. As a family of jujutsu masters, the gap between the Yagyu family and the Gojo family is very large. If it were not for the inheritance of kendo, the Yagyu family would not even be qualified to sit with the Gojo family. Regarding this challenge, Yagyu Yusuke was still a little confused. He hoped that Yagyu Zenin could defeat Gojo Shinichi and become one of the 4 great kendo masters, but he was worried that Gojo's defeat would make the Gojo family feel dissatisfied. After struggling for a long time, Yagyu Yusuke, the head of the Yagyu family, agreed to Yagyu Zenin's challenge application. Compared with the Gojo family, which has 6 eyes and is getting more and more popular and famous, the Yagyu family is very weak in comparison at this time. If they're still unable to gain a corresponding reputation in kendo, the Yagyu family may be reduced to the lowest level of family in the jujutsu world in the future. This kendo challenge not only involves Yagyu Zenin's status in kendo, but also the Yagyu family's status in the jujutsu world. Gojo Xiongyin remained silent on the side, and he had already guessed a reason why Gojo had not appeared until now. Obviously, Gojo Shinichi is still with Gojo Satoru and Gojo Ming at this time. The kendo master of the Gojo family simply forgot that his roots were in the cursed sect of the Gojo family. Does Gojo Shuichi really think that without the support of the cursed faction, he can have such a status in the family? In fact, Gojo Shuni's immunity was all obtained by his own efforts. Gojo Xiongyan's face became increasingly ugly. While waiting, the air pressure in the dojo became lower and lower. Not only Yagyu Zenin, but also the Gojo Kaikuryu disciples present felt the inner dissatisfaction of Gojo Xiongyin. Just when Gojo Xiongyan's emotions were about to explode, a rush of footsteps came from outside the dojo. As the door opened, Gojo's figure appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Gojo Xiongyin was just about to curse, but the next second, a figure appeared behind Gojo, and he subconsciously swallowed back the curse words. Master Wu, Gojo Xiongyin, like Gojo Jia, has the ability to distinguish the difference between Gojo Ming and Gojo Satoru. Therefore, the moment 6 eyes appeared, Gojo Xiongyin had already recognized the identity of the person behind Gojo Shuni. Zenin Shiryuki beside him also made Gojo Xiongyan's expression slightly startled. Since the last time Zenin Shiryuki and Gojo Ming fought, the people of the Gojo family have a new understanding of this carrier of heavenly restriction. Although the man in front of him has no magic power at all, his personal physical fitness is really strong. Although the Curse faction is also the only Curse power faction in the Jujutsu world, there are also people who are very aware of current affairs. Since Zenin Shiryuki is so strong, then they should not bring up sensitive topics. At least, they will not bring up topics about the power of magic in front of Zenin Shiryuki until there is someone among them who can defeat Zenin Shiryuki. Who is this? Yagyu Yusuke knows Gojo Satoru and his identity, but he doesn't know much about Zenin's identity. After all, Zenin doesn't have any magical powers and is unlikely to make a name for himself in the world of Jujutsu. Many people have not heard of his name. This is a member of the Zenin family, Zenin. Gojo Xiongyan introduced Zenin to Yagyu Yusuke and then turned his attention to Gojo Shinichi. Shinichi, you are so rude. Gojo's hospitality is not to make guests wait for such a long time. Gojo Xiongyan has calmed down a lot because of the presence of Gojo Satoru, but his tone is still very stern. After all, this was a competition that he took very seriously, and he still couldn't remain calm after being so slacked off by Gojo Shinichi. However, Gojo Shuni was speechless when faced with Gojo Xiongyan's accusation. It was obviously Gojo Xiongyan who failed to convey the information properly. Who can blame him? If Yagyu Zenin hadn't already arrived at the dojo, he would never have bothered to come here to face a losing battle. As Gojo Satoru and Zenin sat down, a chilling atmosphere began to brew in the entire dojo. The fight is about to begin. It seems that the kendo competition has already begun. I don't know who is stronger, the kendo master of the Yagyu family or the kendo master of the Gojo family. I hope the battle between the two can last longer so that I can gain more wool. Gojo Ming felt the experience prompts from the system, and his heart was suddenly filled with the joy of getting something for nothing. Then, he switched the perspective to Ching Chong's perspective, and a clear picture of Gojo's dojo appeared in front of him. However, what surprised him was that there was no sound at all inside the dojo. Right in front of him, a sturdy middle-aged man wearing a gray kimono was looking at himself in shock, his eyes full of disbelief. And at the middle-aged man's feet, a sword was broken into 2 pieces, looking very miserable. What's going on? Your knife. Yagyu Zenin pointed at the clear insect in Gojo Shinichi's hand, almost speechless. The sword in his hand was not ordinary. It was also a cursed tool. However, after more than 10 fights with Gojo Shinichi, the weapon in his hand was cut off. This was the first time Yagyu Zenin encountered this kind of thing. Looking at the remains of the weapon at his feet, a trace of pain flashed through Yagyu Zenin's eyes. For every kendo master, weapons are their most trustworthy partners. No master is willing to change the weapon that is convenient for him. However, his old friend, who is famous for his toughness, was directly cut off by Gojo Shuni. Moreover, the weapon in Gojo Shuni's hand did not have any curling edge. This was completely beyond Yagyu Zenin's expectations. Gojo Xiongyan and Yagyu Yusuke, who were witnesses on the side, were equally shocked when they saw this scene. They thought that the duel between the 2 masters of the Yagyu and Gojo families would be evenly matched, but they never thought that as soon as the duel started, Yagyu Zenin's weapon was cut off. With the end of the duel, the disciples of the Yagyu family presented their weapons and temporarily let Yagyu Zenin use them. During this gap, Gojo was extremely shocked by the intensity of Ching Chong. So, is this the true strength of the Zanpakutō? Thinking that when he and Gojo Neru were betting against each other, he actually fought dozens of swords against Sodi Nori and Sodi Shiryuki, Gojo Shuni suddenly felt a sense of fear in his heart. If Gojo Ming's strength was the same as mine, I'm afraid that my own Ming would also be directly cut off by Sodi Shiryuki, right? Seeing Yagyu Zenin wielding the weapon he was not comfortable with, a trace of sympathy flashed in Gojo's eyes. At the same time, he felt a glimmer of confidence in this kendo duel that he was not sure about at all. Although he was not sufficiently prepared, the unexpected surprise of Ching Chong seemed to have given him an invincible position. 5 minutes later, as all the weapons of the Yagyu family's entourage were cut off by Ching Chong, a trace of embarrassment appeared on Gojo's own face. At this moment, not only Yagyu Zenin in the Kendo duel, but even Yagyu Yusuke, who was standing by with Gojo Xiongyin as a witness, turned green. This is completely shameless. What is going on? Katanas are really expensive. Is this a Kendo competition or a weapons competition? What is the material of the weapon in Gojo Shinichi's hand, and why is it so powerful? Yagyu Yusuke glanced at Gojo Xiongyin beside him, his eyes full of doubt. If it weren't for the fact that the Yagyu family had initiated this duel, he would really have suspected whether this was a trap set by Gojo Xiongyin, an old fox. When Yusuke Yagyu was suspicious, Gojo Xiongyan's eyes were also full of surprise. As the leader of the Gemini Curse faction, he naturally knows the information about the people within the faction. He knew very well that the weapon in Gojo Shuni's hand was not his usual Xingming. It was a completely new weapon, far stronger than the Xingming. Thinking that during this month, Gojo Shuni basically spent time in the forging house, he couldn't help but think in one direction. Could this be a Zanpakutō? Gojo Xiongyin frowned, but then he shook his head and suppressed the thought that emerged in his mind. Impossible. Gojo Ming spent a huge amount of cursed tool for such a long time, but he was still unable to forge this weird cursed tool. It couldn't be forged by such a coincidence today. Moreover, if the Zanpakutō was really forged, how could Gojo Ming give such a precious curse tool to Shuni? If this kind of Zanpakutō is taken out, it will definitely be exchanged for a lot of resources. No matter how you look at it, it is more cost-effective than giving it to Gojo Shinichi. Is Gojo's heart so big? Doesn't Gojo Ming know that Shuni is a member of the Curse faction? This is simply impossible. They have had conflicts before. Comparing his feelings, Gojo Xiongyin would not think that Gojo Ming could not be so generous. Although Gojo Shuni had some conflicts with the faction at this time. After all, Gojo Shuni was once a person who firmly resisted Gojo Ming. In this situation, normal people will feel a thorn in their hearts and be wary, right? Anyway, thinking from his perspective, it is absolutely impossible for him to do such a thing. So Gojo Xiongyin felt that he was overthinking. Maybe Wei Ming was scrapped by Gojo Ming. So Cursed Tool Master Gojo Jia felt sorry for helping Gojo Shuni reforge the weapon, right? The prejudice in people's hearts is an insurmountable mountain. In the face of reality, many people only believe what they want to believe. Such intensity is really something. This guy Gojo Ming, well, this time when I go back to Zenin's house, I really need to help him find a cursed tool that meets the requirements. Since he can make such a specific and detailed request, it seems that this Master Gojo Ming must have found a specific method of forging. The corners of Zenin's mouth raised slightly. He was looking forward to what kind of Zanpakutō Gojo Ming could forge when he took out the curse tool that Gojo Ming needed. Just Ching Chong can make a swordsman master crush others on the weapon, and this does not include Ching Chong's own skills. If and when Gojo Shuni truly masters the power of clear insects, perhaps Gojo Shuni will be able to cross the threshold of the second-level Jujutsu Master and become a first-level Jujutsu Master. In that case, Gojo Shuni may have a higher say in the entire Gojo family, right? Zenin glanced at Gojo Xiongyin aside calmly and shook his head secretly. My thinking is still too old-fashioned, and I don't realize the power and importance of the Zanpakutō. In front of this kind of cursed tool, how could anyone treat Gojo Ming as a waste? The arrogance of these old guys will only make them pay the corresponding price in the end. Little guy, I'm really looking forward to seeing what the expressions of these old guys will be like one day after you take charge of the Gojo family. Thinking of this, Zenin's eyes narrowed, and the smile on his face could no longer be concealed. At the same time, Gojo Satoru next to Zenin had a proud expression on his face. A 6-year-old boy with blue eyes from the sky, but a smile on his immature face that was completely inconsistent with his current temperament. At this time, the enlightenment of human beings has begun to take shape. Whenever someone comes to ask him why he is laughing at this time, he will definitely tell everyone that this is a Zanpakutō, and this Zanpakutō was forged by his younger brother. He will show off all of Gojo's C****K. Zanpakutō, Sodi no Shiryuki, and Kayamizu. These cursed tools are too powerful. I must ask Ming to forge a unique Zanpakutō for me. Haha, that's it. Is this the kendo competition? The weapons are all gone. What else is there to try? Fortunately, there was a clear insect forged by a Ming. Otherwise, Shuni would have lost miserably this time. Gojo Satoru touched his chin, looked at the broken katana swords on the ground, and kept nodding. Under this situation, he wanted to see who else in the Gojo family dared to look down on his younger brother. Although he is still young, Six Eyes' character has already matured. The Cursed Party's opposition to Gojo Ming and the Elder Party's wavering towards Gojo Ming were all taken in a heart by Gojo Satoru. Previously, it was because Gojo Ming had not been able to forge a second Zanpakutō, so he could only hold back any emotions he had. But now, he has completely let go. The Zanpakutō, forged by Gojo Ming, provided him with enough confidence and a foundation for Gojo Ming. Jier, how are you? Are you looking forward to your future Zanpakutō? Gojo Satoru gently pressed against Zenin's ribs, his face filled with pleasure. I'm looking forward to it, but you should be looking forward to it even more, right? You, this guy, will definitely be ranked ahead of me, right? Zenin raised his eyebrows. Although he said he was looking forward to it, he looked indifferent. That's true. Gojo Satoru did not refute. He also believed that as long as Gojo Ming found the rules for forging the Zanpakutō, then Gojo Ming would definitely give priority to helping him forge the Zanpakutō. This is also an agreement between their brothers. However, the insect-clearing tool forged by a Ming is quite strong. I'm afraid it really has to meet the standards of a first-level curse tool. Gojo Satoru's 6 eyes looked at the Zanpakutō Kayamizu. According to the ability displayed by Kayamizu, so far combined with the mysterious technique of the Zanpakutō, it is not an exaggeration to rate it as a first-level curse tool. Although, Gojo Ming said before that the level of the Zanpakutō he forged will not be divided according to the level of ordinary cursed tool. However, for Gojo Satoru and Zenin, before Gojo Ming established a Zanpakutō rating system, they could only use the current most common cursed tool level to measure Kingmushi. There is a level 1 curse tool. This strength alone can already increase a lot of points. Zenin nodded. I've seen the strength of the first-level curse tool at Zenin's house before, and the hardness is only that. As long as the insect-clearing technique is not bad, it is more than enough to be rated as a first-level curse tool. As for whether Kingmushi's Zanpakutō will have a useless technique, neither Zenin nor Gojo Satoru think this will happen. After all, Sodi Shiryuki's stunning appearance was right in front of them. The existence that could be named Zanpakutō by Gojo Ming is absolutely impossible to be so useless. If it really loses the reputation of Kingmushi, then it is only possible that Gojo Shinichi has not been able to fully exert the strength of Kingmushi. How about we end this competition here? Gojo looked at the strange silence around him and came back to his senses. The opponents no longer have weapons to fight, so do they still have to fight with bare hands? In any case, this is considered a kendo competition. Without weapons, how can we talk about kendo? Could it be that you really use the so-called sword of the heart to kill? Gojo's voice instantly broke the calm of the dojo. Everyone around him recovered from the shock and began to whisper among themselves. The Gojo family's weapons are so powerful. Master Shinichi's weapons are completely superior to Master Zenin. There is no need to fight. Yes, this is not on the same level at all. If two people use the same weapon, Master Zenin will definitely be able to defeat Master Shinichi. However, kendo competitions at this level originally use their own weapons. We can't say there is anything wrong with Master Shinichi, right? We can only say that the weapons currently provided by our Yagyu family to Master Zenin are too different. The words of a Yagyu family cutting paper caused the other Yagyu Shininryu disciples to fall into silence. At this moment, everyone realized the importance of a weapon to them. However, the Yagyu family has a poor reputation in the Jujutsu world, and they even need to challenge the Gojo family in Kendo to maintain their reputation. Under such circumstances, how could the family provide more resources to Kendo Master Zenin? It's not that the family is unwilling, but that the family's financial resources are limited. Moreover, how can a katana of Qin Chang's level be purchased just by spending money? On the other side, the disciples of the Gojo family's Jiryu were full of excitement. Master Shinichi is too strong. Although he looks a bit bullying, it's really cool. Why does Yagyu Shinrin-ryu show off his power on our territory of Kyokushin-ryu? Yes, even though Master Shuni has not been in the dojo recently, he is still well prepared. Using weapons as a trump card is probably Master Shuni expressing his dissatisfaction with Yagyu Shinrin-ryu. Who says otherwise? Master Shuni has a bad temper to begin with, and now the Yagyu family wants to use him as a stepping stone. No one will be happy to do this kind of thing, right? You used to show off your power here. Now, are you speechless? Although it is a bit disrespectful, Master Zenin's expression is really funny. The disciples of Gojo Kyoryu looked at Yaguzamin's uncertain expression, and a trace of sympathy suddenly appeared in his originally excited expression. I'm afraid Yaguzamin didn't expect this kind of thing at all, right? Many spectators held a kind of mentality of eating melon, whispering to each other. This state also has the mentality of Yagyu Shinrin-ryu. Kotetsu, we have never seen the weapon in the hands of Master Shuni before. Didn't the master use Xingming before? Why did it suddenly change? Although this weapon looks ugly, there is really nothing to say about its strength. Gojo Kotetsu was already surrounded by a group of friends. Although everyone was from the same sect, they still had close relationships within the entire dojo. Gojo Kotetsu will be assigned to call Gojo Shuni this time, because he is Gojo Shuni's most valued disciple. Facing the gossipy looks of many senior brothers, Gojo scratched his head in embarrassment. Although Master Shuni favored him, he saw Gojo Shuni only a handful of times in this month. However, the only thing he can be sure of is that when he met Gojo Shuni yesterday, the weapon in Gojo Shuni's hand was still the scorpion. Today in the forging house, he didn't see Xingming at all. Think of the rumors about Master Gojo Ming's cursed tool this month. It reminds me of the state when I entered the forging house and saw Master Shuni testing the sword. It reminds me of the scene where Master Shuni is about to hand over the weapon to Master Gojo Neru before leaving. Gojo Kotetsu probably guessed what happened to Ming, and also guessed that the weapon in Gojo Shinichi's hand was most likely forged by Master Gojo Ming. This weapon should have been circulated among the family during this period of time. Zanpakutō. After hearing Gojo Kotetsu express his guess, all the Gojo Jiryu disciples beside him also fell silent. In the entire Gojo Ji style, due to the influence of the elder Gojo Xiong Yin and the cursed sect position before the teacher Gojo Shinichi, the disciples of the entire Gojo Ji style are actually more inclined to the twin cursed sect. Now, when they heard that Master Gojo, whom the elder had been hostile to, might have actually forged a second Zanpakutō, they were shocked and began to think about their respective positions. The disciples whose previous positions were not in line with the cursed sect felt that Gojo Neru, as 6 eyes and a younger brother of Master Gojo Satoru, should not be treated in such an isolated manner within the family. They learn swordsmanship and are full of respect for the swordsmith. Although Gojo Ming is only 6 years old, he has forged 2 Zanpakutō, and he is already enough to be worshipped in the field of swordsmith. On the other side, the students who stood firmer looked depressed. They didn't think that Gojo Ming could forge a second Zanpakutō. After all, the news of the failure coming from the forging house in the past month had already made their ears feel calloused. How is it possible that if you failed yesterday, you can succeed today? And according to Kotetsu, it is possible that Master Shuni's Ming was used. Could it be that Gojo Ming didn't expect Master Shuni to compete today? If Su Ming also collapsed, wouldn't Master Shinichi end up in the same fate as Master Yaguzamin after this competition? This does not make sense. The actual situation is also the same. Whenever Gojo Ming knew that Gojo Shuni had a sword competition, he would not take the risk easily. But It's a pity that Gojo Ming doesn't know. Even the real owner of the entire competition, Gojo Shinichi himself, didn't know about this. It is also because of this that the Zanpakutō Kayamizu was born in such an unexpected way. It's not clear whether it's a Zanpakutō or not. We can't guess it will. However, I'm skeptical about this matter. How can it be so easy to forge Cursed Tool? Master Gojo Ming is still so young, so Sodi Shiryuki's birth should be just a coincidence. Finally, Gojo ended the whole topic. He is Gojo's elder brother, and, at the same time, he is also the grandson of elder Gojo Shionyen. Regardless of whether he recognized Gojo Ming in his heart or not, whether he thought the weapon in Gojo Shinichi's hand was a Zanpakutō, at this moment, he needs to stand in the same position as his grandfather. Gojo Ming is the foundation for the establishment of the cursed faction of the Gojo family. Without Gojo Ming, elder Gojo Shionyen would not have such great power. Without Gojo Ming, Gojo Jiryu would not be able to develop faster and faster with the support of other family members. This is a paradox. The twin curse faction hates Gojo Ming, and at the same time, they can't live without Gojo Ming. Facing Gojo Shuni's question, Yagyu Zenin's face darkened and he remained silent. He didn't want it to end like this, but reality slapped him in the face. Now that I have no weapons, what else can I do if I don't end it? Yagyu Zenin snorted coldly, ignored Gojo Shinichi, and turned around to leave Gojo's Kayakuriya dojo. Seeing this scene, many disciples of Yagyu Shininryu also quickly stood up and followed. As a witness, Yagyu Yusuke also nodded slightly to Gojo Shionyen and Gojo Satoru to express his apology. Zoemon was a little rude today. I hope Master Shionyen and Master Wu don't mind. He is a person with a hot temper. He encountered so many bad things today and couldn't control his emotions. His control still needs to be improved. As Yusuke Yagyu stood up, Gojo Shionyen also stood up to show respect. With the departure of Yagyu Zenin, it was natural that Gojo won the final victory in this kendo duel. As the winning side, Gojo Shionyen naturally showed the attitude of a winner. Shinichi and Zenin are both hot-tempered people, so it's normal to not care about etiquette. This time, it's also hard for Mr. Yagyu Yusuke to come here in person. Please forgive me for the poor reception. Gojo Shionyen didn't care at all about Yagyu Zenin's behavior, in his words. Although Gojo Shinichi has some conflicts with the Curse faction at this time, Gojo's ultimate flow has always been his sphere of influence. Gojo Shinichi defeated Yagyu Zenin. Although the process seems very nonsensical, it will not affect Gojo's reputation in the kendo world at all. In the world of Jujutsu, the Gojo family is a well-deserved behemoth, far surpassing the Yagyu family. However, in the kendo world, the reputation of the Yagyu family is still very valued. Now, being able to suppress the Yagyu family in both Jujutsu and Kendo is a great achievement for him in family management. The head of the family has been ill recently and has to rely on reversal spells to forcibly stay alive. Who will manage the family in the future will definitely have to choose one from among the elders. Although Gojo Satoru is destined to be the head of the family in the future, after all, he is still young and does not have that much energy to take on the mundane affairs of the family. Then, I might be able to become the actual leader of the Gojo family in the future. Therefore, he will not give up this opportunity to gain fame for the Gojo family. This will be a great asset for him to compete for power in the future. Originally, the Twin Curse faction was very powerful in the Gojo family, but now it has the power to crush the Yagyu family swordsmanship, and other elders are not qualified to compete with him. However, this time Gojo Shuni's weapon still became a problem in Gojo Shionyen's heart. Was this mysterious weapon forged by Gojo Jiryu or Gojo Ming? Gojo Shionyen was puzzled. After all the members of the Yagyu family evacuated, the entire dojo finally returned to its daily calm atmosphere. But this atmosphere was also mixed with noisy sounds. Master, what is the name of this weapon? This weapon is so powerful. Master, where did you get it? Master, don't you forget me when you are good? I am your beloved disciple, and I will inherit your legacy from now on. Facing the inquiries from the disciples around him, Gojo's expression was a little awkward. He didn't know how to respond to his disciples. This time, he won by chance because of Gojo Ming's Zanpakutō. However, this Zanpakutō still belongs to Gojo Ming, and he cannot default to it as his own. Just when Gojo was confused, a heavy coughing sound suddenly came. Have you all finished your homework for today? What do you think each one looks like? Go ahead and give me 100 blows. Gojo Xiongyan's voice came, and the many Jujutsu disciples surrounding Gojo Shuni immediately dispersed. They didn't dare to say a word, and just stood aside silently with their wooden swords in hand. In the middle of the entire Gojo Dojo, only Gojo Shuni and Gojo Xiongyan were left looking at each other silently. After a long time, Gojo Xiongyan took the initiative and said, "Congratulations on your victory over Yagyu Zenin this time. At least for this year, you should be able to maintain your position as one of the 4 great masters of Kendo." Gojo Xiongyan's expression was a little cold. Although his words contained blessings, no one could feel any emotional fluctuations. All this is because of the Zanpakutō forged by Master Gojo Neru. Gojo instantly raised his hand to clear the insects. He wanted Gojo Xiongyan to realize Gojo Ming's talent and realize that Gojo Ming should not be isolated before. Now, Gojo Ming has been able to forge the second Zanpakutō, which has proved that Gojo Ming can bring help to Gojo Satoru, not curse as they say. The moment the 3-word Zanpakutō were spoken, all the Kyokushinryu disciples present at Sujin froze, and Sujin's movements paused for half a minute. Really? This weapon is indeed the mysterious Zanpakutō. All Jiryu disciples of the scene had this thought in their minds. It would be great if they could also possess such a powerful weapon. Elder Xiongyan, Master Ming should not be treated like this. Gojo Shinichi wants to get normal treatment from the cursed faction for Gojo Ming. When Yagi Yusuke left just now, Gojo Satoru and Zenin also left with him. So at this moment, Gojo Shuni had no scruples about speaking. You have also seen the power of this Zanpakutō to clear insects. Can't such a cursed tool be able to help Master Satoru? Master Ming and Master Wu are born as 6-eyes twins. When the two of them are paired together, they can definitely produce the effect of 1 + 1 being greater than 2. The theory of pseudo 6 eyes is also an argument put forward by the Gemini Curse faction. Now, Gojo Shuni wants to erase this. 6 eyes is 6 eyes. Is it just because Gojo Neru has no magic power in his body that his pair of 6 eyes are fake? The disciples around him were a little shaken by Gojo Shuni's words, and they all subconsciously looked at Gojo Xiongyan. As the leader of the Curse faction, how will Gojo Xiongyan respond? Shinichi, you said this is a Zanpakutō? Is it a cursed tool of the same nature as Sodi Shiryuki? Gojo Xiongyan did not directly respond to Gojo Shuni's words, but only asked a rhetorical question, asking for information about Chingchong. Gojo Shuni was a little confused, but he still nodded. Yes, Lord Xiongyan, Chingchong is a Zanpakutō, the cursed tool that Master Ming just forged today. Gojo's words were full of pride. However, he was completely unaware of the true meaning of Gojo Xiongyan's question. Oh, you said your sword is a Zanpakutō and its name is King Mushi. Then can you make this Seiju use the same techniques as Gojo Neru's Sodi Shiryuki? Since it is a Zanpakutō, there should be corresponding techniques, right? Gojo Xiongyan's question made Gojo's expression freeze for a moment. Here, I don't know how to use the insect clearing technique for the time being. However, you have seen the intensity of insect clearing. It is not comparable to the ordinary cursed tool. Gojo Shuni argued hard, but Gojo Xiongyan shook his head. Since the technique cannot be used, then this sword should not be a Zanpakutō, but at most a strong and hard cursed tool. Gojo Xiongyan determined the identity of Chingchong and classified it as an ordinary cursed tool. Gojo Xiongyan saw the current flaws of this Zanpakutō at a glance. In other words, it is Gojo Shinichi's flaw as a Zanpakutō user. He guessed that Gojo Shinichi, who had just received the Zanpakutō, would definitely not be able to use the techniques of a Zanpakutō as freely as Gojo Ming. Regarding whether King Mushi is a Zanpakutō, Gojo Yin knows that Gojo Shinichi will not lie to him. However, at this moment he absolutely cannot admit that this cursed tool is a Zanpakutō. At least, the reason why Gojo Kaikusu cannot defeat Yagyu Shinin Ryu is attributed to Gojo Neru's Zanpakutō. Now, because Gojo Shinichi is unable to use the technique, there is always doubt as to whether this Kayamizu is a Zanpakutō. As long as the explanation is unclear, then this atmosphere of doubt is also the best situation for him at the moment. At least in this case, he can still have the corresponding controllable space. The twin curse faction of the Gojo family must seize a greater say in the family before Gojo Ming can prove that King Mushi is a Zanpakutō. The matter was urgent, and he had to seize this time. Before the head of the family appoints the next successor, he must have sufficient power and influence. However, before that, he had to temporarily transfer Shuni Gojo, who possessed the clear insect, away from Gojo's house. Shuni, you have been wasting too much time in the family recently. Previously, I have asked the first-level Jujutsu masters within the family to make a joint recommendation to the association. By recommending you, you will be promoted to the first-level Jujutsu master. You already have the strength of a first-level Jujutsu master, so you shouldn't stop at the second level. Gojo Yin conveyed the instructions of the Jujutsu Master Association. In the following time, Gojo Shuni needs to cooperate with a first-level Jujutsu master to perform tasks. In the future, Gojo Shinichi should no longer affect the position of people within the faction. Why didn't I know? Gojo Shinichi's face was full of shock. He had been in the second-level Jujutsu division for a long time, not whether he needed to be promoted. After all, promotion is very troublesome and requires the recommendation of many first-level Jujutsu masters, which is really unnecessary. He had no idea that Gojo Yin would arrange for other Jujutsu masters to recommend him without his knowledge. Gojo's eyes suddenly flashed with a hint of coldness. Master Wu, Master Ming, during this period of time, I need to cooperate with the association's first-level Jujutsu masters to perform tasks. I may not be able to guard you anymore. The news was confirmed by Gojo Yin, and Gojo Shun was able to respect the orders of the association. After all, although the Gojo family is one of the big three sorcerer families, the dignity of the Jujutsu Masters Association cannot be challenged. Now that the Gojo family has made an application, Gojo Shuni must take the assessment. This was a backup move that Gojo Yin made when he discovered something was wrong with Gojo Shuni. As long as Gojo Shuni had the slightest tendency to confront him, he was prepared to temporarily transfer him away from Gojo's house. Originally, he was not planning to use this move, but he never thought that Gojo Shuni easily defeated Yagyu Zenin with his Zanpakutō. As a future master of swordsmanship, Gojo Shinichi's reputation within the cursed sect will inevitably rise. When the time comes, Gojo Ming's power of the second Zanpakutō will definitely affect the internal harmony of the twin cursed sects. Therefore, when sending off Yagyu Yusuker, we communicated well with the Yagyu family. And through the influence of the Yagyu family and the association, we quickly arranged for a first-level Jujutsu master from the Yagyu family to be the subject of the assessment. At that time, let the first-level Jujutsu master of the Yagyu family take Gojo Shinichi away from Tokyo. In this way, the unstable factors within the Gemini Curse sect will be temporarily eliminated. Everyone in the forging house looked a little surprised when they heard the news. After Gojo Shuni defeated Yagyu Zenin, Gojo Ming switched the perspective back and never paid attention to what was going on there, so he didn't know what happened to Gojo Shuni. However, he still feels very good about Gojo Shuni being promoted to the first-level Jujutsu master. After all, in the current Jujutsu world, a first-level Jujutsu master is considered to be the top fighter. Gojo Shuni's ability to advance to the first level will also be a big help to Gojo Ming. And Gojo Satoru just clapped his hands and congratulated Gojo in advance for his promotion. Zenin also nodded silently. Although he was not a Jujutsu master, he also knew the status of a first-level Jujutsu master in the Jujutsu world. Gojo Shuni can be promoted to a level, and he will have more say in the future. However, at the same time, Zenin's eyes were constantly looking at Gojo Shinichi, wondering if he could kill him with one blow if he suddenly took action now. Zenin touched the scar on his lip and came up with a definite answer. It doesn't seem to be a problem. A first-level Jujutsu master is just a little stronger than a normal person, but he is not a mutant. He will die after his heart is pierced and his head is cut off. At the same time, feeling the faint malice in Zenin's gaze, Gojo suddenly felt his hair standing on end, as if he was being stared at by a dangerous beast that might be torn to pieces at any time. What kind of monster is this person in front of me? Didn't he use all his strength when he fought against Master Ming before? It's really scary. What makes Zenin so powerful? This person is really too dangerous. Did he just realize the secret behind my promotion to a first-level Jujutsu master? Such a person would easily recognize Master Ming. Master Ming's secrets are no less secretive than Master Wu's. Moreover, this young master of the Zenin family is not a bad person. He also has many secrets. Looking at the three people staring at him, Gojo took a deep breath. Sure enough, I still don't want to betray Master Wu and Master Ming. Although Gojo Xiongyan's promise to me is tempting, if I want to make myself hostile to the three people in front of me. Haha, I am not a fool either. The three people in front of me are a 6 Eyes Heavenly Pupil, a Heavenly Restriction Carrier, and a 6 Eyes Heavenly Pupil plus Heavenly Restriction Carrier. These characteristics, which are rare in a century, appear simultaneously in this era. Gojo Shuni can already feel that the future must be a world of great contention. If we only focus on the internal struggle of the Gojo family, then the Gojo family will definitely not have any good development in the future. In the future, Gojo Ming and Gojo Satoru will definitely be the mainstay of the Gojo family. As for diehards and power seekers like Gojo Xiongyan, they will only be treated like garbage in the future and be swept away. Thinking of this, Gojo instantly took the dangerous look Zenin looked at him as a warning. His eyes also became firm. He looked up at Gojo Ming and said in a deep voice, "Master Neru, my being transferred to be promoted to a first-level Jujutsu master this time is a conspiracy. The entire Curse faction is preparing to control the Gojo family in the future. In order to avoid the news that King Mushi is a Zanpakutō exposed, I was transferred deliberately. The purpose of Elder Gojo Xiongyan's doing this is not to let your reputation in the family continue to increase. I'm sorry, I can't use King Mushi's technique yet, and I can't prove that King Mushi is a Zanpakutō in the dojo." Gojo Shuni's face was filled with guilt. Still, his talent was not enough. It was clear that Gojo Ming was able to use Sodi Shiryuki's technique just after he forged Sodi Shiryuki, and I had been groping for nearly an hour, but I didn't even see any trace of the technique. If he could use the insect clearing technique, Gojo Xiongyan's conspiracy would not succeed in this case. I heard that there was such an inside story about Gojo Shinichi's promotion, and the whole thing actually revolved around Gojo Ming's conspiracy. An unusual gloom suddenly appeared on Gojo Satoru's young face. Although Gojo Xiongyan is his unwavering supporter, targeting his younger brother Gojo Ming in this way has gone beyond the limit. He wanted to find Gojo Xiongyan personally, and he wanted to rectify Gojo's name personally. Gojo Neru looked at Gojo Satoru's expression. As a twin, he knew what Gojo Satoru was thinking at a glance. Facing this exposed conspiracy, a faint smile appeared on Gojo Neru's face, as if he didn't take this kind of thing to heart at all. Instead, he pulled Gojo Satoru, who was about to get up. "Oh, so that's it. However, I still have to congratulate Uncle Shun. Taking this opportunity to advance to the first level will be very beneficial to Satoru and me in the future. As for Elder Xiongyan's plan, well, I'm not very resistant to it." Gojo Ming's words made Gojo Satoru and Zenin frown. It is clear that Gojo Xiongyan is targeting Gojo Ming. But why is Gojo Ming so calm and not even contradictory at all? If this happens to them, they will definitely be very dissatisfied. Similarly, when Gojo heard such words, his face was also full of confusion. Why is Master Gojo Ming, who is obviously hostile to the Curse faction, so calm in the face of Gojo Xiongyan's designs? Facing the doubtful looks of the three people, Gojo Ming shook his head. Right now, I need Elder Gojo Xiongyan to help me and Satoru sort out the messy Gojo family. The head of the family is ill, so some ghosts and monsters will naturally take advantage of this opportunity to run out. Let Elder Gojo Xiongyan clean up first. Wu and I are still young, and we don't have the energy to focus on mundane matters such as family management. Since Elder Gojo Xiongyan is willing to do this kind of thing, Wu Yi and I are happy to do it. Leisure. The most important point is that the theoretical foundation of your so-called Gemini Curse sect is actually based on me. I have absolute initiative. As long as I prove that I am not Satoru's curse, then the foundation of the twin curse sect will completely disappear. Elder Gojo Xiongyan has no real rights, even if he is the nominal head of the family. There is a hint of indifference in Gojo Ming's heavenly eyes. In the Jujutsu world, everything is based on strength. If he hadn't met Zenin before, he might have been more worried about the impact of Gojo Xiongyan's actions on him. However, now I not only know Zenin, Gojo Satoru has also learned unlimited techniques, and I also own a Zanpakutō. These so-called conspiracies of Gojo Xiongyan are just a wedding dress for Gojo Satoru and Gojo Ming to take over the Gojo family in the future. The two of them are the 6 Eyes sons of the Gojo family, with the absolute strength and the identity of 6 Eyes. As long as Gojo Satoru opens his mouth, no one in the entire Gojo family will dare to disobey him. Even in the worst-case scenario, Gojo Xiongyan will jump over the wall in the future. The strength of their trio will not make them afraid in front of anyone. Moreover, in the future, I will make Zanpakutō for Gojo Satoru and Zenin, and their strength will be stronger than before. Could Gojo Xiongyan find Raiman Sukuna to threaten their lives? Sorry, even if Sukuna appears, he will not be afraid. Neru, or not curse. Hearing Gojo Neru say that he is his curse, Gojo Satoru's face was full of dissatisfaction. He himself knew Gojo Ming's situation and would never allow his brother to be so self-deprecating. Hey, I got it. Just giving you an example. Being stared at by Gojo Satoru's 6 Eyes, Gojo Ming could only raise his hands and surrender. So, let Elder Xiongyan help us work. I really like free prostitution. Gojo Neru's remarks made Gojo Satoru give up his previous thoughts. Gojo Shinichi was completely stunned. He didn't expect that the 6-year-old boy in front of him had already thought so far. Gojo Xiongyan told him to take a long-term view. We must see through the phenomenon to see the essence. Don't care about the current gains and losses. But now, he felt that these words were completely describing Gojo Ming. Compared with Gojo Ming, Gojo Xiongyan is the one with more short-sightedness. Thinking of this, Gojo looked at Gojo Ming with a kind of awe in his eyes. What a terrible person. How lucky the Gojo family is to have such a person as the heir to the Gojo family. If before this conversation, he had always been inclined towards Gojo Satoru becoming the head of the family, then after the conversation, he had completely believed that Gojo Satoru was more suitable for this position. After all, Gojo Satoru's character escapes. As for Gojo Ming's personality, he tends to be calm and make decisions before taking action, which makes him more suitable for managing the entire Gojo family. At this time, looking at Gojo Ming's pair of blue eyes, the image of the young boy in front of him slowly began to grow. However, at this moment, Zenin's words directly broke Gojo's thoughts. Hey, Master Gojo, have you ever had a PR*SD****Uda? Do you know the word free prostitution? I'm not talented. I have the same hobbies as Master Gojo Ming. I also like prostitution for free. How about it? The previous agreement between us has been canceled. I want to have S***X in vain. Zenin's teasing words immediately relaxed the atmosphere in the entire forging room. Gojo Ming's originally indifferent expression suddenly broke down, and his whole face was covered with a wry smile. Sure, isn't your focus a little too special? I'm talking about business, okay? Gojo Ming glanced at Zenin helplessly. This tyrant of heaven and earth, who didn't care about anything and liked to use force to defeat cleverness in everything, seemed to have only paid attention to his last words just now. Okay, I hate the bullshit in these big families. It's full of the stench of decay. Zenin slapped his nose with his right hand, as if he really smelled something. Gojo Satoru, Gojo Ming, and Gojo Shuni were all speechless. They don't know why Zenin even has the nerve to dislike the Gojo family. In terms of corruption and stubbornness, the Zenin family would say they are second, but they would not dare to say that they are number one. A mere young master from the Zenin family dared to mock the Gojo family in this regard. Although Zenin had given him a huge sense of threat just now, Gojo still didn't want to hear Zenin's dislike of the Gojo family. However, when he questioned Zenin about the identity of the Zenin family, Zenin blocked Gojo Shinichi's words with one sentence. What's so good about being in the Zenin family? As long as I want, I can leave the Zenin family at any time. Can anyone stop me? Gojo Shinichi and Gojo Satoru's eyes widened instantly. They did not expect Zenin sure to give such an answer. Zenin is not joking, right? Only Gojo Neru continued to smile bitterly. He knew the future development of Zenin. This was the man named Fushiguro Megumi in the future, the father of Fushiguro Megumi. A man who would leave the Zenin family and marry into a family he had never heard of. Therefore, Gojo Ming had really thought about whether Zenin could marry into Gojo's family in the future. As for Gojo Satoru and Gojo Shinichi, they have never thought of letting a big 3 sorcerer families like Zenin Jiji betray the family and enter Gojo's house. After all, this kind of thing is really appalling. There is absolutely no way that the Zenin family would let this happen, even though Zenin is just an ordinary person with no magic power. Master Ming, since Gojo Xiongyan's purpose is to clear away insects, then I'd better return the insect clearing to you. I can't use the insect clearing technique, so you must be able to. If Gojo Xiongyan raises doubts about you, you can also directly use Ching-chong to prove your strength. Ever since meeting Sodi Shiryuki and Saimushi, Gojo Shinichi's trust in Gojo Ming has become almost blind. He never doubted whether Gojo Ming could use the insect clearing technique. Although he was a little reluctant in his heart, he was still determined to return the Ching-chong to Gojo Ming. He didn't want to be part of Gojo's conspiracy. However, to his surprise, Gojo Ming shook his head and refused. Instead of worrying about this kind of thing, it is better to hurry up and run in with Ching-chong. Completing Shiji and Swastika as soon as possible is the greatest reward for me. The clear insect has no use in my hand. Is it just to prove that I have the ability to forge a Zanpakutō? Why should I care about other people's opinions? Besides, I haven't seen the appearance of Cursed Spirit yet. Let's truly experience the cruelty of this world through Ching-chong's vision. You continue to use Ching-chong, complete the initial solution as soon as possible, and release the Ching-chong technique. Don't worry about anything else. Do you really think that the test for promotion to the first level Jujutsu Master is so easy? Now that Xian Ming is gone, are you going to find a new weapon? Satoru and Jinji have just told me about the kendo competition just now. You don't want to end up like Yagyu Zenin, do you? Gojo Ming's words went straight to Gojo Shinichi's heart. Especially the fate of Yagyu Zenin left Gojo with lingering fears. Gojo took a deep breath and nodded. If I didn't have the Zanpakutō Kayamizu, would I have the abilities of a first-level Jujutsu Master? Gojo Shinichi is confident, but having the Zanpakutō Saimushi for protection is a kind of protection for him. He could feel the concern in Gojo Ming's words, and his loyalty to Gojo Ming increased a bit. Although Gojo Ming is actually a reward for borrowing the sword, this actually improves Gojo Shinichi's overall strength. But before you leave, let's do one last kendo training. This time, you use King Mushi, and I use Sodi Shiryuki. I also don't know how to use Sodi Shiryuki's technique. Perhaps fighting the Zanpakutō will make it easier for you to connect with Kayamizu. Gojo Ming took out Sodi Shiryuki, with a hint of excitement hidden in his plain expression. Gojo Shuni is about to leave Gojo's house to perform the promotion assessment, so his next chance to gain kendos will be gone. And just after passing the kendo competition between Gojo Shuni and Yagyu Zenin, Gojo Ming's kendo experience bar has reached 99.9%. Only the last bit is missing to reach 100%. Originally, Gojo Ming thought that after the two kendo masters competed, he would be able to activate the second skill of killing, punching, walking, and ghost fighting in vain. However, I didn't expect that this sword competition ended without any problems due to the Ching Chong. This also made Gojo Ming very regretful that he could not take this opportunity to maximize his kendo experience. In this case, Gojo Ming can only make enough food and clothing by himself. On the one hand, it is to improve the closeness between Gojo Shuni and Ching Chong, and on the other hand, it is also to activate the free fight proficiency as soon as possible. In this case, after Gojo leaves in a flash, he can continue to pluck Zenin's wool. After all, Zenin's ability to fight for nothing is basically at the top of the entire Jujutsu Kaisen world. Upon hearing Gojo Ming's request, Gojo Shinichi was moved. He didn't know that Gojo Ming's real purpose was to improve his kendo experience. He simply thought that Gojo Ming was to get himself recognized by Ching Chong as soon as possible, so that he could complete Ching Chong's initial solution as soon as possible and master Ching Chong's techniques as soon as possible. Therefore, he was very energetic, holding Ching Chong in a shallow fighting state and getting ready to fence with Gojo Ming. Ling Wu, Xiu Bai Xiu. In order to fight Gojo Shinichi for a few more blows, Gojo Neru directly completed Sodi Shiryuki's first solution. Gojo Satoru and Zenin were silently admiring Sodi Shiryuki's beauty, completely ignoring Gojo Shinichi. They had all seen Sodi Noriyuki's appearance before, but seeing the Zanpakutō transform from a simple sword to the pure white and beautiful Sodi Noriyuki again, they were still extremely shocked in their hearts. Master Ming, I wonder if the Qing worm will be as beautiful as Xiuxue Baixue after the Qing dynasty is over. Gojo suddenly spoke his mind. Sure enough, even an uncle like Gojo Shinichi has no resistance to beautiful things. However, Gojo Ming will not tell Gojo Shuni the truth. After all, Sodi Shiryuki is the most beautiful Zanpakutō, so he has such an experienced appearance. Well, as for cleaning insects, the ability is good, but in terms of appearance, it is ordinary and unremarkable. Chong, Chong, Chong. The host is receiving the teachings of the Kendo Master, Kendo Experience plus 10. The host is receiving the teachings of the Kendo Master, Kendo Experience plus 10. The host is receiving the teachings of the Kendo Master, Kendo Experience plus 10. The sound of Zanpakutō colliding with Zanpakutō continued, and the last 0.1% of experience seemed to be endless. Even at the end, the system prompted that the Kendo experience gained had become 0. The host is receiving the teachings of the Kendo Master, Kendo Experience plus 0. Seeing this prompt, Gojo Ming suddenly became confused. Since swordsmanship experience cannot be increased now, it means that the experience slot has reached the upper limit. However, why is this progress always stuck at 99.9% and unable to reach 100%? While Gojo was fencing with Gojo Shuni, he began to understand the swordsmanship taught by Gojo Shuni. The scenes of learning swordsmanship kept reappearing in my mind. During the mechanical fencing process, Gojo Ming fell into an unconscious state, and the Kendo experience he had gained before began to diminish rapidly. Kendo experience, 99.9%. Kendo experience, 90.9%. Kendo experience, 80.9%. Kendo experience, 10.9%. Kendo experience, 0%. Unconsciously, the Kendo experience in the experience tank completely returned to 0, and at the moment when the experience value returned to 0, Gojo Ming felt as if his whole body was being opened up. The originally stagnant swordsmanship skills were mastered in this moment. When he came back to his senses, the worm in Gojo Shuni's hand had been picked off by Sodi Shiryuki in his own hand, and Sodi Shiryuki was holding it on Gojo Shuni's neck. The entire forge room was filled with cold air. The eyes of everyone present were filled with shock. What's happening here? Why did Master Ming's swordsmanship improve so much in an instant? This is totally unreasonable. Gojo Shinichi, who was fighting with Gojo Neru, was shocked. As a master of swordsmanship, he could even be promoted to one of the 4 great masters in the future. Naturally, he could understand how advanced Gojo Ming's attack technique was. If we talk about it a second ago, Gojo Ming was just like a Kirigiri who had initially mastered Gojo's ultimate flow. Well, now, it is not an exaggeration to say that Gojo Ming has been widely spread. Why can one person have such a huge contrast between before and after? Gojo Shuni cannot use conventional experience to measure Gojo Ming. Is this the talent of 6 eyes? Although he has no magic power, Gojo Ming is far superior to ordinary people in other aspects. Gojo Shinichi didn't know that Gojo Neru had a system, so he could only think of this reason. If Gojo Ming was described as someone with a lot of experience, he would think it was unreasonable. After all, it has only been more than a month since Gojo Ming came into contact with Kendo. If 1 month can be used as a solid foundation, then they, the masters of swordsmanship, shouldn't be so ashamed that they jump into a well and commit suicide. It can only be said that Gojo Ming is extremely talented. Zenin looked at Gojo Ming's swordsmanship skills and raised his eyebrows slightly. With heavenly restriction and no spell power, he still has some experience in using cold weapons. Therefore, he can better appreciate how precise the timing of Gojo Ming's attack was just now. 1 second earlier and this attack would have failed. 1 second later, this attack will be blocked. Gojo Ming found the weakness in Gojo Shinichi's move sooner or later and knocked away the insect in Gojo Shinichi's hand with 1 blow. The sword master lost his weapon, which meant that the outcome of this battle had been determined. 6-year-old Gojo Neru, using Sodi Shiryuki, defeated the Kendo master Gojo Shinichi. Although this was also due to the fact that Gojo Shun was alone, the result was the result. Gojo Ming showed his current level of swordsmanship and also won this duel. On the other side, Gojo Satoru's 6 eyes was filled with shock, and a trace of panic flashed through his heart for the first time. Gojo Satoru has always known that Gojo Ming is very powerful, but this is based on the premise that Gojo Ming uses the Zanpakutō. In fact, in Gojo Satoru's heart, it is not that Gojo Neru's personal strength is strong, but Sodi Shiryuki's technique is powerful enough. In Gojo Satoru's opinion, Gojo Naruto is still the person who needs his protection. During this period of time, Gojo Satoru will always be by Gojo Neru's side. One reason is, of course, curiosity about the forging of Zanpakutō. Another reason is that he is also worried that someone will be harmful to Gojo Ming. Gojo Satoru has always felt guilty about Gojo Ming, so he would rather spend more time with Gojo Ming than put Gojo Ming in danger. But now, seeing Gojo Neru's level of swordsmanship, Gojo Satoru suddenly realized that in addition to possessing 6 eyes, powerful magic power, and powerful magic power control skills, in other aspects, he seemed to have no other advantages at all in front of Gojo Ming. I don't know how to forge, and I can't forge a Zampudo like Gojo Ming did, and become a person who subverts the cursed to a world. I don't know Kendo, and I can't be like Gojo Ming, who can raise his Kendo level to a level beyond the reach of ordinary people in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Gojo Satoru had such a doubt in his heart. Does a Ming need me to protect you? Although I have unlimited spells, do I really have the confidence to protect a Ming? At this moment, Gojo Satoru realized that he was still too arrogant. He was stimulated by Gojo's voice. Not only is he mentally more mature than himself, but his younger brother is also far more mature than himself in behavior. Perhaps, only by mastering all the unlimited techniques can he have the confidence to stand in front of Gojo Ming and say that sentence. A Ming, brother, will protect you. Under the stimulation of Gojo Ming, Gojo Satoru, who has an out-of-the-box personality, developed a mentality of taking the initiative to become stronger for the first time. Yes, if he didn't continue to get stronger, he was worried that one day he might not be able to keep up with Gojo Ming. He was reduced to the point where he had to be protected by his own brother. If Gojo Ming knew Gojo Satoru's thoughts at this time, he would definitely increase his efforts. In Gojo Ming's view, the more events that make Gojo Satoru want to be involved, the better. Gojo Satoru will become the strongest jujutsu master. However, Gojo Satoru is not strong enough yet, not powerful enough to be invincible. Gojo Ming came back to his senses and felt the shocked eyes around him. He also realized that his swordsmanship level had reached a breakthrough. Opening the system panel, sure enough, the proficiency level in Kendo has reached full level and new functions have been enabled. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully achieving 100% proficiency in the slashing Kendo and successfully unlocking the fist proficiency. The mysterious realm just now should be the feeling of Gojo Ming breaking through the shackles of Kendo. Although Gojo Ming's attack just now is basically impossible to replicate again, but after reaching this level of Kendo, he has already mastered many things. The system is the system. The function is indeed powerful. Of course, it is also because Gojo Ming's body with heavenly restriction is originally good at Kendo. That's why the aspect of cutting has improved so quickly. Now that cutting has been achieved, what Gojo Ming should focus on next is fisting. Gojo Ming cast his gaze on Zenin Shiryuki, constantly looking up and down Zenin Shiryuki's strong body, as if he was looking at a treasure. Sure enough, making friends with Zenin was the right choice. With just a Zanpakutō, he had a physically invincible bodyguard of Tenyo Tyrant, and a master of fighting for nothing. Next, all he has to think about is how to get some wasted wool from Zenin. Gojo Ming even began to wonder whether he could forge Shiryuki's Zanpakutō in advance, so that when Shiryuki was fighting, could he directly gain experience for free? Gojo Ming thought for a while, and finally gave up the idea. First of all, the Zanpakutō's forging material, the cursed tool with special properties, is hard to find. Although I have found the corresponding rules, it still takes a lot of time. If he had traveled through time into a small family, it was very likely that he would not even be able to see the shadow of his Zanpakutō until now. Moreover, he also promised Gojo Satoru that he would definitely give priority to his cheap brother for the next Zanpakutō. Although the cheap brother currently has nothing that he can use for free, but after all, he is his biological child. Hey, Master Gojo, why are you staring at me like that? Feeling Gojo Ming's somewhat hungry gaze, even Zenin, who possessed heavenly restriction and was extremely strong, shuddered subconsciously. Isn't this kid a little too abnormal today? Today, Gojo Ming not only forged the Zanpakutō Saimushi, but also made a breakthrough in the way of swordsmanship. If this happens to an adult, Zenin will think that this person is very good and has a promising future. But now, this happened to a 6-year-old boy. Zenin felt that the big stick of the future was hitting him on his body, which seemed a little painful. It's obvious that young men of his age have not yet begun to meet their own time. So why are young brats like Gojo Ming and Gojo Satoru ready to kill themselves? No, I just think your physical skills should be very strong, sure. We are all carriers of heavenly restriction. We should pay more attention to the development of our bodies in the future. I'm also planning to develop my own physical skills. Gojo Ming's answer made the 3 people present silent for a while, especially the swordsman master, Gojo Shinichi. Although he had just been defeated by Gojo Ming wouldn't fall in love so quickly, right? Are you giving up on Kendo, just like that? Master Gojo Ming, you can't squander your talent. As long as you practice diligently, maybe a young sword master will appear in the Gojo family in the next few years. Gojo Shinichi was ready to speak to dissuade Gojo Ming, but Gojo Satoru became his mouthpiece and spoke his mind. Ming, are you not going to continue learning the way of swordsmanship? Why do you want to improve your physical skills? Gojo raised his eyebrows and asked in surprise. Is there any conflict between the two? I will continue to improve my swordsmanship, and I will also improve my physical skills together. Satoru, what's the problem? Gojo Satoru felt like he was being drawn into Gojo Naruto. Gojo Ming had just entered the house in the direction of Kendo. Unexpectedly, after only a few seconds, Gojo Ming was already tired of playing. Is it necessary to think about the next step so quickly? Gojo Satoru's character is very out of the box. At the same time, he is also a lazy person. Involvement and other things do not exist in Gojo Satoru at all. However, seeing Gojo shouting like this, he had an unprecedented sense of urgency that time could not wait. No problem, just be happy. Gojo Satoru was choked by Gojo Ming's rhetorical question. In just a few minutes, Gojo Ming's series of actions made Gojo Satoru twice make up his mind to strengthen his learning of the technique. Seeing Gojo Satoru being persuaded by Gojo Ming, Gojo Shinichi could only accept this result. Dual training in swordsmanship and taijutsu. Gojo Shuni can also accept this result. After all, he won't be at the Gojo family mansion for a while. And, more importantly, it seems that Gojo Ming continues to want to learn Kendo, and he may not have anything left to teach. Uncle Shun, please be promoted to the first-level Jujutsu Master as soon as possible. Remember to communicate with Ching-Chong more and start the solution as soon as possible. Gojo Ming and others sent Gojo Shuni outside the back door. During the next period of time, Gojo Shuni will follow the first-level Jujutsu Master of the Yagyu family to perform tasks. Master Ming, please don't worry, I will come back successfully. Gojo grasped the insect in a flash and nodded solemnly to Gojo Ming. He then looked at Gojo Satoru. Master Wu, during this period of time, you have to hurry up and improve. In this month, your unlimited spells should remain at the current level. If it continues like this, the head of the family may not be happy to see it. Gojo Shinichi's words made Gojo Satoru's expression freeze. In this month, I basically didn't take the initiative to look for the head of the family. Currently, the head of the Gojo family is in a state of self-cultivation due to Yeri Inamitsu's treatment, so no one dares to make demands on Gojo Satoru. During this month, Gojo Satoru also indulged a little. Okay, Shuni, I understand. In the next period of time, I will also practice hard and won't be thrown away by Ming. Gojo Satoru nodded. Finally, Gojo glanced at Zenin and said nothing more. Mr. Zenin, Master Wu and Master Ming may have caused you to worry a lot these days. After saying that, he looked at Zenin and turned around to leave. Although Gojo Satoru and Gojo Neru are both mentally mature, they are still 6-year-old boys after all. During the time when he was not at Gojo's house, he could feel a lot more at ease when two adults, Zenin and Gojo, were here. After Gojo Shinichi left, Gojo Satoru asked to see the head of the family and left the forge. Zenin also said goodbye to Gojo Ming and was going to Zenin's house to search for a cursed tool that met Gojo Ming's needs. Gojo Ming, on the other hand, stayed in the forging room obediently, preparing to use the system to clear insects to watch the live broadcast. After all, he is already 6 years old, and he has not been out of the Gojo family mansion very often. This kind of life is really boring. At the same time, news that Gojo Ming was suspected of forging a second Zanpakutō also began to spread throughout the family. However, because of Gojo Xiongyan's obfuscation of this news, no one knows whether it is true or false. After all, Gojo Ming's results this month sound too appalling. The cursed tool library of the entire family was almost emptied by Gojo Ming. In the end, no result was given, which made the family head unwilling to continue to agree to allocate cursed tool to Gojo Ming. How could Gojo Ming forge a Zanpakutō without cursed tool support at all? As for Gojo Shinichi's victory over Yagi Uzuman, what does this have to do with this ethereal Zanpakutō? Isn't it true that the Gojo family is stronger than the Yagyu family? The news about this Zanpakutō came from the Kyokushinryu dojo. It's not like Lu Ming himself admitted it. It's very likely that the group of Jialiu disciples who have never seen the world are just following their words. Anyway, in the eyes of many Gojo family members, Gojo Ming is still so silent at this time, which means that the second Zanpakutō has not yet been born. After all, if they forge a second Zanpakutō, they will definitely publicize it and let the entire family know their reputation. No one knows what Gojo Neru is thinking. Even for Gojo Xiongyan, he has already made subsequent moves to confuse public opinion. After Gojo Ming says that Ching-Chong is a Zanpakutō, he will throw out a series of evidence to prove that Ching-Chong is not a Zanpakutō. Moreover, Ching-Chong has been taken away by Gojo in a flash, and Gojo Ming has no proven capital. However, Gojo Ming's silence was completely beyond Gojo Xiongyan's expectations. He even wondered if he had guessed correctly that the Ching Chong was just a hard curse tool. Isn't it the so-called Zanpakutō? Did Neru say those words just now? Has Neru really forged a second Zanpakutō? The old man was lying on the recliner, looking at Gojo Satoru, who had not appeared for a long time, with a trace of surprise in his eyes. Yes, my lord. The name of the Zanpakutō is King Mushi. Gojo Satoru's childish voice reached the old man's ears, giving him a strong impact. However, Ching Chong has been taken on a mission by Shinichi. Therefore, Neru cannot prove that Ching Chong is a Zanpakutō. Gojo Satoru explained, fearing that the old man wouldn't believe it. Feeling Gojo Satoru's emotions, the old man shook his head, looked at Gojo Satoru deeply, and whispered, "Satoru, do you think I am surprised by the appearance of the second Zanpakutō?" The old man sighed. Neru's ability to forge the second Zanpakutō was within my expectations. As long as he is given enough materials to try and make mistakes, I believe that with Neru's talent, he can find a systematic forging method. Gojo Satoru looked puzzled. If the owner really believed in Gojo Ming, why did he stop supplying Gojo Ming's curse tool before? The last time I came here to apply in person, I was ruthlessly rejected by the old man. In Gojo Satoru's opinion, this kind of behavior is just a disbelief in Gojo Ming. Faced with Gojo Satoru's black and white theory, the old man smiled and said meaningfully, "So, this is what surprised me just now. What surprised me was not that Gojo Neru forged the Zanpakutō Saimushi. What surprised me was that Neru was able to come up with such a theory and see the whole thing so thoroughly. Use your Zanpakutō to prove to yourself this kind of thing is easy. Neru only needs to use Qingming himself, and he should be able to exert the power of Qingming. But the hard thing is to control your emotions and choose the best solution at the moment when you can clearly prove yourself." Obviously, Ming did this. The old man's eyes were filled with relief. Gojo Ming's decision was not in his plan, but it was very much in line with his wishes. Of course, I can suppress the voices of all opponents in the family and forcefully supply Neru with cursed tool materials until he successfully forges the second Zanpakutō. However, there's an old saying in Dacia: it is better to guard against the people's mouth than against the river. If I really do this, many people in the family will only be more dissatisfied with Ming. After all, Ming has spent a month to prove this thing cannot be achieved in a short time. The success of clearing insects this time is somewhat beyond my expectations, which is good. But, Satoru, think about it. If Neru continues to use the materials in the Cursed Tool Library to forge Zanpakutō in the next month, there will still be no what's the result. You're the rest of the family, what would you think? Ning also knows this kind of thing, so after you were rejected by me, Shuni never asked me again. The old man stood up slowly. His weak body made him look like a fallen leaf that was about to wither. A gust of wind seemed to blow it over. Before, I was still worried about what direction the future of the Gojo family would take after I left. Whether Gojo Xiongyan could take care of the Gojo family well, and whether his attitude towards Ming would affect the future of the Gojo family. Now, after hearing what Ming said, I feel relieved. The old man reluctantly walked to Gojo Satoru's side, reached out and touched the top of Gojo Satoru's head, and said kindly, "Satoru, I still feel that Narumi Mirai seems more suitable to be the head of the Gojo family than you. Your mind is still too simple. 6 eyes coupled with the superb control of magic power. You will not be willing to think about these trivial matters at all. For many annoying things, you can use force to defeat cleverness and directly crush it with strength. You are strong, I know it. You will be stronger in the future, I also know it. However, many times, many things cannot be solved by relying solely on strength. Just like the entire Gojo family is filled with ordinary people, these people often need the protection of our jujutsu masters. In real battles, they may even become our weaknesses. We gave up on our people, which may make us stronger. But what's the point of all this? Jujutsu masters exist to protect humans. Gojo Satoru listened quietly to the old man's words without nodding or refuting. As the six-eyes divine son of the Gojo family, he has been thinking about the difference between himself and ordinary people. Everyone says that he will be the strongest jujutsu master in the future. But what does all this mean? Change the world? Protect the entire family? Or protect the entire human race? Gojo Satoru feels that he has not thought about his future path yet. Why has he been following Gojo Ming during this period of time, even though he said he was pursuing a powerful Zanpakutō? But, in reality, he was just attracted to his brother's determination. Gojo Ming has a temperament that he does not have, the kind of temperament that is very determined for the future, has clear goals, and has been working hard to achieve the goals. You want to know more about Gojo Ming and why Gojo Ming had such characteristics. They are obviously brothers, twin brothers, with exactly the same face. They have lived in this family for 6 years. Why is the difference between Gojo Ming and myself so big? After pondering for a moment, a trace of relief appeared on Gojo Satoru's young face, and he whispered to the old man, "A Ming is indeed more thoughtful than me. Moreover, the position of the head of the family is even more of a constraint in my opinion. I will not compete with Ming for the so-called head of the family. But, sir, I also have to tell you something. You now want Ming to assume the responsibility of the head of the family, but you have to consider whether Ming is willing to accept this position. Ming is my younger brother, and he will never remain ordinary. Now, he already has a Zanpakutō, and at the age of 6, he already has a Kendo level comparable to that of a Kendo master like Shuni. In the future, he will stand at the top of the Jujutsu world like me. At that time, will he really care about the Gojo family as you planned? I am 6 eyes. Neru is also 6 eyes. It's just that one of us has magical power and the other does not have magical power. However, in the eyes of me and Neru, we actually see the same things. Master, you just told me that Jujutsu masters are here to protect humans. What about a non-Jujutsu master like Neru? Does he have an obligation to protect humans? A hint of malice flashed across Gojo Satoru's childish face. Neither he nor Gojo Ming cared about Gojo's family. The things that Gojo Xiongyan longs for are just mundane tasks in his eyes. Gojo's house is a toy. He was looking forward to how the head of the family would make Ming accept this toy. After all, he is different from himself. Neru has been disliked by this toy for 6 whole years. The target of this exorcism mission is Hokkaido, and the two of us will work together to carry out the exorcism. Currently, the association is very concerned about the emergence of cursed spirits in Hokkaido. There have been frequent earthquakes recently, and the number of cursed spirits in Hokkaido has also increased suddenly. The target is a first-level cursed spirit, and we both need to get there as soon as possible. Yagyu Shuji looked at the Kendo master beside him with a very helpless expression. Although he is a first-level Jujutsu master of the Yagyu family, among the Yagyu family, a family with a traditional Kendo tradition, Kendo is still respected. Therefore, when a first-level Jujutsu master like him was asked to examine a future Kendo master, Shuji Yagyu actually had little confidence. If it weren't for the family's order, he really wouldn't want to take this job. Moreover, at this moment when a Yagyu family's Kendo master just failed in his challenge, this is not even a coincidence. Isn't it a deliberate attempt to target Gojo Shinichi? He also specially chose Hokkaido, far away from Tokyo, to carry out the mission. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell at a glance that Gojo was to be transferred away from Gojo's home in an instant. Yagyu Shuji sighed. In a small family like the Yagyu family, there would be all kinds of intrigues. In a family like the Gojo family, which is the leading family in the Jujutsu world, there is no need to mention internal fighting. As for him, he was born to the Yagyu family and was favored by the Yagyu family, so he naturally had to carry out the orders of the Yagyu family. Hidetsu, I understand. You don't need to say more. I will have people carry out this assessment seriously, and let us complete the assessment as soon as possible. Gojo Shuni's expression was very cold, and he only wanted to complete this assessment as soon as possible, and then return to Gojo's house to support Gojo Ming. Although Gojo Ming had explained his thoughts to him before, Gojo Shuni still couldn't sit back and watch Gojo Xiong gain power in the family as Gojo Ming's twin curse. If he can complete the assessment as soon as possible and return to Gojo's house as soon as possible, then when Gojo Ming encounters difficulties, he can also do his meager strength. Hearing Gojo Shinichi's words, Yagyu Shuji nodded, and Gojo Shinichi quickly approached the cursed spirit. However, he was complaining in his heart. Master Shuni, I didn't deliberately delay time. The mission I received is to prevent you from going back so quickly. In this way, Yagyu Shuji went around east and west, bringing Gojo Shuni to the place where the accident occurred. Gojo Shinichi was very dissatisfied with Yagyu Shuji's detour, but he had no way to say anything. After all, Yagyu Shuji used the reason to detect traces of the cursed spirit, and the place they passed just now did have traces of the cursed spirit stopping there. However, compared with Gojo Shinichi's dissatisfaction, Gojo Neru, who has been enjoying the scenery of Hokkaido through this Zanpakutō Kayamizu, is much more comfortable. There's no need to run around in person. The scenery Qingchong sees is what Gojo Ming sees with his own eyes. He is not in a hurry to let Gojo Shuni exorcise the cursed spirit early. It would be good to enjoy some snow country scenery nearby. Finally, Yagyu Shuji and Gojo stopped in front of a villa in a snow valley. Obviously, this cursed spirit is currently hidden inside the house. Yagyu Shutsuji didn't really care about the task of exorcising the cursed spirit this time. After all, with his first-level Jujutsu master strength, unless it was a special-level cursed spirit, other cursed spirits would be like chopping melons and vegetables in front of him. Although this time it is to delay Gojo Shinichi, the essence of the assessment will not change. Therefore, he was prepared to wait and see what happened. First, Gojo Shuni would perform the task on his own, and he would wait and see. If Gojo Shuni encountered a crisis, he would take action. Since the Gojo family has always said that Gojo Shuni possesses the strength of a first-level Jujutsu master, then it should not be a problem to deal with a first-level cursed spirit. Regarding Yagyu Shuji's proposal, Gojo was immediately noncommittal. He also wanted to check his own strength, and with his Zanpakutō Kayamiji protecting him, he also had the confidence to protect himself. However, when Gojo Ming saw the villa through his Zanpakutō vision, he saw the strong curse aura through 6 eyes, which was thousands of miles away. He heard the conversation between Gojo Shinichi and Yagyu Shusi, but Gojo Neru did not agree with Yagyu Shusi's decision. Although Gojo Ming has not seen other cursed spirits, it is obvious that the cursed spirits in the room in front of him cannot be viewed with normal eyes. Gojo Ming felt a little weird in his heart. He didn't know whether to be happy or sad about Gojo's sudden luck. In this mission, Gojo Shuni's hope of survival should lie in the clear insect in his hands. If he could just get rid of the bug. Uncle Shun, I can only see how deep the bond between you and Xian Ming is. Gojo Ming silently followed the Zanpakutō's vision and began to explore the mission with Gojo Shuni. Half an hour later, Gojo Shinichi and Yagyu Shuji were running wildly in the room. The two Jujutsu masters with first-level strength looked extremely ugly. Hidetsuki, is this the first-level cursed spirit? While escaping, Gojo Shinichi couldn't suppress his inner complaints. The huge snow monster-like cursed spirit behind him was not level 1 at all. This kind of cursed power directly defeated the 2 level 1 Jujutsu masters without the ability to fight back. Without the sharpness and hardness of King Mushi, Yagyu Shuji might have been disabled just now. In Hokkaido, people like snow but are afraid of it. The cursed spirit in front of me is probably caused by human beings' fear of avalanches. After the birth of this type of cursed spirit, they are basically special grade cursed spirits, and as time goes by, their upper limit is also extremely high. Anyway, it is definitely not something that their current 2 first-level Jujutsu masters can handle. On the other side, Yagyu Shuji also looked pale and shook his head. The association's information is wrong this time. Master Shuni, thank you just now for saving me, but this time we may both end up here. Yagyu Shuji felt very helpless in his heart. He was just accompanying him for an assessment. How could he encounter such a powerful cursed spirit? Avalanches, volcanoes, tsunamis. The cursed spirit formed by this kind of natural disaster is extremely powerful among special-grade cursed spirits. If it were just an ordinary special-grade cursed spirit, he and Gojo Shinichi might still be able to try their best and use up all their cards to get a miserable victory. However, in this situation, there was nothing he could do. A cursed spirit formed by an avalanche? Well, it seems that it is really strong, and it will be a powerful Yuling like Luohu and Huayu in the future. It seems that it may be a dead end now, being attacked by a calculated and unintentional sneak attack, Shuni, and an injured Yagyu Adaiji. The chance is too slim. In this dead situation, can Uncle Shun complete the initial solution to the Qing worm? Let's give some guidance. It's not worth letting a swordsman master die here. After all, he has gained so much experience. The key is, I haven't extracted the skills from Shuni yet. Gojo Neru, who was meditating with his eyes closed in the forge house, made up his mind. According to the current situation, if it continues, Gojo Shinichi and Yagyu Shuji will probably die in this mission. In this case, Gojo Ming directly chose to turn on the resonance function of his Zanpakutō and took over King Mushi's dialogue authority. Gojo Shinichi, please don't think of me as an ordinary katana. Okay? Gojo, who was running, froze for a moment and was startled by the voice that suddenly appeared in his mind. At the moment of pause, he was pulled a few steps closer by the snow monster cursed spirit. Shuni, don't be in a daze. Hold on, the association should have discovered something is wrong. Yagyu Shuji forcibly suppressed the sweet smell that surged up from his injured organs and reminded Gojo Shinichi loudly. Although the current situation is very disappointing, it is not yet time to give up completely. When Gojo heard the voice, he immediately calmed down and quickly continued to follow Yagyu Adaiji. He didn't know whose voice appeared in his mind. However, thinking about the content of what he just said, he had a bold guess in his mind. Could it be that? Is it Zanpakutō Kayamizu? Is it you? Clear bugs? Gojo asked in his mind for a moment. It's me. It's so embarrassing. It's so embarrassing. Gojo is so quick. Do you want to complete the initial solution and counterattack? Think about it. Think about it. Do you really want to use me? Gojo Ming guides Gojo Shuni, reminding Gojo Shuni that he must strengthen his connection with Qing Chong. Otherwise, Qing Chong will not respond to Gojo Shuni at all. In panic, Gojo finally realized that he had the biggest trump card. Master Ming gave me the Qing Chong, but I haven't been able to complete the initial solution yet. As long as he solves it, maybe the special grade curse spirit in front of him can be solved. Gojo touched the handle of Qing Chong's knife in an instant and calmed down forcefully. But how can I complete the initial solution? When I used King Mushi and Sodi Shiryuki to fight before, I didn't feel the slightest sign of King Mushi being released. However, this time, Qing Chong actually took the initiative to contact him. Does this mean that he has touched the edge of the initial solution? Gojo Shinichi naturally didn't know that the source of the words came from Gojo Ming. However, due to a strange combination of circumstances, Gojo instantly acquiesced that Qing Chong wanted to help him. So he was suddenly full of confidence in his heart. Clean the bugs. Clean the bugs. Clean bugs. Gojo Shuni used the simplest method to start calling for insects. And under this strong message, he felt the true consciousness of King Mushi, and he felt the strong vitality coming from the Zanpakutō in his hand. It was as if it was the time when hundreds of insects were awakening, and the Zanpakutō in his hand couldn't help but want to scream. Under the resonance of King Mushi, Gojo felt as if the Zanpakutō in his hand had become one with himself. For the first time, he felt that the name Qing Chong was responding to him. For the first time, he felt that when he called the name of Qing Chong, he lacked the feeling of stagnation. Cry, clear the insects. Gojo shouted out this sentence in a flash of consciousness. Then, he felt the appearance of the Zanpakutō in his hand change. Although it was not as dramatic as Sodi Shiryuki, it still looked like a completely different weapon. Feeling Qing Chong's response, Gojo instantly realized that he should have completed the initial solution that Gojo Ming mentioned. Two spells suddenly appeared in his mind: Clearing Insects 1 form and Cleaning Insects form 2. After realizing these two techniques belonging to the Zanpakutō Kayamizu, a smile appeared on Gojo Shuni's face. In an instant, he stopped escaping and stood still. Master Shuni, don't give up. Support from the association is on the way. Seeing this scene, Yagyu-shuji's expression changed drastically. He didn't know why Gojo Shinichi was so crazy. He just reminded Gojo Shuni once, which was regarded as repaying Gojo Shuni's favor. This time, if Gojo Shuni still wants to die, then he is not willing to take care of it anymore. Yagyu-shuji glanced at Gojo Shinichi in a hurry. He did not see Gojo Shinichi's expression, but his eyes were subconsciously attracted to the Zanpakutō in Gojo Shinichi's hand. What kind of weapon is this? Master Shuni has carried this kind of cursed tool before. However, even if it is a new cursed tool, it should not have any effect in front of this special cursed spirit. I don't care. I still want to go back alive. Yagyu-shuji had just made up his mind, but he felt a powerful force coming from Gojo Shinichi's cursed tool. The next second, he heard a low groan. Clear the insects with 1 move. As Gojo's voice fell instantly, the Zanpakutō Kayamizu standing in front of him suddenly vibrated rapidly, producing a buzzing sound similar to the chirping of an insect. Then, a gray halo spread from the Chingsong blade body and rushed towards the special cursed spirit. Yagyu-shuji's expression froze, and his body that was about to escape suddenly froze. He never expected that the menacing special grade cursed spirit in front of him would stop attacking under the influence of this mysterious weapon. This is a special grade cursed spirit. He was controlled by a cursed tool? What's happening here? No matter how powerful the cursed tool is, doesn't it still depend on who is using it? Could it be that Gojo Shinichi's strength has far surpassed that of a first-level Jujutsu master? It shouldn't be. If Gojo Shinichi was so strong, then there would be no need to be in such a mess with him just now. Yagyu-shuji's mood was very complicated, and his eyes looking at Gojo Shinichi were full of doubts. However, he can finally breathe a sigh of relief. At least, judging from the current situation, the special curse tool in Gojo Shuni's hand should be able to help them escape successfully. However, just when Yagyu-shuji flashed to Gojo Shinichi, the change happened again. The special cursed spirit, which had been hypnotized by the Qing worm, suddenly woke up. Those blood-red eyes were filled with uncontrollable rage. Feeling the strong pressure from cursed spirit, Yagyu-shuji's face turned bitter. He did not expect that Gojo Shinichi's trump card had such a short validity period. It only hypnotized the special cursed spirit for a few seconds. Damn, I'm going to be buried with Master Shuni this time. Alas, if a member of the Yagyu family can die with a kendo master, it can be regarded as worthy of the family's kendo inheritance. Zenin, after Master Shinichi dies, you should be able to be promoted to a higher rank and become a candidate for Grandmaster, right? At this moment, Yagyu-shuji's mind was already racing. He had already begun to review his contribution to the family and thought about whether he would be placed in the family's ancestral hall by the patriarch after his death. With being so close to the special cursed spirit, Yagyu-shuji really couldn't think of what kind of trump card Gojo Shinichi could have. Through the perspective of Zanpakutō Saimushi, Gojo Ming felt the power of Saimushi after the first release. As the Zanpakutō of Tozen Kaname, captain of the 9th Division of the 13th Division of the Soul Society Godai, the power of King Mushi is very suitable for this blind god of death. However, for Gojo Shinichi, the power of King Mushi comes with it. The technique is a bit tasteless. However, despite the avalanche in front of him, the cursed spirit awakened, but Gojo Ming was still not worried about Gojo Shinichi's safety. After all, in addition to the first move to clear insects, there is also a second move to clear insects in the initial solution state. Although this move does not perform well in the entire Shinigami world, it does not affect its Zanpakutō ability as a captain-level Shinigami. The red migratory locust should be able to help Shuni get out of trouble. While Gojo Ming was thinking about how to fight next, Gojo Shinichi whispered again. Second form of clearing the insects. Red migratory locust. As his words fell, Yagyu Shuji watched Gojo Shinichi's Zanpakutō instantly turn into countless sharp blades with sharp ends, falling from the sky like rain. These sharp blades were like locusts, constantly cutting the body of the special cursed spirit, and streams of blood spurted out from the wounds. In just a few seconds, the whole body of the special cursed spirit seemed to have been eaten by a swarm of locusts. Generally, roar. A painful roar came from the mouth of the special cursed spirit. Later, Yagyu Shuji actually saw a hint of panic in the eyes of this special grade cursed spirit. Shuni, he wants to run away. Yagyu Shuji immediately understood the idea of this special cursed spirit. At the same time as he made a sound, the snow monster-like special grade cursed spirit turned around, took a few leaps, knocked open the wall, and disappeared into the vast wind and snow. The purple blood left behind with his leaps also slowly disappeared under the cover of wind and snow. Yagyu Shuji regretfully wanted to accuse Gojo of why Shinichi let go of this special cursed spirit. However, when he saw Gojo Shuni slumped on the ground helplessly, he also realized that the two trump cards just now must have exhausted Gojo Shuni's mental energy. Save, Yagyu Shusi breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he felt his eyes darken, and the injuries that he had suppressed before surged up again. Gojo Ming, who was far away in the Gojo family's mansion, nodded secretly. The power of Chingchong is still very strong. Although the red migratory locust after the initial release was not able to kill the special cursed spirit, this still proves the strength of Chingchong. After all, the special grade cursed spirit is considered the top combat power in the entire Jujutsu Kaisen world. What's more, this cursed spirit that looks like a snow monster can also be regarded as a special cursed spirit of the level of Lahu and Huayu. After all, not everyone is Gojo Satoru, who can easily catch the flaw and instantly kill the existence of the special cursed spirit. Well, I have to mark this special grade cursed spirit. If you have a chance to find Xiaoyojia in the future, introduce your business to him. After all, the special grade cursed spirit is not that easy to find in Hokkaido, right? I will give Xiaoyojia a favor in the future. When others see the special cursed spirit, they wonder if they will die. When Gojo Ming saw the cursed spirit, he was already thinking about whether these special grade cursed spirits could be used by him, or what kind of help these special grade cursed spirits could bring to him in the future. At this moment, 1 kilometer away from the villa, the association's auxiliary supervisor suddenly appeared. Feeling the residual cursed spirit aura in the distance, Xiangshu's expression was also very frightened. He had no idea that a special-level cursed spirit would appear in this promotion assessment mission. The information provided by the association to the Gojo family and the Yagyu family was wrong this time. I originally thought that with Yagyu Shuji and Gojo Shinichi taking action, a first-level cursed spirit would be more than enough to exorcise. Unexpectedly, the magic power at the mission location suddenly changed. By the time Nishiyangshu realized something was wrong, it was already too late. Now, the presence of the special grade cursed spirit can no longer be felt in the entire villa. Does this mean that the special grade cursed spirit has killed 2 first-level Jujutsu divisions and completed the evacuation? Xiangshu couldn't even think about it at this time. This time he was responsible for auxiliary supervision, and it was not an ordinary task. The Yagyu family and the Gojo family were both families with very long histories in the Jujutsu world. As one of the big 3 sorcerer families, Gojo Shinichi is the future swordsman master and has a high status in the family. Although the Yagyu family is not very powerful, this also means that Yagyu Shuji, a first-level Jujutsu master, is important to the Yagyu family. After all, Yagyu Shuji can be regarded as the most high-end combat power among the Yagyu family's Jujutsu masters. Now, both of them died in a battle to exorcise the cursed spirit. Nishiyangshu can already imagine how the 2 major families will challenge the association, and the fundamental reason is indeed that the information they provided is wrong. Although no one can control this kind of thing. If they were ordinary jujutsu masters, they might just think that they were unlucky. However, this time the association faces the jujutsu master family. The Yagyu family and the Gojo family will definitely not give up. Shiyonshu walked into the villa, tremblingly. He could already imagine himself being pushed out and taking the blame. This is not what I want. Who knew that the cursed spirit in this villa was so powerful? Master Shinichi, Mr. Hideji, I really didn't mean it. I didn't want to either. Who knew there would be a special cursed spirit here? Don't come looking for me in the future. It really has nothing to do with me. Shiyonshu babbled towards the damaged area on the second floor of the villa, his expression turning gray with every step he took. Feeling the smell of blood in the air becoming stronger, Xiangshu couldn't even move forward. He was really afraid of seeing Yagyu Shuji and Gojo in pieces. He hesitated like this, feeling entangled in his heart, not daring to face the fear in his heart. However, the next second, a voice suddenly reached his ears, making him tremble. If you keep inking, Yagyu Shuji will die. The voice was a little weak, but it was still full of life. Nishinagaki, who had communicated with the two before the mission began, immediately recognized the source of the sound. Master Gojo Shinichi, you're not dead yet. Nishi Nagashu subconsciously said what was in his heart, and then he quickly covered his mouth, but then he realized again, could it be said that Mr. Yagyu Shuji was not dead? Shouldn't it? Could it be that what appears here is not a special grade cursed spirit? Is there an error in the association's perception? Why are Mr. Yagyu Shuji and Master Gojo Shinichi still alive? Why? It seems you want me to die. The association made a big mistake this time. They asked me, a small second-level jujutsu master, to exorcise the special-level cursed spirit. You really dare to think. If I didn't have the Zanpakutō forged by Master Ming, I would definitely not be able to survive this time. This time, I won't give up easily. Gojo Shinichi was very dissatisfied with the association, but while expressing his dissatisfaction, he specifically emphasized that he survived because of the Zanpakutō. In this mission, with Yagyu Shuji and Supervisor Nishinagaki as witnesses, Zanpakutō Kayamizu will definitely become famous in the jujutsu world. This can be regarded as another kind of support for Master Gojo Ming. During the Battle of the Sword Borrower, the corresponding experience will be converted, and the swordsmanship experience +1. During the Battle of the Sword Borrower, the corresponding experience will be converted, and the experience will be +1 in vain. During the Battle of the Sword Borrower, the corresponding experience will be converted, and the swordsmanship experience +1. Gojo Ming, who was far away in the Gojo family's mansion, was feeling very happy as he felt the experience gained in vain due to Gojo's instant battle. Although he did not personally participate in this mission, it was indeed because of his actions that Gojo Shinichi successfully survived. The improvement of Kendo experience means that he still has a high upper limit in Kendo. The increase in Baidar experience means that he is getting closer and closer to enabling the instant step function. After all, having S*X for free is the happiest thing, isn't it? As for Gojo Shuni spreading the news about clearing insects, Gojo Ming naturally saw Gojo Shuni's thoughts. He didn't care about Gojo Shinichi's decision. As he said before, the Gojo family is nothing more than a toy in the hands of his future self and Gojo Satoru. Gojo Satoru, who is the only one in the world, cannot care about such things. And having the power of death, I will not be entangled in the future development of my family. If his family can strongly support him, in the future, he may support the Gojo family for the sake of his old reputation. If so, the Gojo family are all a bunch of blind people. He doesn't mind letting this decadent family fall into dust. For Gojo Ming, the most important thing at the moment can only be the improvement of his own strength. Zanpakutō, kill the ghost with your fist. Heavenly restriction. These three things are the basis he currently relies on. He continues to forge his Zanpakutō. As long as he keeps lending his Zanpakutō, his power will continue to increase. When he learns how to slay ghosts with fists, he can also borrow the sword's experience for free. When the time comes, it will not be impossible to become a tetrathlon death god like Captain Jinryanuji Sai Shigekuni. Heavenly restriction: as long as this thing grows over time, its body will become stronger and stronger, and it can't be rushed. So, to sum up, for the current Gojo Ming, the only thing missing is time. If he were allowed to live until the time when Gojo Satoru was cut in half into 2.5 pieces of Satora, he felt that even if he was not invincible, he would be considered a true one-upman. Time is really something that no one can control. What I can master now is the forging of Zanpakutō. Forge enough Zanpakutō and use the Zanpakutō in exchange for time. If you have enough power as soon as possible, your life will be more secure. Have you heard? Master Shinichi has been promoted to the first level of Jujutsu Master. Master Shuni's promotion is inevitable, right? Why bother with this? No, do you know? Master Shinichi encountered a special level cursed spirit this time, and almost died with a first-level Jujutsu Master from the Yagyu family. How could this happen? You actually encountered a special grade cursed spirit? Even two first-level Jujutsu Masters can't defeat the special grade cursed spirit, right? How did Master Shuni do it? Who says it's not the case? Let me tell you quietly. I heard that Master Shuni defeated the special cursed spirit with the help of the Zanpakutō, forged by Master Gojo Ming. This is news from the association. Was that sword really a Zanpakutō? It was able to help a first-level Jujutsu Master defeat a special-level cursed spirit. Master Neru was too strong, right? No wonder Master Yagyuzuman lost so embarrassingly before. It turned out that Master Shinichi was the master at that time. What you are holding is the Zanpakutō. Zanpakutō, this magical weapon. Do we have a chance to get one? Master Shinichi is so enviable. I heard that Master Gojo Neru has forged two Zanpakutō so far. One is Neru the Sodi Shiryuki used by the young master himself, is the King Mushi currently used by Master Shinichi. Oh, I'm so envious. Master Shuni had a conflict with Master Ming before. I didn't expect Master Ming to be willing to forge a Zanpakutō for Master Shuni. Isn't he too generous? Who says otherwise? After all, Master Ming is the six-eyes divine son of our Gojo family, and he is the same existence as Master Wu. It seems that the twin curse theory mentioned by Elder Xiongyan before is not valid. Yes, Master Gojo Neru can create such an existence as the Zanpakutō. How could he be the curse of the Gojo family? Like Master Gojo Satoru, he is the future of our Gojo family. With the news that Gojo was promoted to the first level in an instant, many details about this assessment also reached Gojo's family. Although Gojo Xiongyan was determined to prevent the details of King Mushi being a Zanpakutō from emerging, he could not influence the association's announcement. The details of the entire mission execution, as well as Gojo Shinichi's promotion notice, have flowed to various families and organizations throughout the Jujutsu world. Zanpakutō, a cursed tool that has been described in great detail in the entire mission details, has completely appeared in the entire Jujutsu world for the first time. The Jujutsu Masters Association was not willing to write this at first, but could not withstand Gojo Shinichi's strength, coupled with Yagyu Shuji's acquiescence. In the end, the details of this mission completely turned into the highlight moment of Zanpakutō Kayamizu. Yuri family. Yuri Inamitsu looked at the promotion news from the association with a very solemn expression. If before, only a few families who participated in the party knew that Gojo Ming had the ability to forge Zanpakutō, then after this mission, the name Zanpakutō will be resounding throughout the Jujutsu world. Shoko. There's another first-level Jujutsu master in the Gojo family. Shoko, who had a bun on her head, was secretly eating snacks. Faced with her father's call, she raised her head in confusion. She didn't know why she wanted to tell her this. Yuri Inamitsu felt a little shaken in her heart when she thought of the previous proposal made by the head of the Gojo family. It seems that Gojo Ming's potential is also very huge. Although there is no magic power, you can forge a Zanpakutō if you can't stand it. Moreover, instead of just forging one, You can actually forge different Zanpakutō. Can you consider the Gojo family's proposal? While thinking, Yuri Inamitsu handed the association's newspaper to Yuri Shoko and pointed to the 3 words Zanpakutō in the article. That guy Gojo Neru really forged the second sleeve Shiryuki? Yuri Shoko's eyes widened. She was very impressed by the friends she met at the last party. I originally thought that we would have fewer interactions in the future, but I never thought that I would be able to see the Zanpakutō forged by Gojo Ming in the newspaper. Although the name Gojo Ming was not mentioned throughout the entire incident, everyone who knew the inside story knew that the entire article was praising Gojo Ming.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.